welcome to G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend. It is the final day. We have had so much incredible PUBG esports action, the best teams in Europe battling it out. And wow, yesterday was a cracker. We saw 8 incredible games, even on day 1. But today, this is where the decider happens. 8 teams are going to make their way through to the finals next weekend, where they compete with the 8 invited teams. My name is Tekkel. I'm going to be your host for today, alongside Toby and Jorasar. Jorasar, yesterday ended on such a high. Are you expecting that same energy? Are the teams going to be bringing it today?
Look, after 8 games yesterday, I didn't really know what to expect, and the latter half really brought it to life, right? We had that, I'm still going to call it 2017 vintage PUBG. That field ending was actually a blast from the past. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sure the players enjoyed it less, but wow, that brought back memories. The way the last couple of games ended as well. Every game just felt different and fresh, and it helped to highlight a little bit the more adaptive teams were consistently placing top 3, top 4. So while we got to witness the chaos, the teams that prevailed by and large are the ones that are going to end up doing well in the grand final, I think.
Toby, it's been an incredible 2 days, and of course we've waited a while for some Europe PUBG. Has it lived up to your expectations, and do you think the level's going to go even higher today?
I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, we have seen phenomenal PUBG already, and not only is it going to rise today, obviously, given that it's the final day of the qualifiers, but also next week. I mean, that's going to be absolutely insane, no doubt about it.
There's been quite a few people. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, but while we do that, quite a few people in the chat asking where some of their favorite teams are. So Toby, break it down. There are 8 invited teams next week. That's why we're not seeing them in the lobbies this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We have 8 teams that are directly sent through to the finals. BBL Esports, ENCE, FaZe Clan, Futbolist, Heroic, Na'Vi, Liquid, and Pro. They are... well, I mean, they're some of the teams that have proven themselves to be worthy of always delivering at a high level. Therefore, they get to skip the qualifiers. And there's a lot of other reasons for it too that I will let themselves break down at some point. But I mean, for the most part, it is some of the top teams that have been directly invited. While they sit and wait and obviously watch all these games unfold, everyone else gets to butcher one another in trying to make the way through the narrow passage, which is the road to the finals.
The road to the finals. So if you are watching, we'll talk about the highlights in a bit, but if you are watching during the course of today, you'll see someone will jump into chat. They'll ask where those teams are. Toby's just educated you. Please do us the favor and educate those people as well. Jorasar, I heard you there in the background. There were some epic moments yesterday.
There really were. Just the number of 3Ks that were just fun throughout the entire day was so good. But yes, to launch at the end of the day, that for me was like the cherry on top. It was one of those lovely movie moments where you go, he can't, can he? And 30 seconds before the end of the game, you're willing him on and you go, I bet he's going to do it. I bet that's going to land. You're not even surprised by the events, but you're still wowing when it actually happens. That was such a cool moment.
Toby, this was what I quite like, because on Friday, I felt like a lot of these, and I want to say big names, but it's really just those names that we've heard for so long. They've been in the scene, these players, I want to call them the OG playing this weekend, but we really started seeing them pop off yesterday, and that's got to be exciting when you see them, like the likes of Monkey, just making some magic, because you know that those are the clips that we get to keep watching time and time again.
Oh, it was absolutely phenomenal. A lot of the teams that we didn't really see rise to the occasion on day 1 came back and performed on day 2. You can see Sakura Sensen all the way up top, Polish Power as well. I mean, they're sitting in 3rd overall now, and that's taken into consideration that they had 7 points on day 1. So the fact that they're all the way up in 3rd now goes to show how absolutely insane they were playing yesterday.
This was the leaderboard after day 2, and you will see the groups have changed. Again, that's something we've done every single day. So these teams have to play all the teams in order to get through. Sakura Zenson, the only team with a double chicken dinner. Jorasar, so obviously sitting on top. Can they make it a 3rd one today, do you think?
I think they can, and this is going to sound really weird. Depending on how they feel about their competition, I'm not sure how much they're going to want to or how much they're going to push for it. Because depending on where we think the cutoff point is going to be for 8th place, there might be a chance that a couple of our teams that are, let's say, in the top 2, top 4 positions on the leaderboard, they might want to save some of their air angle strats and play something a little bit offbeat in the last 2 games. I don't want to predict that yet because I don't think anyone is 100% guaranteed through yet. But Sakura Zensen is one of those teams where if they do well in the first couple of games, they might choose to throw a curveball into the mix.
Toby, I actually want to ask you something off the back of that, but before we do, take a look now at the tournament schedule. We explained it a little bit earlier, but this is going to help you understand. 32 teams competing during Super Weekend, 8 games a day. The teams play 4 games each, and then the top 8 overall will make it through to next week's finals. And of course, you'll get a chance to see what the games look like today and how that segment is going to be broken up. And while you see that on your screen, Toby, I'm curious as to how this is going to work, because obviously we change the groups every day, right? So that they shuffle up. If you are in group 1, as much as Jorasar said maybe you stay back a bit, the problem is you can't really, because you don't know if a team in group 2 is going to pop off with a massive amount of points. So you really have to come in very aggressive from the start today if you're in group 1. And I feel like the teams in group 2 maybe have it a little bit easier because they'll have a better idea of what the points look like when their games start. What do you think?
I mean, when it all comes down to it, the games will be the same in terms of you having to acquire as many points as you can. But I completely agree with you. The teams playing in Group 2 today will have the math not done for them, but halfway done for them. They will have a better estimate of what they need to do in order to guarantee themselves a spot in the finals. But I don't think that's going to change the playstyle or the mindset of the teams in Group 1. Because you could say the other way around. The fact that you don't know what the numbers are means that you don't have that as kind of an additional weight in your mindset, an additional thing that you consider or think about, so they can play without that worry and just do their best. Whereas if you're in group 2 and you're coming into the final game, you go, oh no, we need at least X amount of points, and because you're striving for some very specific goal, sometimes that can make you completely narrow-sighted and kind of lose track of the bigger picture, and that can be your downfall. So I think while I would say there's an advantage to being the teams playing last, it can also be with that much extra mental pressure.
I mean, it's interesting, Jorasar, exactly what Toby's saying, though. If you're in the bottom half of the second group and those stats start coming in and you start realizing that the chances of you actually even contesting top 8 is gone, that can also be really tough, because now you still got to play those 4 games and you know that the chances are you're not making it through.
And so there's a good and a bad point to that on the final day of a tournament, right? To get the bad point out of the way, there might be a couple of teams who have no chance of making it through, who just want to cause chaos, and you don't know what they're going to do. There might be a couple of teams already on, say, 110 points plus, where even if they score no points from their final couple of games, they'll still make it in the top 8. And then everyone else in the middle is still 100% focused on doing as well as they can, right? I mean, those teams at the top and bottom still might be. It's just that they could do different things. And historically in tournaments, we have seen sometimes they do different things. So it's the teams in the middle. They need to adapt and make sure that they're able to handle those curveballs and be aware that that might happen. And as long as they can keep on top of that, we're going to get to enjoy the chaos, but we'll also get to see the best teams rise to the top.
Adapt, adapt, adapt. Those are going to be the 3 words that it's the same word. We're just going to say it 3 times, again and again and again. Of course, the teams are all playing for those 8 spots in the finals, because if you're in the finals, you get to win your share of the $50,000 prize pool. Of course, you'll have to finish in the top 12. It's a nice, sweet split there. So that's also going to be in the back of their minds. They know that in order to even contest for the money, they are going to have to make it through to the finals. And now let's take a look at our group 1. So like we mentioned, we're going to shake this one up. This is what the first group looks like. And Toby, this is a very interesting one.
It sure is. I mean, a lot of teams that have had a good day and a bad day here, and that's one of the things that are interesting to me. Crashers, obviously, a horrendous day 1, came back and wins the very first game of day 2, so then have a pretty decent day 2 overall. Polish Power, as we mentioned, 7 points on day 1, 70 points on day 2. They managed to turn things around. Question mark, 18-point day 1. 8-point day 2, Skate as well with an 8-point day 2. So it's a lot of teams that have had 1 good and 1 bad performance coming in that need to have that 2 out of 3 good days today in order to really solidify their spot on the top. So I think this group in particular is in terms of inconsistency, they're the ones that has the most to show.
Jorisov, for me, the two teams that haven't really found their rhythm, and I expected a little bit more from them, Skade and No Name yet, but obviously some big names in those lineups. They know how to deal with pressure. They're the middle, they're sort of the middle of the pack that you mentioned earlier, the ones that need to come in today and really pop off. Who else are you going to be keeping an eye on, though?
So in terms of the teams that are inconsistent or want to have like a big final day, X-Flow seem to be a little bit boom or bust. Tokyo Manji Gang, they're not really like up there, but they did get a chicken dinner. And we know that they can play really well. So those are some of the other teams in addition to the ones that you mentioned I would be taking a look at. And maybe today, rather than under pressure, I would say maybe a sign of validation for Sakura Zensen in this lobby to say, look, no matter who you chuck in this lobby, we'll be able to consistently get those top 4 finishes super consistently. Whether or not we get 10 kills or 2, it doesn't matter. We're always going to be there in the end game. So I wouldn't say they have a point to prove, but I want to see them keep it up.
Toby, I mean, since they're sitting at the top and they had a really good run up until the last game yesterday. And granted, the last game yesterday was set on fire from the beginning. But do you think that's going to be playing in the back of their heads as they move into game number 1 today?
I think with the way they've played the previous 2 days, that they have a game plan. They know what playstyle they want to play. And as you said, I mean, up until the very last game yesterday, where, again, everything went wild, so I can't really fault them too much. They came in with a plan and they executed it. And they executed it well. They had over 40 points 2 days in a row on a 4-game per day. They averaged over 10 points per game on both days. That is something only Ding has done as well. So I don't think there's any inconfidence. I don't think there's any reason for them to not just go into stay the same way with the same mindset that they have in the previous 2 days.
Obviously, you probably know by now, if you've been watching the whole weekend, how this all works. But in case you've just joined us, this is how the points system works. It is obviously important to finish in the top 8, but it's also important to get kills. And I would argue that today, because it's the final day and because you're not 100% sure what Group 2 is going to do, Toby, you need to clock up those kills. You just need to sort of pad up your points a little bit to make sure that you can move up the leaderboard.
I of course, it's always hard to get it exactly right, but my estimate is that the cutoff from 8th down to 9th is going to be sitting at somewhere between 80 to 85 points, maybe a little less than that. So, I mean, it's, yeah, you're right. You need the points. If you're sitting way down low, the placement points alone simply won't be enough. You need the kills to add to it as well.
If you're a little bit hungry, if you're a player and you are absolutely hungry to get into that final because you want your share of the prize pool, you probably will like this little cherry on top as well, because of course you can get some PGC qualification points and you need to get into the finals to do that. So lots to play for, Jorisar, and obviously only 4 games left. This is where we separate the men from the boys or the women from the girls.
Exactly. This is a couple of teams might be forgiven for starting to think about those PGC qualification points if they feel like they've got a really good shot of making into the top 8, the top teams currently, for example. Even if they slip up today, they've still got a really good shot of making it in the top quarter. And they're now going to start thinking about what that means from a 2022 esports point of view, how they're going to be building their presence through to PCS 6 and beyond. But it is still the Super Weekend. At the end of all of this, as exciting as it is, one day and indeed one game at a time. These guys need to be completely focused.
I'm pretty sure they're in the back of their minds, because obviously if you make the final 16 next week, you're getting some points. Maybe not a lot if you finish last, but Toby, it's in the back of your mind. Qualify today, get in the top 8. We've got our first points.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got to rag them up, and they only get so many chances to do so over the course of the year. So regardless of whether you're a team that might not consider yourself to be in the very top of European PUBG, if you're here, if you're playing today, you have an equal chance as everyone else to rack up those points. And I don't see a reason that you should not be thinking, you know what, I've deserved it just as much as everyone else. You could even make the argument that you might have deserved it more than some of the teams that got directly invited, because you had to fight for longer in order to get there. So I'd say if you are given an opportunity to go out and claim points, do everything you can to earn them.
We are getting ready to start the day. Group number 1, match 1 here for the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend. This is it. It's going to be the big one. We are going to find out exactly who's going through to the finals by the end of today. Jorasar, Polish Power yesterday really popped off. They didn't have such a good start on Friday. I'm curious, though, do you think today they're going to be dropping in with that same aggressive attitude that we saw from them yesterday? Or do you think all the teams, maybe for game number 1, possibly going to be a little bit more subdued because maybe the nerves are starting to settle in? Maybe they also just want to get a feel for everyone in the lobby because it feels like the pressure will be a little bit more today. Toby, you can answer it then.
Joro.
Yeah. It's too much pressure for him. He was like, I can't answer those questions.
I don't want to have a blinking contest with him right now, that's for sure. He seems like he's not in the mood for talking with us. But no, again, tell me your question again, Sam. I got a little thrown out of it.
So for me, Polish Power came in yesterday very aggressive. Yes. That's what we saw, very confident. Obviously didn't have a good first start to the Super Weekend. Do you think they're coming in with that same aggression? Or do you think today, because it is the final 4 games, game number 1, you play it a little bit more subdued, get a feel for what everyone's going to do before you just come in guns blazing?
Polish Power is the kind of team, in my opinion, that will do everything they can to kick down your door. And once they've done that, even though they came in through that door, they will break your window as well just because they're there. They're aggressors. They are aggression. And if they feel like they have a good thing going, they're not going to stop doing exactly that. So I believe they will, once you're done fighting Polish Power, they will have wrecked your entire house.
There were a couple of other teams that did quite well yesterday that surprised us. Digital Athletics was one of them. Crash's Esports as well. They were a team that, I'm going to be honest, I won't hide. When they won that first game, I kind of was like, yeah, that probably won't happen again. And then they didn't win another chicken dinner, but they definitely found their way into the top 3, the top 4 time and time again. Do you think coming off of that, feeling a little bit confident today, we might also see them maybe popping up in the final 6 again?
I hope so. I must admit that I don't necessarily expect it, but I do really hope that they can get something going again. But again, as we were kind of alluding to earlier, what worries me is the kills. Yes, they've proven they can find late game, but they need to get the kills as well. The points that they have coming off of yesterday simply aren't enough, to be quite honest with you, in order to make it straight into the finals. They're sitting right now, despite having a win already, at 35 points coming into today. And if we were talking about a cutoff point of around, around that 80-point margin, they need to pick up 45 points in 4 games. And even if we follow our very strict guide to pro player, just win 4 games rule, they still need to get 5 kills on top of that. So if you get 4 wins, I suppose the 5 kills are going to be enough. But taking for granted, that's probably not going to be the case. They need to go out and find more kills.
Jorasar, did you secretly just freeze your camera so you could go play a game of PUBG? Is that what just happened?
If only. Something went wrong. I tried turning it off and on again, and surprisingly, that happened to work. So I'll take it. Sorry about that. All good, though. And I see I've made it back before the start of game number 1. Awfully important there. I don't know what some of these teams are going to have to do to make it into the top 8. I do know that we're going to get some of the lower placed teams, like Toby was alluding to, needing to not only step it up in terms of their level, but maybe punch above their weight in terms of points as well. Not just get the kills, but get a lot of, not just get the placement points, but get a lot of kills as well. And that means we're going to get a lot of teams that didn't perform very well yesterday, potentially take a lot more risks today.
I'm always curious, and this is, again, I think that this comes down to different players, and I think all the players here and the teams are, they're professional. But I sometimes wonder when you hit game 2 and you realize there ain't a chance that you're making it through if you don't kind of go, ooh, let's change this up. Let's try some new things. Let's see if we can shake things up a bit. Jorasar, do you think any teams might do that for us later down the line?
Look, the responsible caster says, no, everyone tries their best every single game, and there's no way they would do something different. In reality, teams have rivalries. If they can't make it through, they have certain rivals that they don't want to see get through, or maybe they have friends that they want to see get through, and therefore they take extra risks to try and take their opponents out. These conversations will happen. I can't tell you which teams or which players are going to initiate them, but at some point today, when you're in the final day of a tournament where you qualify for something else, these conversations always happen in every esport. So expect the shenanigans. That's all I can say.
I mean, I know he's not going to tell us, but Toby, are you going to spill the tea on who's going to be coming in to cause some trouble for someone else?
You know what? I would much rather just get not necessarily positively, but entertainingly, if that's even a word, surprised by the outcome. So I gotta say, I mean, we've already been over how hard it is to play these qualifier stages because there's so many random factors in terms of teams you can't really get a whole lot of info on prior to the tournament and whatnot. When we then start throwing some of these curveballs of, as you were saying, some teams that are maybe not at this point, but a couple of games from now, already qualified, they can kind of play without a care. Some of the teams in the very bottom of the list that don't have a chance to qualify, they can kind of play without a care. If you're adding that on top of an already hard to predict lobby, that's like throwing in mines in a sea that you're already sailing in a storm. I mean, that's just going to make things even harder, and I think that's going to show itself in some of the latter, like Game 3, Game 4 of both respective groups today, that chaos will unfold much earlier and to a much bigger extent than what we normally see.
That was such a PC answer. Good job. Well done. I thought you did an impressive job there, keeping it neutral, but still alluding to it. I think that what's interesting and maybe something to talk about a little bit on the broader scale is talking about the level of competitive PUBG in Europe. Now, obviously, we've got to see the first tournament for 2022, the first big one, the last 2 days. I mean, Toby, do you think that the level is just improving year on and year on year?
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's amazing. I think one thing is that everyone are getting better. That's, of course, a massive positive because the more time you have in the game, the better you tend to get. But what I also like to see, or what I also like to think, is that more newer players get better faster. And of course that comes with a lot of different reasons. One of them being there are now more footage for people that are getting into competitive PUBG to watch, more people to learn from. And I just gotta say, I mean, over the course of the last couple of years, while I know that we have lost some big organizations or whatnot, the level, the depth of high-level players in EU has done the opposite. We might have lost some orgs, but the player numbers in competitive PUBG, in the competitive EU side of things, have increased, at least to my understanding. There are a lot of players still to this day that come in and play phenomenally, and then you talk to them and they've only played PUBG for a year or so. So if there's anyone sitting out there watching going, I want to be as good as them, but how am I ever going to do it? I would say if you have any FPS experience from other games, or even if you don't, if you have just somewhat of a, I guess, like you can see the bigger picture in various games, this is a game that you can get good at a pretty fast pace. Not saying that you're going to be the best in a day. I'm just saying that a lot of people are working very hard to get good, and that tells me that there's still spirit in the EU side of things, and that people are, as I said, I mean, continuing to improve, and I just think that's amazing.
To add on to the back of that, I think that teams in general, the best teams are consistently good, and even the worst teams in tier 1 have really good days and really bad days. We're seeing teams across the board, their bad days are getting better. So they know how to pick themselves up a little bit more. They don't boom or bust quite as much. And that sort of makes the average level of everyone in tier 1 and 2, like a rising tide, raises all ships. It's exactly that kind of thing that we're seeing in PUBG right now, especially in Europe.
So something I like to do when I'm watching esports is obviously when the desk is on, and I know this is ridiculous because I host the desk, but I like to always be like, stop talking, get into game in the chat. I am that person, and you're probably doing it right now. We are just waiting for, I think, 1 or 2 teams to join the lobby. So I promise it's not because we like the sound of our own voices. We're just waiting for the admins to give us the go-ahead, and they just have. So it is time to kickstart the final day of the Super Weekend with Group 2. We are getting into it with match number 1. This is going to be a cracker. These teams are incredible. I hope you are ready. Jorasa, Toby, are you ready?
Let's go. Cannot wait. What do you mean you don't like the sound of our own voices? I feel like Toby's EQ today is silky smooth. Absolutely no problems with it whatsoever. And we have your game, ladies and gentlemen. So you get to hear a little bit more of us over the next half an hour or so. Group 1, Game 1. This is the final day of the Super Weekend, and we are back into the skies of Miramar one more time. Let's find out where the teams are going to be dropping and what that plane path looks like, Toby. How plain will this bagel be?
Extremely plain. as plain as they come. Okay, if you're a hard commit Porto Paraíso jumper, maybe you're flipping the table right now, but if not, which I assume you won't be, you should be all right to find a spot to loot. I think you'll be okay.
This is, it's looking fairly bog standard, to be honest. We've got Old Bones quite close to Stardust, but I actually think they're going past Chumacera, so I don't think that's going to be much of an issue at all. Remember, this every day's lobbies are slightly different from the previous days here, so there will be an element of people getting used to each other, and just as I say Old Bones might be going further, I mean, they are, but we're talking a matter of feet in this case. Stardust grabs that vehicle, Old Bones gets the heck out.
Get away from there as fast as you can. It's like pow out, trying to do what he can. And seems to me like the buggy is going to fare well enough for him. Issue is now for the Old Bones player up there that his vehicle's been stolen. And last time I checked, there ain't another one anywhere nearby. I mean, yes, okay, does have a teammate over in church, so he should be able to get picked up if need be. Circle will go east in the meantime. An area of the map we haven't really traversed that much. I mean, we were down towards where Light from Crashers Esports is now. We were down there yesterday, but northeast, we haven't really been there at all so far here in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it sort of threatened to go northeast once. We had that La Bandita phase 1, and then it started yanking further and further and further. And it was like, oh, okay, this isn't quite what we expected. So we might get one of those, junkyard style finishes from this circle. It's still phase 1, of course, very early on in the game. Lots of stuff can happen. And by and large, teams have been, I'd say, relatively polite to each other. We haven't really had anyone dropping on top of each other with the exception of Stardust grabbing a vehicle and then moving away. So things look pretty chill. On the left-hand side as well, that's the status of all the points this weekend. And as Toby was saying earlier, we're estimating sort of 80 to 85 points being a guideline for that cutoff towards the end of the day. Because don't forget, the other lobby can score points as well.
Exactly. Let's see. I mean, as you can see, we are only 15 teams on the server right now. As far as I could math it out, it's Renewal who aren't here playing. I don't know whether that's just a one-game thing or if they're going to be out for the rest of the day. They have had a pretty tough time. I mean, to be honest, 21 points in a day is not good. But of course, I mean, if you're averaging 5 points, it's also not the worst. But then they have a 5-point day yesterday, which was, and I think they're aware of that too, pretty abysmal. So if they are, in fact, just having connection issues and then coming back to play next game, if you're already in the hunt for 50-plus points in 4 games, losing out of one of those games is pretty much the end of your tournament.
I'm not sure what's happened with Renewal Gaming. That's really brutal. They had to have a big game today, and not being in lobby number 1 is quite literally the worst possible start for them. This doesn't impact the other teams too much, with the exception of if a team that they've played with before knows that Renewal drops close by, they can keep an eye out for it, maybe have a little more freedom to rotate in phase 1. But in terms of advantages, they're very, very tiny in-game advantages that if you've paid attention over the last 2 days, might give you a little bit more wiggle room. From a practical point of view, in terms of getting points from a board, this doesn't really affect the other teams too much.
We'll have to see how things unfold. Again, I like to think that remove a team that makes more space, but then again, even yesterday, in the most plain of circles where there was space for everyone, that was one of the most hectic games we had all weekend long so far. So maybe they go, oh, there's more space now, and that means that everyone clusters on top of one another, thinking that everything is available when in fact everything has already been taken.
Yeah, that could happen. We saw the bog standard into the middle phase 1 on Erangel yesterday, where everyone treated it like it was phase 5 almost. A little bit of a drive-by here. That Dedrix from Enterprise trying to find Lol W. Gets a couple of hits, but no knock just yet as he moves into the graveyard area. I believe that was Daniel from Lol W moving further north, so they're going to be doing a wider rotate. He-Man is inside this complex, and he stayed here as well. That tells me he didn't have an instant vehicle to move out. He goes through the vehicle, to be fair, to get the point, but he is now an endangered species.
do you commit to this if you're Haiku or not? I'm not sure. I mean, he died so fast. They have no intel on how many players are in here. Let's see. He does just exactly manage to get away. Aggressive makes the aggressive push inward. He knows that he tagged him up. He knows that he has a chance, an advantage here if he commits to the fight. Let's see if he finds some spots around the corner. Can't quite connect, though.
And now the rest of Sakura Zen are coming in. So maybe that's why He-Man chose not to move out. He knew that the rest of his squad were already coming. So maybe they just said, stay, try and get the first kill, and we'll come to back you up. And right now, it is a 3v3 fight. From what I can see, the rest of Sakura Zen are already here, or at least 3 out of 4 of them. Oh, no, they have got all 4 here as well. And a second knock onto Senka Pow Pow. This smells trouble for Haiku.
Sure does. Dante knocked. That's elsewhere on the map. Probably self-excused. Or let's see now. I mean, it seems to me, yeah, Haiku with that another player gone down, they have to call it quits. But they're having a hard time getting out of here. Tegas goes for the shot, finds 1, finds 2. Can he find any more damage here? Nope, not gonna happen. At least not initially.
Aggressive and Griffith there. An early rotate not working out for Haiku at all. They can still see the vehicle. You can hear the ping of bullet against metal, and they have to continue to try and make their way further north. Not a good start for them. Down to 2 in phase 1, and we still got 3 or 4 teams yet to get into circle as well. So the shenanigans might not be over.
Nope, not at all. As we continue on forward, we still have a couple of teams up towards the west that need to make their way on in. DA being one of them, Tokyo Magic Gang another, and then of course we saw Dante get knocked before. They are now in the nearby vicinity of Skate, and both Skate and Question Mark have not an impossible road ahead of them, but a tricky one, I would have to say. Question Mark comes into today at 26 points, so we know what kind of land they have laid for themselves, and Skate sitting at 40. Again, not impossible, but if we're looking at the 80-point stretch, that's 10 points per game on average. And if you have just one bad game here, again, that makes things incredibly difficult where they were maybe only just difficult before.
A word on how Sakura Zensen handled that crash as well, Toby. There tend to be 2 trains of thought. 3 trains of thought, if you like, when someone chooses to crash your compound and your full team isn't there. 1, get out straight away, park your car at a sensible position and leave. 2, be very quiet, which is what happened there, and try and surprise them and get a free point to start the engagement off. Or 3, call your teammates in immediately and make it a full-on squad fight. So Sakura Zensen and He-Man chose to stay, or his teammates told him to stay. They were coming straight away rather than him leaving. Is that because where they were is a particularly priority compound? Because he was super quiet while they were moving in.
I think it's not necessarily a bad play. Have the element of surprise in your favor.
Absolutely.
And I mean, it worked out, right? Get the first knock, and then try and buy yourself more time with that to wait for your teammates to arrive.
As long as you can guarantee that your teammates do arrive, like within 10, 20 seconds of that first knock, because otherwise you then end up just playing a 1v3, 1v4.
Oh yeah, 100%. You need to find the damage, and you need to back off, and you need to have clear communication with your teammates saying, I'm getting attacked right now, I'll do what I can to hold them off. You guys better be here in a very, very short amount of time.
Some very interesting car chase shenanigans going on here. We had Skade potentially chasing Digital Athletics, but it looks like DA are going to be doing a wider rotate, possibly in part knowing that there is another team immediately behind them on the road, so just going slightly further and into the blue to give themselves a little bit of a wide berth, which I think is an excellent idea. The remaining 2 members of Haiku, though, are further up the road from them, and I can't help but wonder if Griffith and Aggressive you can almost see the bad luck happening, right, Toby? Where they get into a compound, they go, cool, we're safe. No one's rotated north. 15 seconds later, DA are there. 10 seconds after that, we've got Skade crashing. Oh, man, that would be heartbreak.
Yeah, hopefully they can avoid all of that. It's always tough losing teammates early on, but then, I mean, again, it's easier to fit 2 people in a tight space than it is to fit 4, so maybe they can find a place to lay low for a little while. In the meantime, now, Shro spotting Grandy's come ever so much closer. Does Grandy spot him? There should be no way, but he turns around. Maybe the spider sense was tinkling. Backs off, goes away, goes back up the hill.
Now we take a look at where everything is shrinking. We've got Circle pretty much a donut here. So the crossroads north of Minas, still not quite center, but very much in. South of Junkyard, looking less and less likely now as well. I like where Pink Pony are at. I think No Name Yet potentially have a really good position as well if they can hold that and they're able to not get shot at too much by Pink Pony early on. Because once you commit to those hills, if you have dips to play with and stuff, it's really good. But there's nowhere to lose a spare helmet or a spare vest. So if you get into too many firefights and you start losing that utility, you need to, well, you don't want to hope for death boxes because these guys are quite good at, hitting their shots. So you expect those vests and helmets to be destroyed anyway. But there's nowhere for you to go and replenish your supply. So you have to be pretty confident if you play that position.
Exactly. Well, let's see now. You can see shots on deep being fired. X-Flow now as well, shooting, or at least looking over towards Old Bones, well aware that they've come into Junkyard. Cynic is very, very close. I mean, he must have had the info now. He's starting to try and drive away here as well. Killer B trying to peek on out and shoot while driving. Doesn't really work for him. He'll continue his way all the way around here. Looking up the hill. They have pretty good intel. Yep, now he spots one more as well. They have pretty good intel as to where the X-Flow players are. Question is how they're planning on going from here.
So let me see. X-Flow, they're on the other side of Junkyard. If I'm X-Flow right now, unless you want to go up onto like the unplayable hills and maybe have a look to the northwest, you're actually happy to sit in that compound together with Old Bones and you let them sweat it out a little bit, especially because you know there's another team behind you, right? A couple of members of X-Flow can hear, if not see, some members of Stardust off in the distance, and they have to make a decision. Do we go and engage Stardust, or do we go into the compound and engage Old Bones? And it looks like they've now made that decision. They're choosing to disengage from the compound because Stardust, they don't know what their surround looks like, so they just want to be together against a common enemy.
Yeah, you'd have to think that's the case. Play it smart, play it a little slower, maybe if need be. Saga. In the meantime, Powell trying to see if he can find something. Or maybe it's just Sap. Oh, I'm not actually completely sure. But in any case, Voldemort goes down. So Pink Pony now charming in here too. Trying to see what they can find on the X-Flow players.
Some smokes coming out as well. The X-Flow, I feel, are a little bit more split up than Stardust. To get to the position where Voldemort is at to res him, it requires a lot more effort and a lot more repositioning from X-Flow. I think they can do it, but it just slows down their attack. It means that they have to play defensive a little bit, because if they go aggressive, they just have to push forward with fewer players, and that's not something any team wants to do at this level. So they're evaluating their options right now. I actually think there's even a chance they choose to fall back somewhere else. I'm not sure. But because of how split they were, it's a tricky decision to have to make.
Sure is. Let's see. Sapo sitting around, trying to stay put. Vice is back up on his feet. Unfortunately, Voldemort is nowhere to be rested. Simply isolated too hard up on that hillside. There was no way that his teammates were going to get up there, especially now, not that they are essentially surrounded. I mean, I like the fact that Voldemort was up there trying to see what he could spot from above, but all he saw was a lot of people looking his direction, and he pretty much got melted as soon as he got up there.
So I guess even if it's just in passing, it's worth asking the question. Do we think if we're X-Flow, it might have been better to go into Junkyard and fight Old Bones instead?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the next circle is most likely going to go north, so I wouldn't commit too hard to that fight out towards the east side, because we're shifting away from the Minas Mountains. So I would probably just go north, honestly.
Okay.
I am looking at the map right now, though, and seeing that No Name Yet is sitting on a wide two-way split. Yes, they can see one another, but as you can see here as well, everyone's going to be coming into this circle, and everyone knows that, like, we already now know that we're headed up towards the north, at least to some extent. It could be a little west, could be a little east as well. But where Shiv and Pilo are, you have to think that that's prime real estate for the circle to come. So I'm a little surprised Monkey and Tundo hasn't just said, you know what, I know it's early, but let's commit to it now, because other teams that are coming in without anything to take, they would want a piece of this, and they might just be crashing this at somewhere between now and the next 1.5 minutes. So we might as well just fortify it before opponents come towards us.
The problem with the position where Monkey and Tundo are right now is that they have an excellent view downhill on one side, I think towards the north side, and then to the south. They can actually have players get all the way up this hill and look down onto them, which makes it not difficult to defend, but difficult to spot all angles. And people can sort of choose when to crash. There's a safe way uphill to get as much information as you want, and you then have plenty of time to decide if you want to crash or not, especially if you get a first knock. So I think I agree with you there, Toby. If I had to pick one place to reinforce, I'd probably go to where Philu and Shiv are right now.
Yeah. Let's see. Sheila sitting with only a car for cover. Not exactly optimal. They've been running side by side with Skate for a while, wrapping all the way from the west, hard east. And now you can see GMT not going to allow for Sheila to get away from here easily.
Committing quite a lot of bullets into this fight now, but Skate choosing to move back and get into vehicles, which is very interesting indeed. They started off with a couple of bullets, maybe to buy themselves some time. So the Digital Athletics would pause before pushing in, and that allows Skade just a little bit of room to breathe. They've got one of those really weird cliffside dips, if I can even call it that, where you sort of go up most of the way up the mountain, and then there's a little sort of enclave for you to play from. That's going to be super safe for them, but if they have to rotate south, it's going to be a tricky journey.
Goose tries to find one, not gonna happen. Touch of God able to take him down. Wade's now wrapping around, trying to back off his knocked teammate. Throws a smoke over there in an instant. Smart decision being made there to try to keep him alive. Spots one up by the tree as well. Headshot comes in from Vice. Stardust packing a punch today. I like it.
Stardust certainly have a statement of intent there. Oh, and Sam is coming in from the side as well, and that is a beautiful nade onto Wade's. Wade's did not see that coming, by the way. Sama very much on the wide flank position, and that's what's caught Tokyo Manji Gang off guard. As a direct result, I think there's only one player left. They're telegraphing that he's by the tree. Possible great cooked nade there. No, not quite cooked enough. It goes far. Aimlaw still survives, but for how much longer?
Needs to try and back off now. They want to get Vice up and now as well, but not going to happen. Opponents finally, they come peeking on over and they catch Stardust by surprise. So unfortunately, things not going their way. They are committed to the rest here, but in the meantime, Haiku, the two remaining players you said they might get pulled up on, and that's exactly what happens. I like this initiation. 3 guys up close, keep Gemty as the eye in the sky up on the hillside. Spots a toe, might not take the shot right now, but knows exactly where he has him. Issue is, look at this question mark peeking in and joining the fight from afar.
I think Ibby just threw a nade in and Griffith closed the door while the nade was midair and it bounced off, which is pretty hilarious. But Gemty, yeah, still taking a look at this fight from up afar. Aggressive in the house, very close to Ibby right now, but he has to keep watching for Griffith, who has a little bit of a spoiler angle. Digital Athletics potentially coming in from the other side as well. You can see them in the background coming down the hill. Surely they're not going to move into this compound. No, they've gone further up. Can you imagine if this became a 3-way fight?
There's no way they hard commit to this. I mean, it's simply too difficult to push, and they don't know what's behind them. So wise decision in wrapping around saying, you know what, let's utilize the fact that these guys are fighting right now to make a play around the side and see what we can get from it instead. In the meantime, Lil W eliminated the first top teams here. Polish Power and Sakura Sensen joining forces in clearing them out on the west side of the circle.
If there are 2 teams from this group you don't want joining forces to put you under a lot of pressure, it's Sakura Zensen and Polish Power for sure. They're trying to isolate Griffith. They've successfully done that. He's got a sliver of HP. Ibby needs to go ahead and heal. Another teammate try and take over for him, but sadly, the third party from Dante is going to be frustrating. Definitely putting some question marks onto Skade, literally and figuratively here, unfortunately. Pixelic now going inside the house, wanting to get a little bit more cover, but they know that's where aggressive is. That knock actually secures Skade this compound, and there might now be opportunity to res.
Issue is eye in the skies have just fallen to the ground. Gemty spotted from behind Pink Pony wrapping north around here. And the issue was really for Skate everything. I mean, they only had the back of the longhouse for cover, but every time they played on the west side of that backside building, Dante was there looking at them. You can see still 2 of the question mark players hard scoping towards the east to try and see if they can find more damage to do over towards Skate. In the meantime now, it's going to be Taggers. Hip fires up close, finds the first one, will find one more. Yes, finally with the last bullet in the chamber, finds one. But they're getting shot now by DA from the other side as well.
And all of these fights, it's a little bit of a pattern in lobbies this good, guys. if they were 1v1 fights, it's like, oh, this is really cool. This is a really nice play. And every single time you see one team get the upper hand over the other, oh, here comes the third party. Here's the casual DMR spray from Narnia, 800 meters away, and one of your team gets knocked down. It's frustrating for teams like Skade. It's frustrating for teams like Sakura Zensen. But there's a reason why when we end up in a situation where a fight ends in 5 seconds and we go, nice, it's because the third party can't happen. It's so important to put yourself in that kind of position.
Well, let's see now.
He nearly ran himself over.
Yeah, almost.
That's enough.
Almost.
Oh no, Nixie down to Dogsters now. They knew someone was here, they just weren't sure who.
They knew exactly that people were coming in. The issue is, look at this. DA is committed to this, but look at who's pushing up behind them. That's going to be QM. Adusi is already here. And the thing is, I mean, we're talking about how scary Adusi is. This is an Adusi that knows that it needs to frag if they want to qualify. So arguments could be made that makes him even more scary.
Aduzi potentially helping the res there. I'm not sure if he's seen Sakura Zensen. Oh, yes, he has. And that's the problem is he's mainly firing on Digital Athletics. He must know that it's two different teams now, surely. He has to, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, here, them fight. He saw them fight, and now gets the flush. Last one goes down. Adusi finds you with 4 kills for question marks. No casualties so far. This is what we like to see, but this is also what we need to see if we want to see question mark qualify through to the finals.
Question mark don't just need to wake up. They need to have a really big day, and you know what? They've put themselves in a decent position so far. They know how to do this every game. This isn't exceptional for them. Get a couple of free kills, get into phase 5 or 6, have some kills in the bag already, and then focus on the placement points later. Aduzi has spotted Ivy, but a little bit too late. And oh no, I don't think that was communicated to Fate quite in time, because Fate was just running shift. No weapon out there, and Ibby's able to get the second one. The problem is Pixelic is now down as well, and there's only so much you can do as a duo. Skade, the first of the teams, into the placement points.
Only managed to get a couple of kills in that game as well. Not optimal for a team that was looking for a 10-point average per game. At least they do get something going this game, but not enough. I'm sure they will agree with me as well on that one. Sorf trying to lob some nades down towards question mark. It's going to be Giria to find the double. They just got the rest up, but not going to be enough. And Dante almost taken out by that explosion as well.
Really good initial nade there. Immediately puts question mark on the back foot. And that's a pity for them after coming off a period of, let's be honest, they were doing really well to get into this spot. To what extent can Dante go back? There are two choices here, right? You smoke train, you try and get back and revive teammates, which I genuinely think he could have gotten one. Or the second option, which is the one he's going for, hold your position, give yourself maximum chance to be able to shoot back and see if you can take on the 1v2 or 1v3 or whatever's coming your way. They've chosen to go down to a single player. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. You just make your choice and you live with it. But I fear for Dante here.
I think Dante, especially after the double knock came in, Dante was very convinced Pink Pony were going to full aggress on that one. That they were wanting to clear that entire site, but they never came, and Dante kind of just sat around and waited and watched his friends die because again, as you said, he committed to holding that angle. The angle was just never pushed, and his teammates died because of it. In the meantime, both Polish Power and Sakura Sanson fall on the west side of the circle, and look who has made their way into the top 5 once more. Crashers, Esports, Spartacus on his own out on the western side. Now Enterprise, they've had the high ground for pretty much the entire mid game here. Now they're coming down the hillside too.
And take a look at the compound we were talking about No Name Yet collapsing to earlier on. Well, guess what? That's basically center of phase 6, and they're looking pretty happy. Shiv having a little bit of an excursion, a little bit of an adventure. I would encourage them to be slightly careful because the rest of Enterprise are potentially moving in. They've got a nice hill right next to the shanty compound for them to play against, so this isn't a full commit from them or anything like that. I know on the minimap it looks like they're right next to each other, but because of the terrain, they're able to hold this position. They are now, though, within nade range. And it's a question of how sure are you to get a knock if you lose the first frag. As soon as they get complete information with where to go, rest assured the utility is coming.
Yeah, let's see. 35 seconds until the next circle pops. I wouldn't be surprised to see the majority, if not all the teams, kind of just sit around until the next circle pops. Pink Pony have a good position on the west side. Enterprise have no interest in pushing inside the compound should the circle go out towards the west, because then they can play the anchor, they can play the waiting role. So I think everyone's going to be sitting tight. Dante is just not going to want to do anything. He's just going to hope that everyone else dies without him having to interfere. So wait the next 10 seconds, see what's going to happen. And only Shiv is going to be the one, as you were saying before as well, a little peek up over the top. Nothing more comes to it, though.
More would involve a proper full commit here. Pink Pony of all four alive, Enterprise of all four alive, and it's interesting to see that they've rotated out to the west. So I think Enterprise's plan here is they're saying there are still a fair number of people still out here. Let's go ahead and see if any of them fight. No name yet. We'd rather be the third party than rush in ourselves. That's a really good way of thinking. Pink Pony now wrapping north as well. So quite clearly they have a similar idea. And you know who stands to lose out of all of this? Poor Dante. He just wanted to get out of everybody's way. Well, guess what? Enterprise are looking north. Pink Pony are thinking about rotating north. And he's just getting squeezed harder and harder.
I'm loving that Enterprise are not giving up kind of the back door to that ridge line. If they were playing 4 people on the ridge further towards the north, they would be so easy for no name yet to just wrap around right in behind Dedrix and potentially surprise them and take them out. So the fact that they're maintaining a two-way split, keep 2 people looking northward, make sure they're not wrapping from there, and keep 2 people on the south side, making sure that the compound isn't leaving. Very smart, passive-aggressive position they've set themselves up in. They are not going to take a fight if they don't have to, but if fights come to them, they're ready to respond. In the meantime, towards the north, as you were saying, I mean, they saw the knocks on QM earlier. They know there's still someone lurking around up there somewhere, so they've got to deal with him. And I like that they're taking their time in doing so, not taking any chances here.
To an extent, depending on which team you are, it's almost enforced from a taking your time point of view. Every time Pink Pony get closer to Dante, Enterprise spot a couple of them, and they just fire a couple of mini bullets their way. Okay, they're not hitting so far, but what that says to Pink Pony is that we can't safely pick off this straggler, this rat, whether it's a single or a duo. They're pretty convinced it's not a 4-man squad at this point, right? They can't do that without exposing themselves to some team down south. And that actually puts Pink Pony in the most awkward position of all here, because all Dante has to do is wait.
And the interesting thing here is, I mean, if we take Dante out of the equation, don't get me wrong, he could still go out and pull off a magic number, depending on where the last circle goes. But both No Name Yet, Enterprise, and Pink Pony, I mean, No Name Yet are currently sitting at the very cusp of qualifying, just 1 point behind We Are Who. So technically, they're already in 8th place, but of course, We Are Who haven't played yet, so that's for another discussion. But they're all sitting right next to one another on the leaderboard, 9th, 11th, and 13th coming into this one.
Right.
So they're essentially fighting, like they're trying right now to push each other out of qualifier spots, because we could be in a situation where one of these 3 teams will qualify. Dante is still in, but one of these 3 teams could qualify. The 2 other teams wouldn't, and it would probably have been because of this endgame right here.
I'm not saying Dante's taken the Jorisar position, but that's me seeing myself in some of my ranked games. That's all I'm saying. But, you know, agree with that strategy. As long as he can keep holding on, he needs Pink Pony to see Enterprise. He needs Enterprise to see Pink Pony. Otherwise, he's still out in 4th, but he's now given himself the biggest possible chance of that happening.
Iria has not moved a muscle for the last minute and a half, and now he stands up finally. He had enough. He was not going to sit around and wait for much longer. You can see he's jumping for info. Is she on the rock? Is she on the tree? We're not quite sure, but the more angles you exclude, the easier you make it for yourself. I mean, just play time, play it so do not waste utility. Don't throw that flashbang and then not peek with it. Thank you, Giria. I see it too often, honestly. That's the thing that's still happening at the very top, even in global tournaments, where people throw utility and not like they don't use it to scare people off. They don't use it to push. It's just like, oh wait, I haven't thrown a flashbang for 10 minutes. I think it's about time I use one. Utility wins you games more often than not, so use it wisely.
No Name Yet have to move out of this compound as well. Shiv and Tundo are moving earlier than the rest of the squad, which is very interesting indeed, because it means that at some point they're going to be exposed to Enterprise, but finally Enterprise are fighting Pink Pony, and Dante, of course, is rubbing his hands together going, great, this is what I've been waiting for, let's just chill.
I mean, if Pink Pony is the only team that can aggress onto Dante. If they don't, Dante might make top 3, even 2nd place here. I mean,
Yes,
depending
I
on
think
how
he
things
can.
go, he could technically even win the game, because right now, as it looks, there is no Pink Pony wanting to push in towards Dante. Dante does make the peek on over those spots. One headshots, one as a matter of fact. Has plenty of utility still to use, and now the nades are going to be starting lumped up the hillside.
Oh, Extens is on Dante duty.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter because Dante gets the spray down first. You could see the Molotov from Extens going in Dante's direction. Like, he knew that when Phase 9 came out, Dante would have to move, and therefore, he chucked the Molotov to try and block that avenue of attack. But it was a little bit too late, and now Enterprise are going full send into No Name Yet. And at the moment, I have to say, Monkey manages to get 2. Is it going to be enough for his team, though? Enterprise still with 3 up. No Name Yet with 2. They're making it a 2-0 fight now, and they're turning it around. 1 left for Enterprise. It's free kill.
Great hold by No Name Yet. They know they have to execute on this because they got 2 players from Pink Pony down, because they know that Dante has made a play over on the east side. They know they can play backs free, at least right now. Philo, claim those points, secure those points. They could be the deciding factor as to whether or not you qualify for the finals. Great hold by No Name Yet. Fast execution. They can back off down the ridgeline and make sure they can't be seen on the other side. In the meantime, Dante continues to be the slaughterer of Pink Ponies. She's not within it, but it's not going to matter. In the end, he will fall, but a great effort as Question Mark falls in 4th.
This is such a fascinating 3, arguably 4-way fight there with Question Mark and Dante putting a spanner in the works. It's now a full-on 3-way brawl. Pink Pony, Enterprise, No Name Yet. Pink Pony out. It's a 2v1. No Name Yet versus Enterprise. It's free kill versus the world, and he's out to the blue. No Name Yet take home the chicken dinner.
Goes down to blue. Do not give those points away, because as we were saying coming into that final fight, the team you're essentially giving those points over to is the team that could potentially take that 8th, if not even better spot away from you. Great game by No Name Yet. We saw them sit pretty center early on. They decided, as we said, to take that north side compound pretty fast. I would have loved to see them doing a little bit faster, but they did. They pushed out when they had to. They played it wise. Very, very good end game there for all the teams, honestly.
So that was group number 1, game 1, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more Miramar, then we swap over to Erringle for the final matches for this specific set of 16 teams. After that, we'll then swap over to group 2 for the second half of the day. We've got a little bit of a break now, so go top up your drink, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. Mastering you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, takes the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
We have now completed the first game of our final day of the Super Weekend here for the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 tournament. Of course, 32 teams competing to make it through to the finals tomorrow. There's only 8 spots, though, so they're battling it out for that. And what did we think of that first game, Toby?
Overall, I like the game. It's a area of the map that we've been in plenty of times before, that north side of the Minas hillside. It's difficult to play. More often than not, the team that sits in one of those compounds will be victorious, and this game was no different. I like to think, though, that the mid game and kind of the transition into the win was very different from what we normally see, because usually the teams that have to brawl their way into the center of this, essentially barren hillside, take so many casualties along the way that by the end of the game, the team that comes out from the compound just go peekaboo and take out the last 2 solos there. But this time around, yes, we had Dante alone, but it was 3 4-man teams who had made their way until the end of that game. Pink Pony played it smart on the west side, Enterprise played it smart on the west, and Pink Pony on the east. They were essentially kind of mirroring one another and just clean sweeping their way in towards the middle of everything. So they put up, I mean, I love the way they put up a good fight in the very end of it, but Dante really was the kind of the turning point of that match.
We're gonna watch some highlights now. For me, Jorasar, I mean, I just thought that specifically I want to talk about the chicken dinner winner, of course. No Name Yet. They just dominated the final 4 fights. Like, they were just completely in charge there, taking all the fights, making all the calls, and deserved winners in the end.
Yeah, it looked easier than it was because they were able to take those compounds, since about phase 6. So to be fair, they were in the right place. Oh, I love that door closed, by the way. So No Name Yet were in the right place, and therefore it was easier than it would have been in some other games. But to give them credit, they also held that 2-2 split, and they had that option open to them because they held it for so long. So full credit to them. I think a lot of the drama, a lot of the unknowns were definitely on the part of the other teams, especially Pink Pony. I feel a little bad for them, but they kept their attention split between watching for 3 different teams for so long in that end game, and they were very apprehensive about trying to move out against Dante. There were 4 of them and 1 of him, and they didn't want to do that, and which is fine, but they also can't complain that it came back to bite them.
Toby, anything to add to that?
No, I think, as Joro said, I mean, their indecisiveness, or lack of decision, I should say, to commit to a 4v1 there was what got them killed in the end of things. There were plenty of opportunities, at least the way that I saw it. And again, I know that we can see everything and whatnot, but the way that I saw it, they have plenty of opportunities to take that full-on engagement with Dante without neither No Name Yet or Enterprise being able to interfere. So had they dealt with him fast, they would have been even 4v4. Instead, Dante takes down 2, and all of a sudden, they get wrecked within a second.
We're taking a look now at the leaderboard. Of course, these are the scores from that first game. And there is a team that I think we've been a little bit, I wouldn't say tough on them, but we've highlighted that they haven't performed every single day. Today they performed, ? Toby?
I like seeing them get some points, considering the fact that that it looked grim for a short while. I like their positioning on that north side. I mean, making it incredibly difficult for Skate to do anything to Haiku in that compound. And then, fortunately, of course, for Dante, he racks up some placement points in the end there as well. But as we were saying, I mean, they're sitting very far down the leaderboards, and they need points. A 12-point game here is absolutely amazing for them because they need that pretty much on average in order to make it into the finals.
This is interesting for me because No Name Yet is a team that's full of players they've been around for a while. We know that they can pop off. I mean, we saw Monkey doing it yesterday, but haven't really seen them up in the top 4 at all for the last 2 days. Today, though, there they are with that chicken dinner. Toby, do you think that that's the experience coming in now? They know exactly what they need to do when the pressure's on, and then they start to pop off?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, whether or not their actual game plan has changed at all, they are all players that are experienced in playing under pressure. And I think that's another element that we haven't gone over too much today. Again, in the qualifier stages, there are teams, there are newer players that compete, and they won't have that same, if you don't go out and do this in this very game, you will not qualify. Monkey, Shiv, Philo, Tundu, they've been there and back for the last 4.5, 5 years. They know exactly what is needed of them in order to deliver, and I'm glad to see them at least there for the first game. Don't want to jinx anything, that they came away with a win.
I think we've learned over the course of the Super Weekend is if you say it, it's fine. It's when I say that a team is doing incredibly well, then they're done. Out first, next map. It's happened twice. I'm never doing this again. Never hyping up a team. There is a team I'm a bit concerned about, though, Joe Russell, because they have the same, I wouldn't say the same experience, but similar experience to No Name Yet, and yet they seem to be struggling a little bit, and that's Skade.
Skade have been... I actually would lump Skade in a very similar place to Question Mark. Even though they've had contrasting fortunes in the first 2 days of the tournament, they're one of those teams where when everything lines up, they can easily go out there and get a ridiculous number of points. This game perhaps flattered Question Mark a little bit on the grounds that there were a couple of opportunities for other teams to push on to Dante. Remember, of those 12 points, 4 placement points, or 3 of those placement points plus 2 kills came from Dante. So they would have finished in 6 or 7 if it wasn't for him at the end there. But Skade, where they seem to have come undone has been in their early game rotations. How many times this weekend have we seen a phase 1 or phase 2 rotate from Skade, have them run into a team that they don't realize was there, and they lose 1 or 2 early on? That makes such a huge difference. If you're going into phase 5 or 6 with all 4 of you alive, Skade are possibly one of the scariest teams in this lobby. But I don't know how many times they've actually done that because of these early skirmishes they keep getting themselves into. And it's fine that they get into those skirmishes, but it's important for them to know what's coming. And for reasons I don't necessarily fully understand, they haven't had that complete information, not the way they normally would.
Toby, I'm kind of surprised by that and by Jorasar's explanation, because this is a team full of very experienced players. I mean, how do they fix the communication, making sure that they don't rotate? I mean, this is something that I think they should know how to do. And I love all the players in that team, so I hope that I don't upset them by saying that.
I think, honestly, one thing that could... I mean, again, we don't have the magic answers. Only some of them. Don't get shot. I mean, do you know the whole list going on there? But one thing that they could do is, honestly, look to Sakura Sensen. I think Skate and the players, I mean, EB, JMG, all the guys, the way that they succeed in their playstyle is when they get space to maneuver. We saw it in the game on Miramar, the one that they won. When they can spread out, when they can take control, they dominate. They just continue to push themselves into narrow spaces where they get overwhelmed.
Let's see how it goes for Skade in game number 2. We are jumping right back in. Toby and Jorasar on casting duty.
All right, here we go on to Miramar a second time. And oh my goodness, we have summoned a pack of bagels today because it's a 2 to 8 o'clock plane path, and this is about as central as it gets. Toby, this is close to perfect.
It sure is. And just to finish off my point on Skate real quick, I mean, talking of how they find themselves in kind of cramped or confined spaces, if they could find a way, and of course, again, it's a lot harder than it is. I mean, it's a lot harder to execute than let's just say, if they can find a way to always get in, or to more oftentimes anyway, get in the more quiet side of the circle, like we've seen Sakura Sensen do, like we know many other teams succeed in doing, I think they would fare much better. Because as you were saying, when they don't lose that first player early on, when they don't get in trouble, when they don't get backstabbed, they are incredibly dangerous. And I mean, you can make the argument that even when they do get backstabbed, they can still turn around and instantly punish you. We just haven't seen that yet. So I would love to see for Skate to maybe spend the second extra, and this is not me doubting their skill because I know how immensely experienced they are. But for example, now when they get a circle toss straight on top of their heads and they get free pickings, instead of going, this is the prio spot, let's play from here. Obviously, now they've played against these teams for the last couple of days. Maybe go, this is the spot that we probably won't be contested for. Like, don't take the number 1 prio spot, take the number 2. Because if you have one of those teams, again, without anything to lose, one of the teams that are hard to predict, coming flying full speed forward into your compound, if they get in there, it becomes essentially not a coin toss necessarily, but the closer you get to one another, the easier it is for a person who might not be as good as you to win that fight. Whereas if they can spread out, if they can take control, I would love to see them try and do that this time around anyway, is what I'm trying to say. I'm mumbling. So please take over.
I think the way I would condense that is perhaps to give a bit of advice that I think possibly works for PUBG players at all levels, but that's not necessarily mean this solves the root problem. Whenever I find that, let's say I'm consistently missing my sprays, for example, I consciously think to myself, slow it down 10%. So shoot in slightly shorter bursts, just reset the aim. I think the same applies strategically. When you're rotating, spend that extra 5 seconds scouting out a compound and having a look. Or when you're scouting out the compound, scout it from slightly further away if you got picked off last game, for example. Just slow the whole thing down 10% and you'll be surprised at how many tiny mistakes you spot that you're able to pick up and clean up. And I genuinely believe across all esports, that applies from players who are just beginning all the way up to players at elite and pro level. And maybe that's something that could help Skate in this position. But also, to add on to your other point, Toby, they don't have to do a big, wide rotate into circle this game because phase 1 is basically where they landed to loot. So that eliminates, in my opinion, where they've been weakest all weekend long. So it'll be very entertaining and interesting to see what they do in this game.
Maybe that's what they need this game. Maybe they just need to catch 9 in order to rebuild that momentum and get things going, you know? I mean, if that's all it takes, we can add that to it. Let's just get all the circles and you will win the games. Even though that's not always a guarantee. But let's see now, 2 teams. Well, they were running shoulder to shoulder earlier in the previous game. They have been all weekend as well, and Skate battling again here. And we talked about taking priority spots right now. There's a team standing outside the door, waiting and saying, wait, that compound? That's a pretty nifty one. We would like a piece of it. Pixel, would you come down and open the door, please?
Yeah, exactly right. And Skate here, they've got the priority position. Unless choose to full send, they're not really in easily nadeable range or anything like that. And because the rest of the teams are rotating into circle, the longer this standoff lasts, the better it gets for Skate, because Skate can't really get third-partied in this position, but can. So have to make a decision about how to proceed. I would say, let's be realistic. In the next 90 seconds, and if they don't, then their position just gets worse and worse.
Look at the baits to faultlessly Dante getting back in their cars as the Doozy kind of creeps on up going, I wonder if anyone is going to cross that road and try and see if they can find them. You can see, I mean, there are sharks in the water here. They're swimming in circles trying to see what they can find. Issue is there are only 2 Skate players here right now. EB ain't nowhere near, and the Doozy is looking it over. The thing is knowing how much is at stake for both and Skate, but for in particular here, honestly, I know that never doubt their own experience, but knowing what they need to do in order to qualify, if they knew it was Skate, I mean, of all the teams in the lobby, if they knew that it was Skate sitting in here right now, I don't think they would make that play. I think they would walk away, because I think if there's one team that might, I don't want to say fear, but at least respect to the extent that they won't just go head on, take a fight with him going, we're going to win this, let's just go. That would probably be the likes of Skate. Although I know that the results as of this weekend hasn't exactly shown the strengths of Skate, I don't think would be wise to taking a full-on 4v4 crash fight with them at this point.
And something else that I think was quite interesting at that juncture that there's no right or wrong answer here, but Toby, maybe you'd have a contrasting opinion. If there's only 2 members of Skate in the compound and you see the same person peeking or driving for a little bit and re-peeking from another angle, like say a minute apart, At what point do you go, guys, these people are quite serious about wanting this position. Maybe we should, regroup and be a 4-man squad. When do you make that call?
Soon or fast. I mean, if they continue, as I said with sharks in the water, they tend to not leave before they get what they come for, And unfortunately, that wasn't the case this time around. But Dante, well, he's going to continue exactly where he left off in the previous game. Lorix falls down, and Lil W, well, they're sensing the pressure over the top, and they're not going to have any part of it at all. Lorix gets flushed on out, as a matter of fact, by Ibiza, so the kill, although Dante was the one exposing himself to potentially be taken out, it's going to be Ibi to steal the point away.
And just to pour cold water on my earlier idea, it was Ibi staying split rather than going to Pixelink, arguably, that allowed that to happen because he was on the other compound. Enterprise and Digital Athletics. Grendis, the latest player to go full-on reloading optional here, and this is an absolute bloodbath.
Yep, they set up the camp, obviously, with the way they're positioned. It seems to me, anyway, that they were very, very much anticipating this rotation to come in. Question is, how are they going to manage to finish it up? Janny is already knocked on down. They do have knocks on the other side, but how are they going to finish this fight? Let's see, Sheila is up close. Oh, my lord, Doxa gets torn apart by Grendis. Nice headshot coming in with the M249.
Way! And the Enterprise are playing pinball. That is Digital Athletics eliminated there. And again, I'm a big fan of reload optional, so it's good to see so many players in this lobby happily using those M249s. It's actually super important when you have one vehicle coming in and you want to spray, then you've got a second and a third. When do you reload? If you remove that question entirely, that's what got a lot of the early damage done in that fight.
Yeah. I think it's. I mean, you say you love the M249. I love a well-executed ambush. Because when you set up an ambush like that, it means that you have obviously got an idea that there's a team coming your way. You have to set up, you have to spread out. And we just see it so many times where the idea on paper is perfect, but someone misses a spray that exposes, that leaves another teammate vulnerable, and you end up getting taken out. And now also even more so because the drive-by meta is what it is. The person as the moving target tends to have not necessarily the upper hand, but a equal chance to winning that fight. And this time around, not quite the case. DA completely butchered, and Enterprise gets 4 kills.
Although they have got, I believe that's Renewal Esports right next to them as well on top of a hill. So they have made it in for game number 2, whatever technical difficulties they were suffering from before. It's good to see them back in the lobby. Now we just need to see 3 20 kill games from them, and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
They do have the, look, the hope is still alive, Toby, so we're going to light a fire under it while we still can. Renewal have got no one behind them. They might have the opportunity to pick off a team in front of them. They've started this game well. What concerns me at the moment, based on what we're seeing, still going north side here, is that No Name Yet and Crash's Esports are super close to each other on the south side, and there's a reasonable amount of shooting, but more importantly, no one's backing off. I feel like they're about to commit to something.
Yeah, well, could easily look that way also. I mean, I'm curious to see 19 seconds from now where this next circle will take us. In the meantime, No Name Yet has Tundo up close. I mean, we saw 2 knocks come in, one from Shift, one from Philo. Tundo is now here to do damage in the nearby vicinity. So clearly, at least it seems to me, that Crashers Esports a little bit caught off guard here. The winners of the previous game, though, No Name Yet not taking anything for granted. They're pushing forward, they're taking space, they're securing the area, and the circle, if they press M for a second, will reveal itself to have gone massively to the north. So do you hunt the final 2, or do you get in your cars? I think the answer is clear. You gotta get towards Torre Armada.
Ibi and Nowick instantly moving towards the rest of Skade. Their compound is naturally south of Torre, so I think they're happy to stay there for now. Question mark are going to be forced to go out east as a direct result of it. Shiv looking for the knock on to Abdullah. And remember, it doesn't even have to be a headshot because he's low in that vehicle as well. One bullet in the magazine. Not quite.
Not gonna happen. At least not that time. Maybe he'll find one later. He did get a headshot earlier. You can see now they're starting to look the other direction. What is taken? What is scouted? Where has people gone? The thing is, I don't think No Name Yet has really had much of a chance to look towards the north up until this point. That compound you saw there is pretty much the furthest they've been able to see because of the way the land is kind of laid out. Fortunately, it's free and it is inside the circle, but it is on the very southern kind of edge of it. So we'll see if that's where No Name yet kind of settled to go. I would assume you can see already Tundo in the vehicle. He's going to drive up towards that compound, and then from there they will try and scout further forward.
Teams scrambling to make their way in at the moment. You see, a couple of drive-by battles here. That's Tokyo Manchi Gang and Lol W. The problem is, I think that's the first car for Tokyo Manchi Gang in a string. So while you're driving the buggy, there's no way to shoot back. You have to get out or get into the passenger seat. That's exactly what Max has always done here. A second squad now coming in. Lol W have to be careful. If they end up trying to drive by 3 different squads, that can happen. And that's Danila down, unfortunately, to begin with. And Aduzi managing to get a second knock onto Neformikia as well. This is... Maybe that was Lol W focusing on shooting initially a little bit too much, and they've now bitten off a bit more than they can chew.
A fast slaughter as question mark nets themselves extra points, but now Tokyo Manchi Gang coming into the equation here as well. Dante is already taking damage, and Aim will clearly aware there's a person over here. Waits, will spot him. That vehicle is simply only going to grant you cover from so many angles, but as you can see, Dante immediately there to respond. Issue is, I don't think they can get to Fate with the way that he's kind of just prone down behind the vehicle now. No, that's not going to happen.
No, not really. This is... That's sadly out in the middle of nowhere as far as the strategy is concerned here. Very far north circle, not something we see very often on Miramar. So you see a combination of teams that manage to get into central positions through a very long rotate initially. I think Polish Power were definitely nowhere near center before, and they've actually camped themselves out in a really good spot. You've got really experienced teams that have managed to hold out on some really nice prio positions. Skade comes to mind. And then everyone else jockeying for position here. The circle is now going to be moving in. The only team left that I'm a little bit concerned about are Old Bones, who are very much nowhere near the circle at the moment, so they still have to come in from out east.
I was going to say, their only opponent right now is blue damage. No one is close enough to them to actually be able to shoot at them.
Right.
We'll see when do they up to stop their cars as they make their way into the circle. Now we hit phase 3, so of course damage will be increased from blue circle, continuing to go north. This is absolutely insane. When have we had circles in the past that has had Tora Humada in the center? Usually that would be like the northern cusp of the circle, but nope. This time around, we headed up north. Skate already in the city. Question mark up there as well. And now all the teams that were down on the southern side will have to start making them moves further north. I mean, with where we're going right now, we might as well end up at the wall.
I think the wall could end up featuring. And, oh my god, the terrain up there is insane. You're only really going to be able to support 4 or 5 teams max. There's so many of these teams going to go down if that ends up happening. Polish Power find themselves in the next zone. Wow, Brunio, calm down. I didn't realize the SLR was full auto.
Apparently it is, as it turns out. And here comes the pull-up Pink Pony here to take fights as well. Nick Seas goes down. So Sakura Sanson thought they had a pretty literally straightforward rotation coming in. Now they lose 2. Himman starting to take damage as well as he's trying to make his way into the city. And the chase continues.
They're chasing now. They saw the smoke and they're thinking, if there's a way for us to shoot, we will. But they found what they consider to be a decent spot to stop. So let's see how true that ends up being. Salty gets Geary a little bit of revenge here. Are we going to see some nades come out there? Very, very close together are Pink Pony. They're being funneled into a single line. So there is an opportunity here. Salty gets Archie as well. That's 2. Unfortunately, question mark says, no, we're not going to leave you alone. We're very happy to get involved.
Surprised by Extense's decision to stay back this far. He can't really do a whole lot in terms of kind of peeking over the top, and he's the one throwing smokes, where I thought that while the other team members should be doing that, he should be the one to kind of try and see if he could spot them over the top when they peeked on over. But now all his teammates are down. There's smokes literally everywhere. That nade looks promising. A lot of damage done, but not enough to take him out. So at least Solf will get up. They might just be able to get Archie here as well.
Pink Pony here surviving, perhaps by the skin of their nose. They're using an awful lot of utility and loads of smokes to be able to get up to this position. They've lost Geria. They've only got the 1 kill so far, but they will successfully make it back up to 3 players strong. That's going to be useful for them. The Old Bones have come into the circle and they've gone, oh, you're all going to the city. We'll just chill out on the edge, which is absolutely the right thing to do. No name yet. Have they? Yeah, they're going crate hunting. And actually, that's quite a fortunate position for the crate to land. I think Renewal might have an eye on their rotate, But once they get to the crate, there's a small hill there that I think they can hide behind. So they should be able to get that.
Oh, Philo spotted in the open. Tundo is going to have to fall back. Ahmed, he's the one sitting on the silos right now. He's very exposed, but right now only to one team. You can see the 2-1-1 split. Now more of a 3-1 split by Renewal. Pretty smart positioning for them, trying to prevent for No Name yet to make their way on. And He-Man will go down. So second game in a row now. That's a Coruscant struggling. And the kills, again, going towards Question Mark.
And Question Mark want every frag they can get right now. Sakura Zenson, they're not in danger yet of falling out of the top 8, but they're going to be disappointed with that for sure. They'll have an opportunity to reset on Erangel, though. And based on their experience and what we've seen in the last 2 days from them, I expect them to fully be able to do that. That's the little mound I was talking about near where this crate is. So No Name yet will at least be able to grab that and keep going, but unfortunately they have lost a member. Next circle, centering on the road either side of Torre Ahumada. This is very interesting indeed because Renewal, I would argue, if they wanted to get up top, for example, they have a good view of most of the circle, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Haiku move up the edge of the hill behind Enterprise.
I just love that Old Bones came in so insanely late and I gifted a topside compound. It's like, oh, wait, this is not taken? Okay, well, I guess we can play from here. Pretty convenient, not gonna lie. In the meantime, No Name yet. Pushing ever so much closer. Of course, they're aware that if the other teams that they're fighting are continuing to rack up kills, then they have to do so as well. Now, they do have the win from the previous game to back them up. So that's gonna push them, if not into qualifying, then very, very close to that kind of guaranteed spot.
No Name yet. Oh, I thought they lost one earlier, so it was just a knock and they managed to get them back up as well. That's nice. So Philu is back up and running. So they are a full 4-man squad, taking a look at the compound that Old Bones has taken. And I guess the reason they've taken that compound, Toby, is that once you get to, I don't know, say phase 3 or 4, where an entire city is more than, say, 30% of the circle, you tend to start getting 5 or 6 teams dogpiling in, right? Where they go, okay, statistically, it's worth the risk at this point. And as soon as you do that, the compound's directly outside the city. More often than not, there's like a halo where none of the compounds are taken. And that's what Old Bones have done.
Well, speaking of city, inside Torahumada, we have Tokyo Manji Gang and Question Mark fighting one another. They're all split for now, so I don't think there's going to be flushes whenever we see Nux. No one's really going to want to full-on commit to making that push towards them, but Question Mark, if they don't play this smart, there is a chance that Pink Pony push back in and try and see what damage they can do in towards the city. Norgus, in the meantime, going to get himself knocked. Crunio does have a response, though. Crunio has a double response, takes down 2. We've seen a lot from him today. Maybe we'll see even more as he tries to back off and pick up his teammate.
Oh, and things are getting a little bit hectic now as teams begin to realize they're a little closer to each other than they otherwise would think. Jempty doing a fair bit of damage down on this southern side, but bear in mind they're not the only team that are there. They're taking a look at Polish Power. They've actually got one player. It's Kapi, who's significantly further in, right next to Skade as well. He's trying to play spoiler for this fight. If Kapi goes down, they're in massive trouble, and that would be a huge breath of relief for Expo.
Yeah, once again, it's EP who's the up-close player here for Skate. We saw him do the exact same, or play the exact same role yesterday. Kind of the element of surprise up close. In the meantime, the fight does finally escalate inside the city. Pink Pony, the ones to try and hold off, as Question Mark and Stardust now as well, alongside Tokyo Manji Gang, all trying to make their way in. And faultlessly, falls, Sippo falls as well.
Pink Pony very, very close to Stardust, but Stardust are being caught from several different angles. Tokyo Manji Gang spreading out against Question Mark. This is a big risk-reward play here because they don't 100% know where the remaining members of Question Mark are necessarily. And if they reveal themselves, it could end up being a 1v1 fight before the rest of the cavalry gets called. Let's see what a doozy does. A beautiful spray, but it doesn't quite work out. And now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, trying to sit tight at least for a little while longer. Doesn't get the first hit off in time, but doesn't matter. Manages to evade the damage with 1 HP. That nade is going to come upstairs. Does Doozy avoid it? Seems like he will. New nade plucked, pulled. We'll see. Oh my lord, that's right in front of him. He's got to take. No, still not taken down. He is a mere mortal, but not gonna have it for much longer. Maxis, so finally says, how have you not lost your legs yet, Adusi?
Finally goes down to a shot in the bum by the looks of things. Tokyo Magic Gang able to survive here. Only Dante left. Yara is down, so they need to consolidate a little bit in order to get the res. But it looks like as long as Dante isn't super aggressive, they'll have enough time to do that. He's trying to rectify that now. There's no door here, remember. He has to go the long way around the wall and through the smoke. Dante still has the chance for the 1v2 here.
No, Sapo from behind. From behind, stabbed in the back, question mark, fall in 10th place as the circle keeps on shrinking in. No name yet, already took down Opons. Now they're taking the fight to Renewal, who seem to be in trouble. Rollet on his own down over the ridge line. Single player left alive trying to hold off here. That is a perfect molly. Or is it?
Half of this circle is in City and half of it isn't, with the silos in the middle. It's such an interesting endgame and where players think they can play. Renewal Gaming eliminated by No Name Yet. That's a fight that's sort of been simmering for something like the last 4 or 5 minutes. They kind of rotated in together. Renewal had a good spot, but then they pushed further in and No Name Yet were able to take them out 1 or 2 at a time. It's a slow fight, but they managed to win it. No Name Yet with 4 alive and 8 kills at this point of the game. Really, really well done by them. And the next zone shifts predominantly back into the city. So just when we thought we'd see something 50-50, it doesn't look like it. Here's my question, Toby. Does No Name Yet go to the silos and therefore have to fight Enterprise?
I was gonna say they either you go there now. I mean, no, that would be honestly. I was thinking the same thing. Do you go silos and try and hold off Enterprise, but you can't because Haiku is still there. I would say wrap north around and try and crash the city, and hopefully, if you see knocks now between Manji and whether it be Pink Pony or Stardust now falls in 7th. You gotta wrap north. You gotta try and crash the city and hope that you can get in there before Tokyo Magic Gang resets. But you can see them now. All of Tokyo Magic Gang just ran up north towards the road because they're anticipating that push from No Name Yet.
Really good game sense from Tokyo Magic Gang. We're here watching Skade, who've still got the southern edge, and this is the view. Oh dear. From No Name Yet. Tokyo Magic Gang are shooting them from there. So this is even before No Name Yet have started to rotate. This is going to really dissuade them moving north.
Enterprise are wrapping north over. They're going straight. Are they taking the road side? They're trying to scout up the road here. They're trying to find out where to go. Now they're starting to make the wrap down towards silos, but Skate have already positioned themselves down towards the south. Of course, Pink Pony here, they can see everything. They can see all those rotations coming on, and nobody wants to sprint too far forward. But now, as I say that, No Name Yet are going to send it. Extends finds Tundo. First one to fall. Monkey being shot at in the meantime. This is troublesome. This is troublesome for No Name Yet. They waited for the perfect time to move, but there simply was no perfect time. Everyone was waiting for them to make the move, and therefore they start getting picked apart.
I mean, they also sent it there one at a time by the looks of things. It's a bit unfortunate. They're going across the road literally one at a time. So Shiv is now, you just saw him go straight past, and he's going to try and hopefully do something else, something maybe a little bit more creative. And now Philu is left on his own. So No Name Yet there. Not sure what's going on, but whatever they chose to do, they didn't do it at the same time. They certainly didn't do it with full consultation with each other. Now we have Skade coming out as well as Tokyo Magic Gang from the city. They want to take everyone who's rotating in by surprise. They've heard the vehicles. They've heard how much utility is being used here. Let's see what they can get out of it.
Enterprise, aware that Skate was focused on the player, Shift B, that from No Name Yet that came in close. He even split them off for a while because now we had to kind of commit to holding it off. They get one knock and now they make the aggressive push forward. Issue is, I would say, get up on those silos and literally the entire 16 players, or make that 12 opponents you have in this game left, can see you. So maybe play down below. Issue is, from down there, as you can see, you get funneled into very narrow spaces if you try to push forward. But smart play by Enterprise to take over that silo and essentially grant themselves a spot in the circle, because that was all Skate territory, but they forced them away.
This is the next circle donuts a little bit as well. So Shiv, if he's able to keep his head down, will still be able to do a little bit. Unfortunately, he spots that someone from Skade is behind him, and now he knows that this is not quite as safe as he thought it would be. Beautiful!
83!
That bounce against the rock!
His
Oh, no,
face was blown off, and somehow he survived. That's
That's the premise
impressive.
for a movie. I've seen that movie.
Yep. That is rather impressive. Pixel does find him in the end, though, so the sneaky snake in the middle won't be more of a nuisance to them. Let's see now. Skate, they're well aware that they have Enterprise on the other side, and they have to make very, very sure right now that they're not opting to push on over. The good thing for them is they have enough tripwires to make sure that they will be alerted before that happens. Tokyo Magic Gang will see them. Pink Pony will see them. And Nowik as well will have a chance to see them. Issue is Nowik as well has to focus northward. He's looking up towards Tokyo Magic Gang. He's trying to make sure that they cannot make a surprise push down towards Skate because their entire east side is completely exposed.
So we're down to our final 4 teams here. Tokyo Magic Gang, Enterprise, Skate, and Pink Pony. Pink Pony, the only one of these 4 teams without a full 4-man stack alive. And Tokyo Magic Gang has just been gifted full level 3 gear at a Mark 14. Exactly what you want in the end game for sure. I don't think Aimblaw is going to be complaining about that at all.
Oh, no.
But they're all basically in already because it's easy for the rest of Tokyo Magic Gang to get into circles. So I'm not expecting fireworks until maybe halfway through Phase 8. I think everyone now is playing for time because they don't have much info.
Nope, not at all. I gotta say as well, I mean, Enterprise now back-to-back top placements. They got, I believe, 3rd place last game. Or make that 4th, maybe. Now they find themselves in top 4 again. Both
second
times
last
with
game.
kills. Oh, second last game. Yeah, now both times they come in with kills. And I mean, this is looking good for them. They had a little below, I would say, decent days, both days, but because they didn't have a literally bad day, now they don't need to go out and outperform everyone. They can just deliver, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Solid kind of transitions into late game. Both games, they fought their way forward, and they have the kills to show as well.
Now Pink Pony on the cusp of revealing at least one enemy. The flashbang's going out over this crest towards Enterprise. Are they going to use this to peek? No, a Molotov's actually going to prevent... 2 Molotovs going to prevent them from doing that. That forces them to go wide if they want to at all. More flashbangs coming out, which is great. But what are they going to do with it? That's what we want to know. They're going to run out of utility at some point. Still just a 3. Maybe it's a delaying tactic, which again is fine. But what are you doing while it's being delayed? Because while all of this is going on, at least one member of Enterprise is trying their best to flank and catch them by surprise.
Yeah, Tokyo pushing on forward. There ain't that much cover for them. And I like Nowik's position here. He could really, really become a pain in the butt, to be honest, for Tokyo Magic Gang. Should he opt to aggress that direction? Issue is Skate can't really lose him. He is there, like he's their safe stop from behind. Free kill, not in a hurry to push forward. He wants to wait for this fight to unfold a little further. Now knocks are coming in on both sides. Now might be the time for Enterprise to consider seeing what they can find on that other side. Issue is Skate hasn't pounced yet, and they don't want to go before that happens. But free kill off of 1 Molly, gifted a double flush.
I mean, I'll absolutely take that. That is delightful stuff for free kill. You have to take those chances, right? And also a good advertisement there for keeping your utility until the late game. If you've got none left going into this point, you lose the option of being able to grab those points like that. And in the end game like this, you have what, 11 players standing at the moment? And those are 10 points. Could be yours in what, the matter of like 30 seconds, 60 seconds. You need to be able to switch that utility in an absolute flash. Phase 8 now about to complete, and this is going to be just one giant 3-way fight, I think.
Nobody wants to be the team to aggress. Everyone waiting for the opportunity to get the backstab. And now with Tokyo Magic Gang down to 2 and Pink Pony out of the equation, Skate are starting to make their presence known even more. Nowik finds one again. As I was saying, it's all a matter of time until he shoots someone in the back. That time around, it was going to be one of the Tokyo Magic Gang players. He's not going to go for the second, at least not the first time around. And he knows if he takes that fight inside what is the remainder of the city, he's not going to be able to get the backup from his teammates as they are kind of in the valley down below. But now, Nowik, if there's a place you don't want to get stuck, that's inside the back of a truck here, because that's a nade paradise for anyone trying to find him. Aim low, dodging and weaving, trying to avoid getting knocked by Grandies. And I feel like for the remaining 3 Skate players, they have to, I don't want to say push out, but they have to try and maintain control here, which they're doing. Everyone needs to come down in the valley to them.
We're now reaching the point, though, where Enterprise are feeling more confident getting on top of the silos, because there aren't, like, there aren't 20 more people in the server that can shoot back. They only have to look at a couple of angles, and then they have that control. So even though they have to get off the silos, the next 20 seconds for them, they might get a few of these knocks.
Skate are playing the valley below, and the issue for me is if Tokyo Magic Gang and Enterprise somehow manage to coordinate their pushes, there's no way Skate can hold off both sides. So there's smokes everywhere. I mean, essentially, these smokes are going to play in favor of everyone trying to push down the hill, unless if Skate can really make use of them. Great. The issue is the two other teams are fighting one another. This is exactly what Skate was hoping to have happen. Now Ick looks over the top, tries to find one. Not going to happen. 2 players left on their threes. Is this where Enterprise once again concede and die to Blue, or do they fight for it? 14 kills. Blue is coming first. One is going to tank, and he's going to shoot his teammate as well. Don't give up points for free, especially not to Skate. They will take the 7-kill win.
Very tactical at the end there for Enterprise. They maximized their use of the silos as long as they could, and they only went into the blue and denied the points when basically they had exhausted everything they could have possibly done. They managed to get a couple of extra points out of that as well. Sucks for Skade that their opponents were in a position where they could choose to do that. Not much Skade could do about it, though. That was a very nicely played endgame.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that flash there made it practically impossible for them to jump down and have any way of getting those kills. They tried as much as they could, didn't work. They still netted themselves 14 kills, so not a bad game for Enterprise either. We're gonna go to a short break before we hop on over to Erangel, so stick around and we'll see you again real soon.
Two new options for tactical gear, improvements to training mode, a return to Haven, and the return of the Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 16.2 patch report. First up, the Battlegrounds just got a bit more tactical with 2 new options to change up your squad plans. With the new tactical pack, you'll be your squad's quartermaster, storing and distributing key items that can't fit into a normal inventory. Load up your tactical pack with extra vests, helmets, weapons, and more, and drop them when a teammate is in need. Alternatively, you can pick up the new spotter scope to mark enemies for your squad mates to mow down. Enemies or enemy drones you spot will receive a passive mark, which turns into one that allies can see if held over the target for a few seconds. You can also place map pings through the spotter scope to give your team even more information. The spotter scope comes with a 4x zoom, so pick one up and be the squad scout on your next drop. Next up, we've made some improvements to training mode, including new target dummies that show you visual damage numbers, a vehicle shooting range, and more. There's also a new private area for target practice, or to practice listening for sounds. This private area can be accessed by interacting with the helipads on the map. For map changes, we've significantly increased AR, DMR, and SR spawns and attachments in normal games on Miramar and Erangel, added more rocks and cover to Karakin, as well as some helpful new signage to prevent getting lost in the underground bunkers, and decked out Erangel and Tago with some festive 5th anniversary decor. And speaking of maps, Haven is dropping back into the map rotation this update, replacing Senok in normal games for the time being. However, ranked match options will only consist of Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. Finally, the Survivor Pass makes its triumphant return with Survivor Pass Punk Wave. Earn and collect tons of great new skins and other rewards as you complete missions and level up your pass. There's plenty more coming with this update, so make sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 16.2 is here, so hit the improved training grounds, grab some new tactical gear, and drop back into the mean streets of Haven. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
We are halfway through Group 1. There's only 2 games left to try and get the necessary points you need to be one of the 8 teams that qualify for the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 finals next week. I want to jump straight into this one and start breaking it down. Jarosal, how did that Phase 5 circle impact the end game?
That was a lot of fun. Northern circles are less common these days on Miramar, and what made that even more unique is that it sort of went half into Torre, half out of Torre, with the silos in the middle. Where the teams didn't get to choose where they were, of course. Where they were previously dictated where they rotated to, but it meant that we had a wide variety of play styles and the ways the teams approach the end game, even in Phase 6 or 7. Normally, by that point, all teams are playing sort of one way. That wasn't the case in this game. You had that variety right up till the end.
Toby, break down the final fights for me. How did Skade claim that chicken dinner?
Before I get to that, I just want to correct myself and saying this was not a coordinated ambush. This was a immense coincidence timing of 2 teams reaching the same intersection at the exact same time. That's pretty impressive. Usually that never happens. But to take the final fight into perspective, Skade used smokes. They knew they had no cover. They knew that at some point teams were going to peek them from both sides. They held on to their utility, and I think that's a big part of the reason why they didn't aggress earlier. They knew they only had so much utility available. They said, we're going to need that utility if we want to win the game late, so therefore we can't really aggress early because that would require us to use some of that now. So they sat tight, they waited. They might not have gotten all the kills that they would have wanted, but or that they could have had anyway. But in raiding, they also granted themselves a better chance of winning, which they ended up doing.
Do you think that this is experience showing now? I mean, we spoke about this after map 1, Toby, and we saw it again in map 2. Skade, no name yet. These are very, very experienced players, know how to cope under pressure, and know how to get the job done when the time comes to it.
Oh yeah, they wanted the 10 points. They knew that was going to be more. It's more important to, I don't want to say guarantee yourself, because there's never a guarantee in PUBG, but it's more important to try and guarantee yourself the 10 points for the win than it is to risk potentially everything for 3 kills and a 4th place.
Jarosal, there's 2 other teams that we've seen popping up now in the last 2 games. So it's obviously Enterprise and Pink Pony, and you'll see now when you take a look at the scores there, both of them making sure that they could get some points in the mix. Impressed with both of them popping up today?
Happy to see Pink Pony making their way up. I think their efforts are similar to those from Question Mark. Even though Question Mark weren't in the placement points, they still got a decent number of kills. Pink Pony have managed to do similar and get some placement points as well. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm impressed or unimpressed. I just need to see them do it consistently. We don't want 2 games on, 2 games off from these guys. Enterprise in particular, they've now shown us, guess what? We could pop off. They've done a very similar job to Skade in that, guess what? We've popped off. We know that we're here, but it now needs to be consistent, and that's what's going to make top 8 for them.
Talking about consistency, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard now. There is a team that was very consistent on day 1, very consistent on day 2. Also, the only team to get 2 chicken dinners, Toby, but yet Sakura Zenson struggling a little bit today.
Not really getting a whole lot going. I mean, I guess you can say that they can rest in terms of the fact that they are essentially already qualified. I don't think the average is going to be as high as the amount of points that Sakura has already managed to get, so they can relax a little bit, but it doesn't change the fact that they would want to finish off on a good note. And of course, 8 points, when you consider the fact that they've averaged over 10 per game, then 8 points after 2 games is very suboptimal. On the other hand, Skade, I mean, they came in after game 1 with just 4 points, and we talked about how they need to average 10. Now they sit at 21, so that's 10.5 after each game. Now they just need to do the same thing for the last 2, and they should hopefully see themselves from still. I mean, it depends on how the top teams are going to sponge up points, but we're sitting somewhere, I want to say, between 82 and 90 points is going to be where the cutoff is going to be. And, well, at least for now, Skade looks like they're on the trajectory.
I mean, those teams we're seeing that are in the top 4 on the leaderboard, Jarosal, they've been featured both games. They've been up there in the top 4, so they can keep that consistency like you mentioned. But there is going to be a map change now, so that might shake things up a little bit.
I think it might. We have Sakura Zensen, for example, not exactly setting the world alight today. Polish Power as well. They're getting some points, but it's not huge. However, the extra points that they've got added to their tallies pushes both of them above 90. So yes, they will play their best, but we're going to see them play a bit more free in the final 2 maps, because as long as they make it into the top 8, they're going to be reasonably happy. Enterprise, Skade, these teams, They need to keep doing more of what they're doing. The map change is almost irrelevant for them. They're trying to capture their frame of mind right now, understanding their timings and what they did to get to final circles. They just want to replicate that, carbon copy it.
It's time to move into game number 3. I'd love to hear what Toby has to think, what Toby thought about what you were mentioning there. So maybe he can lead us into that as we jump back into game.
Maybe I can. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe I won't. Or maybe I will. Either way, we're headed on over to Wrangle for the final 2 matches of Group 1 here. The final 2 matches for these 16 teams to prove to us, Joro, that they are worthy of making it to the grand finals here at G-Loot Season 5. 2 games left to perform, and I gotta say, off of what you were saying before in terms of which teams perform, which teams don't, I love to see that, at least for the most part right now, it's the teams that desperately need the points that get them. I don't care, honestly. I mean, it is not sound rude if there's a Sakura Sanson fan out there. You guys have already done the job. You've already impressed us. You are through. I want to see the teams that aren't there yet go out and deliver. I want to see them go out and claim the last few points needed in order to qualify. And I don't want to see Enterprise and Tokyo Magic Gang land on top of one another, because that is pointless. Why are we 6, make that 5 teams on Melee Island?
Because it's going to be an esports.
It's going to be a Melee circle. They know. That's why there's 5 teams. When does 5 teams? Oh my lord! It actually goes military. When do 5 teams ever land military? Obviously, we know with the plane path and the circle having to touch the plane path that we had to be somewhere nearby. But this was a hard commit for many teams, and I guess it paid off.
Exlo are going to be very happy with this. No Name Yet are going to be ecstatic. If they want to farm points here, like, I want to see No Name Yet stay north of the bridge and try and kill as many teams that are rotating in as possible. Like, I know that's an evil thing to say in a competitive PUBG game. No one likes the bridge campers, but they've got to be in a perfect position to do this.
Issue is, I mean, nowadays with the drive-bys being so strong, I don't even know if the people camping the bridge are the ones with an advantage anymore. It's pretty well.
Well, that's awkward. Enterprise did that. Do Enterprise have a kill?
Please tell me there's a replay somewhere.
If Enterprise have a kill,
people can't have landed that
they've
fast.
Got a kill. They have a kill.
He actually did. He got in midair. I did not catch that at all.
Well done, Grendis. Great spot.
I did not catch that.
Oh, man.
I'm just, with the way the plane path was, how does he land and get a gun? And because they were out of the plane at the exact same time. How does he land, get a gun, and shoot him in his parachute?
I can think of one way. He landed observatory, and therefore the time to get to ground was a lot lower.
Yeah.
Maybe picked up an M16 from the very roof of observatory and instantly started shooting. Maybe.
I don't even know how we go about doing this, but I hope that somehow we can go in and go to the replays and of that match and see that, because that is, I want to see exactly what happened. I was so busy talking Millie Island, how many teams that were there, that one slipped my eye. That is interesting. How did you get a gun that fast and take him out midair? Because that was still, I mean, if that name tag was a clear replica, like a show of where he got killed midair, that was pretty high up still. That was like above the tree line.
He jumped from the plane the same time and used his utility belt to cut his parachute so that he couldn't land.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
He flew over to him and stabbed his parachute from above. That way he died. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, though. Not something you see happen too often. There's like 9 teams down
here we go.
Yeah, this is bad. And it's Philo, the team that is supposed to have the bridge under control. It's them who are in trouble. Now Spartacus knocks himself before he even gets there. What is this chaos that we're seeing unfold before our eyes? Philo ends up getting taken down. Monkey trying to punish. In the meantime, Abdallah tries to do damage in return. He's gonna get a double inside the gas station.
Crashers Esports now. Abdallah going down. And the rest of the squad from Crashers Esports are now moving in. But Tundo's looking to go ahead and grab himself some tasty dessert as well, by the looks of things.
Oh no. Does he continue? There's 3 knocks. Does he continue?
Oh my god.
He drove too far.
No way he didn't see that.
He drove too far.
He went too far.
Oh my lord, and Lurix has the perfect response, takes him out, takes him down. You do not come to me, I'm a hospital, you do not shoot the nurse. I'm in the middle of healing my friends, get the hell out of here and let me play my game.
What was that? This is phase 1, and this isn't the last game of the day. What's going on?
In the meantime, down on the Millie Island, Tokyo Menchi Gang has found Huth, who is massively separated from the rest of his DA teammates, so he's gonna go down, and now, finally... that happened. And then finally, no name yet, said, you know what, this is too crazy for us. Let's just leave and get over while we can.
I think that's the most sensible decision we've seen so far here.
I hate...
Why were they still like going south and then like they had the player in the buggy getting knocked? I thought they had that under control and they were waiting for everyone else. So it felt weird having them as the first casualty of that engagement. You know what I mean?
Totally. I hate it when people. Oh no, Shiv. What is going on, guys? This is not some. The crazy game is supposed to be the final. Don't nade him now, please, Todo. The crazy game is supposed to be the final game, not this one. There's still one more game left to play. The thing is, I mean, we just saw Tokyo Menchi Gang. They were only 3 players in the bottom left, and usually one thing is a player dies, but when he's literally off the player tracker, that's usually because he disconnected or got booted out of the game for other reasons. I hope I could just imagine the table being flipped when it gets taken out midair. Nope, yes. I'm not playing this game. I'm leaving. I'm going out for a smoke or for a walk or just to get some fresh air, whatever it may be. And I'll see you guys in 15 minutes for the next game because I need to punch a wall. I think that's
exactly what happened there. You know it. Like Wades will be back for the final game because he's busy putting the pieces of his computer back together. Okay,
I would be.
That it is statistically likely that that's what's going on right now after the way his game started here. Like they absolutely brutal. That's a interesting angle. Oh, the org with the tax stock, of course. How thoughtful of you to put that in there. Thank you very much, Mr. Battalion Commander, whoever it is who shoves that out of the plane. Yes, the tax stock, crucial, because as we all know, there are literally no guns in the crate that can use a tax stock. So you have essential. To glue it to the back of the org. That's what it is. I thought you put it on resin. Yeah, maybe you can put it on the Panzerfaust, I'm not sure. In any case, Renewal fighting their way forward here up against Question Mark. Question Mark don't really have the time or space to be taken down here, but Aduzi from miles up high finds 2 in an instant. Aduzi's like, stop fighting my teammates, I'm God here, and just tries to rain down chaos on everybody else. Renewal Gaming are now licking their wounds a little bit. They haven't actually had anyone under the game just yet. Are we going to get the second revive? We do. So we're playing Nurse here, but more and more grenades coming in from up high. That's a beautiful Molotov, but a little bit too far. I'm at 1 hit. It's enough. And it's actually Digital Athletics who helped them out a little bit. They get IMAD. Aduzi gets the rest. I think he's happy with that. Still need to get the people back on their feet, though. And if Sheila counted the kill feed, he will be well aware there should still be some Question Mark players on their feet. And yep, you can see from the other side, from Fairy Pier, Dante gets picked off. I gotta say, I mean, I suppose now it's other people's turn to rack up points. Load up. Okay. I guess someone DC'd. It's, I mean, if there's a, let's not go into it, but that is incredibly unfortunate. At this point in the game, or in the tournament, I should say, if that happened. They're holding the bridge, and I'm not sure if that, he's resting him again. Oh, so he, I mean, obviously he's disconnected. You can see that in the bottom left corner, and now he's shooting into the wall going, oh, we are, like, that is Pufferfish 101. We are so many people here. We're shooting. We're scary. Oh, no. You do not want to come here. This place is dangerous. Skade's going to go, ooh, we can third party that. There's a lot of shooting going on. That one guy with the mini shooting at himself. Yep, true. Oh, that is also a thing. But hopefully, I really hope for Lil W that that they'll at least get him back before Skate eventually does decide to engage. All the potential of Sakura Sanson engaging in this. We also have to keep in mind, and while it's unlikely, there is still a world where this circle shifts back north. Yes, there is. I think you've probably got some quick math here
Surprisingly
says,
big chance, actually, right now.
yeah, there's like a 20-25% chance it straight up goes north, but that doesn't include phase 2s that are on the southern beach and go north as well. So overall, there's probably still about a 1/3 chance it goes north, which is substantial. We've still got 3 teams up there.
No. Not gonna happen.
No.
Computer says no. Not gonna happen. Let's see. Lil W, they've started their rotation. I hope that means that they are indeed 4 people in the game. It seems like I can count 4 arrows looking around while driving. So good for them that they got away from there. Maybe that's what Skate did. They saw them knock each other in the kill feed. Now she should do the gentleman thing. You know what? We'll let you guys go first. All is good. As long as we get a clear passage across the island as well.
I think that's a fair exchange. Whether or not that ends up happening is another question. We'll have to wait and see. But given that Lol W have moved themselves now, I think Skate should be okay. Wow, that's well
flattened.
That is not a pleasant way to go.
Maxisaw the Pancake has entered and left the server. He goes down. 2 players left for Tokyo Manchi Gang as they try to stay alive. Here they are. Knocks to be found, but the thing is, I mean, pushing out of that compound in towards Haiku would leave them exposed to at least DA, potentially Enterprise as well, so that's a very dangerous move to make. In the meantime, Polish Power, a team that we usually see full-on aggress from start to finish, this time around, they played it slow, they took their time up over Milta, waited for the circle to confirm that it was going south, they scouted forward, and now they make their way, I would assume, to the southern side of the island.
Maxizor Pancake. Run over by the US.
What would
rest
if you were
in flat pieces? That's a haiku.
That's a haiku. Oh, good job. But he's not. But he plays for Tokyo Magic Gang though, so
that's true.
Yeah, it would have been even better if you could do it with Griffith.
That was
instead.
haiku that caused the vehicle explosion, right?
Yep. True.
Yeah.
True. It's
that's my thinking done for the day now.
Yeah, there you go. You have succeeded.
Power.
No, there's no more requirements. We will require no more from you over the course of the day. I'm a little worried seeing that there's 2 teams in and around the bridge, and we still have Sakura Sanson on ferry pier or in ferry pier. If they're waiting for the ferry, honestly,
that could be fun.
I was just gonna say, I'm looking at it right now. That is not a bad play. If they take the ferry, they hide in the containers or around the containers. That is safe passage to the southern harbor.
We've seen who did we first see do? I want to say we've seen Navi do that before.
I mean, I've seen at this point we've seen quite a few teams go the ferry route. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking the containers, they're going the ferry route. That is not a bad play.
I like this.
They're gonna literally. I mean, the only issue is they're gonna come down to the southern harbor and they won't have vehicles, and it's a pretty open run. And now the issue is that both Haiku is down here, Polish Power are currently making their presence or making their way into the circle, and you have Tokyo Manchi Gang taking up a compound too. So they're gonna be running across open terrain and hoping to dear God that no one's gonna see them, because that's gonna be it's gonna be an awkward transition should they get spotted.
There's no way for them to know
they might,
right? But
honestly, if they hop off halfway, that compound is free. Obviously, as you're saying, there's no way they know it. If the spider sense tinkles right, they jump off halfway, they run up the beach there, up the cliffs, they get a free compound. In what could potentially, we'll have to wait and see the next circle now, what could potentially be inside the next circle. Let's see, where are we going? Did this rotation pay off? Oh my God. Oh my God.
6 spider sense there. Oh my goodness. This is going to be wonderful.
What? Skaters left the map. They drove the other way. They went, nope. No.
See you later.
We saw you on the other side. No name yet. We're not playing that game. Unfortunately, being in phase 3 already and only 35 seconds to go, they cannot wait for the ferry to come all the way back again. It's simply going to take too long. And you can see the Sakura Sanson players have indeed departed the ferry, or left the ferry, I should say. Oh my God, if that nade hits. Not going to happen, just in between the 2 teams.
The other 3 cars behind, I mean, someone just had a heart attack. But Polish Power able to make their way through. They're actually going on the road, which means that Tokyo Manchi Gang might get a decent angle on them from up above if they go any further. A 2-2 split and what are those, like shacks and trees and stuff? This is not a good long-term location for them.
What is... I know we were looking at here they come, the Navy SEALs making landfall and they took the chance, they made the play, and they get to reap the rewards. So kudos to them. I was just thinking, what is Skate waiting for? I think they're letting the blue take far enough in that hopefully No Name Yet will focus elsewhere. The issue is No Name Yet needs kills, and they know there is a team that has yet to make it across. So this is a game of patience. This is a who is gonna outweight the other. If Skate waits too long, they're gonna be bleeding through all their meds and they won't have anything to work with once they make their way across. The thing is, I think it paid off because as you can see right now, No Name Yet simply don't have the time to wait. They know they have to make the play to the circle themselves. And now if Skate makes this play correctly and knowing that it's No Name Yet across, they could come up here and third party them.
That would be very brutal if they ended up doing that. But Skate has shown throughout the course of this tournament, they've got no problem doing that, right? If they smell the opportunity, they will jump in with both feet. So an entirely probable sequence of events.
When does Skate move? They still haven't gone. There's still now, right? Wait, now the card's being turned on. Now they're making the play. Smart on their part. I mean, they waited out. They outwaited the Frenchmen. Smart decision making on their part to now get what could potentially become a free pass, at least to the island. In the meantime, Haiku in trouble. Marseille Cruneo finding Nox. Nothing confirmed just yet. As I say that, Senka goes down. So does XL. 2 players left to find, and one of them already knocked Haiku in trouble.
Not that many places to move into circle now. Skate are going to be aware of this as they come across super late. They have got crate weapons at their disposal, though. You can see there the AUG in the lead vehicle. But so many places will now be taken. That's Ibby shot out, unfortunately. I think they have to keep going. That's a wheel shot out from the lead UAS, I think.
They
they're
go
managing
all the
to keep
way
going
up
as well.
Where are they planning on stopping?
I think they saw the next circle pop, and they went, we just have to go deep.
But how deep? Well, I mean, they find Shift, that's one, but now they're gonna get... You would have to assume torn to pieces, but they're actually making a stand here. Pixel able to fight the second, and he fights the third as well. Now we're able to get it, and that's going to be No Name Yet. Completely eliminated. Issue is that they're instantly after taking casualties too. Pixel, only player left on his feet here. Gemty might be resible, but kind of interesting to me that it's the team that they were waiting with that they end up fighting in the middle of the next circle anyway. Gemty... Resible indeed, depending on how much Doxa opts to commit to this.
Digital Athletics and Dogs are taking a look at a possibility of cleaning up there. The first aid was really good, actually, but he just about managed to move in time. And he's going to retreat back up to the top there. He's got quite a lot of high ground advantage, but doesn't want to expose himself. And well done to Skade. I think those points are going to serve them well. But Toby... That's now the nth time this weekend that Skate have pulled up on a compound where they haven't scouted it in advance and knew how many people were there. It is such a risky business that they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, fair play to them. They came across. I don't think they initially wanted to go that deep, but they knew we have, like, because they hit the previous circle right as the new one popped, they knew they could beat the teams that were around. They heard all the shots and commotion, and they knew, oh my lord, nice knock freak. Oh, I thought it was Tsunokis who got that knock to begin with, but regardless, good knock from Free Kill. I thought it's, I didn't not like the play, and clearly it worked out. Of course, they would have wanted to keep more people alive, but they beat somewhere along the lines of 6 teams to that next circle. Yes, they took casualties in doing so, but now they're sitting dead center. And yes, it's never fun to only be 2 alive, but if that can give them the placement points needed, it's going to be all right. Question mark in the meantime, in trouble. They end up going down. Little W are running each other over, so they'll probably be going down in a second as well. Not sure exactly how this unfolded to the extent that it did, but the reapers of points are going to be X-Flow.
They need those points, right? They've been a little bit up and down. They've had really, really big points days. They've had not so good games, shall we say. And they're looking to show us that actually, you know, somewhere in the middle, we can get a decent number of points in all games, no matter what the situation. So they're going to have to play in from the edge here into a milli circle where they have to go downhill to get to most of the compounds, or they have to go up top and properly charge Digital Athletics. This is going to be a tough game for X-Flow, but it's also going to show us a little bit of, have you got what it takes if you make it to the grand finals next weekend?
Or just a quadruple Northern Hard Shift. In 3,
or we
2,
could
1.
just have 2 Northern Hard Shifts.
Or not.
Or it's going to show us a lot of character. Yeah.
Or I was going to say, or it's going to go straight out into the open, the way that we like to see these games unfold. You can see them here. They're using all they have in terms of utility, really, to try and stay afloat. In the meantime, DA, they are only 3 players up, so there might be a play for Extra to make should they be able to get a knock here. You can see they're peeking over the top. Hewitt went down very early on in the game, down on the southern side of the island. And with Sakura Sense pushing now as well, this might prove to be the perfect third-party opportunity for X-Flow.
If they... let's see how fast this one goes down. What an amazing flashbang, by the way. You could see Salty had his hand up to his eyes as he tried to move away from that location. It doesn't get more perfect than that for an initial engagement. We now have more and more utility coming on in tech, as manages to get Schiller down now as well. And that is when we should see X-Flow start to move towards them.
Rupture goes down as well. Here comes X-Flow. Targus able to find the last. They'll say, you know what? We were waiting for a perfect opportunity. We didn't assume it was going to come, but thank you, Sakura Sanson. Now we take out DA, and we'll see if we can get you immediately to follow the nade. Had a perfect trajectory, but unfortunately cut off by the tree.
And X-Flow continuing to push forward. They perhaps would have... I don't think they wanted their first bit in this engagement to be finishing off Digital Athletics. I think they were hoping that Sakura Zensen was still fighting tooth and nail and that the fight would carry on for a little bit. So they kind of took DA's place in a way. And I think that's what's informed their decision to get in cars and try and reposition. I don't know if this will work out well for them because I think they have to scout this blind, but I understand the reasons why.
How far are you committing to go here? Killip doesn't hit him with the vehicle. Probably would have wanted to. Targus gets him anyway, though. They're taking the fight down below, getting the flush. Quickly confirmed. Want to get the rest on as well. And Cynic goes down to Gianni. That's on the other side. So much damage coming through. 81 on one, 79 on the other. These nades are road to perfection. And Grandis finds the knock on one more.
Really, really good nade there. Global Army goes down as well. He's trying to use the tiny hill there to crawl to the rest of his team rather than stay in the smoke. I think that could end up paying off for him. We'll have to wait and see. Skade in the meantime and Sakura Zensen having a little bit of an argument. That comes to an abrupt halt as Jemty gets taken out of the vehicle while he tries to move away. 9 teams left and 27 alive at the 22-minute mark.
Another 3-point game for Skate. We know that then they need a 17-point game next game. That was the math, right? Similar to the first 2. You get a bad game the first time around. You get a win the next time around. We'll see if that's going to come to fruition, because they are for sure having a uphill battle coming into that next match. Krunio in the meantime, Polish Power. It's been a quiet start to this game for them. They've focused on smart rotations instead of going full throttle forward. In the meantime, not the same thing can be said for Sakura Sanson here. They've been fighting ever since they made landfall on Millie Island, and they're continuing to do just that.
Yep. And now, this is a really horrible holdout here. Stardust, they don't really have a way in that isn't through, if I'm being honest with you, Toby. Like, their best way in is to eliminate Enterprise here and then find a way to move into Pink Pony. And I think Enterprise also want to eliminate Pink Pony. Everyone is going to be fighting each other, because if you go far east, you just get shot at by 3 different teams, and Polish Power will be there to pick you up. So they're running out of options, I'm afraid.
Exactly. Not optimal situation they're in, but again, I mean, it's it's as we've talked about over the course of the weekend, it's the ability to turn a practically impossible situation into a somewhat winnable one that separates the pros from the ones that would like to become ones someday. And sometimes, I mean, we see situations where people have their backs against the wall in a situation that they should never be able to come out on top of, where that's exactly what they do, I should say. So we'll see now. Salty, for example, sprinting across the open here. Don't think that's what he would have wanted to do, but he knows that if there's a time to do it, now is the time. Everyone is focused elsewhere. I'm literally running across the open. In theory, everyone can see me, but I know for a fact they're all looking the other way right now.
Johnny still looking for extra kills. Free kill will be able to grab that. This is racking up points for Enterprise right now, by the way. Yes, in a minute or so, they're going to be in a similarly tricky situation themselves, because they'll have to deal with Pink Pony and Polish Power taking a look at them. But in the meantime, if they can get an extra 3 points on the board before even having to deal with that, and maybe an extra placement point or 2 as well, why not? I completely understand why they're playing like this. Yes, they need to worry about Circle, but this is one of those circumstances where it's going to be really tough. It's okay to worry about it later.
Sakura Sanson split 2-2. Enterprise trying to now make the run up as well. Tigers hasn't seen them make their way up the hillside, so him and Nixie might get caught by surprise, because I feel like Tigers and Salty are kind of tasked with holding off that push. The issue is they've got their own trouble over here with Polish Power. They're gonna get completely backstepped up that hill.
I think so. Polish Power want to just hold out Pink Pony, and they can't anymore because Sakura Zensen are giving them a tough enough time that they have to divert their attention elsewhere. This is actually a really... Enterprise. This is going to be so good for Enterprise. They can third party this.
No, but it's not good. It's not good. Deatrix. Oh, no, I don't know if it was. I think it was Granny's shot way too soon on that one. He had one bullet to shoot as Dixie's got round behind the tree, and oh my lord, they end up going down because of it. They thought, I mean, they put up the perfect backstep, but someone did not respect the art of good trigger discipline. Shot too early. He only had one shot to fire, one bullet to fire. He could never have gotten the knock to begin with, which ends up causing all of their death. They needed to punch fast. They needed to get them down, but he executed it on his own instead of waiting for his teammates, and they died because of it.
It was a good idea. Definitely.
No, the play was phenomenal. The idea was phenomenal, but
it's such a pity that it didn't quite turn out the way they wanted to. And this final circle is almost a little bit of a bowl, right? You have a quite flat grassland in the middle of it, so everyone's going to be playing around the edge as much as possible. Phase 7 to Phase 8, I wouldn't be surprised if we only saw 2 teams left.
Sure, let's see. Pink Pony still got the comfort of a rock and a couple of smokes, at least for a little while longer. They have to make their way on in. Pink Pony have had good presence in the late game here today as well. Let's see now Polish Power, Sakura Sanson. 2 teams that I feel like we've seen fighting one another literally every single game so far. And then we have Tokyo Manchi Gang. Remember, they lost a player in the air in the beginning of this one. So if they could come out on top here, that's impressive. Let alone the fact that they've got 4th place secured already. That is a pretty good turnaround of what could have been a pretty horrible game.
Polish Power have got still, I think, a really commanding position in circle. They can sort of choose when they engage against Pink Pony. Sakura Zensen, in the meantime, will go ahead and polish off Tokyo Manchi Gang. They're up to 15 kills in this game so far. So the power of having that high ground and being able to defend against the teams that come in after they got the 4, maybe 5 kills from backstabbing that fight. They're really on a roll here, man.
Well, 4 points on average for the first 2 Miramar games for Sakura Sanson. They got themselves into some tricky areas, but now they're fighting on all cylinders. I do believe they will go down here. A 4-man Polish Power is simply going to be too much for them to deal with. And speaking of Polish Power, they are butchering the entire circle right now. 2 solos left alive. Norkis sitting, holding, knowing exactly where he has one. Cappy knowing exactly where he has the other. Do they both deny to Blue? You can see here, Polish Power don't want to let him full speed forward, play with the flashes. Do not even allow for him to know where the Blue is. You need these kills. You want to get this kill. First one dies to Blue. Second one around the side goes down to Polish Power with yet another win and 11 kills.
Very nicely done there by Polish Power. They got killed, within a second of each other, but Pink Pony will be in 3rd and Sakura Zensen will be in 2nd. Polish Power with 11 kills take that, but Sakura Zensen with 15 kills, I believe, will tie with them on points. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Sakura Sanson was one of the last 2 teams to make landfall. The last team to make their way across was that was Skate. They were very much in the blue. But the 3rd last team then to make landfall was Polish Power, who ended up winning the game. Not oftentimes that we see the 2 last teams to cross over end up being the 2 teams fighting for 1st place, but that was it this time around. We have 1 more match left to for these teams to determine who will find their way up in the top. But before we get there, we'll take a short break, so stick around. We'll see you in just a few.
Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, this will do the trick. The fog of war. remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push protest it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend, and we have now seen 3 games from group number 1. Before we break down exactly what we saw towards the end there, Toby, what was going on in the beginning?
I think a very southern plane. And when we have those, usually that makes the players all go great. It's going to go military. 5 teams thought it was going to, and they were all correct. So I can't really fault them for their instinct on that one. And then again, I mean, it's a very narrow space to have so many players on it. Oh my lord, we just exactly didn't get it. But we can see where Grinny's got the kill from. That is, again, not something you see happen too often, that someone gets a kill that early from way down there. And where he was, Joro, he picked up the gun down there. He did not get the kill from up in observatory, so now I'm even more curious to find out how the hell he landed and got a gun before the player from Tokyo Mancha Gang got to the ground.
That's a really good point, right? I mean, it takes you that much more time to parachute into that position compared to somewhere high ground like observatory. That flash was just beautiful from Schiller. I think the story of this game really was a lot of fighting on edge as the circle started to move in and in towards the low ground, towards the flat bits of the map, and everything that was sent to circle towards the end there, phase 5, phase 6, it just became a killing ground. There's no way to rotate in without absolutely going headfirst into a fight, and more often than not, third parties as well.
I do want to jump right back to, well, when we started at the start here, but I want to go right to the end game and find out from you, Jorasar, how did Enterprise lose that backstab at the end? Break that down for us.
So Enterprise there, it was, they had a really good position on the edge of the fence, and I think it was always going to be difficult to cross the road into the middle of the final bit of the circle. And for that reason, the focus was more on let's try and get as many points as we can, because if we can get the kill points up, at least that gives us something to work from. And I think that's straight up just the way they have to do it, because driving away and trying to get center, you risk getting no further kills and you just get shot out of the vehicles at that point.
Toby, some of the teams that we've seen feature predominantly throughout this final day, not having such a good game 3, but there are certain teams now, Enterprise and Pink Pony for me are the two that have been very consistent throughout the day. And I know that the chat is now having a fun little game to count how many times we say consistent on this desk. But they have been, and it's showing. They got the points. We'll see the leaderboards in a little bit, and it's definitely paying off for them.
For sure. It's, I mean, now Pink Pony does only get 2 kills, which nets them at 7 point total. But still, I mean, it's points that some of the teams further down that arguably needed them more won't get, because they managed to claw their way into the top. And the fact that they can do that time and time again goes to show to me that they have the capability of also making it all the way through. Will that happen guaranteed? I'm not quite sure, but I'm curious to see where they find themselves on the total leaderboard.
So let's take a look now at that total leaderboard, because of course now it's coming into the final decisions. Top 8 teams will go through, and we now have a chance to see how certain teams are featuring on this, Toby. So what do you think, taking a look at this?
I think the biggest surprise for me right now is the fact that Enterprise are sitting all the way up in 3rd. I mean, I know that some of the teams haven't played today, so the leaderboard is a little skewed right now. But as you can see already now, the current top teams, I mean, if you look down to teams that are playing today that are still fighting to make their way in, Pink Pony, 77 points. They want to have a really good game to be safe. Like, if they can get, I want to say, plus 10 points this game, they should be inside. Or they should be safe on the other side. Same thing going for X-Flow. DA as well, 67. Skate, 64. Tokyo Manchi Gang at 64 too. They need close to 20-point games now in order to guarantee themselves a spot. But there might be a world where 15 points could be enough too.
I'm not even going to pretend to be good at maths. Jorasar, from your side, when you take a look, do you think that there's still an opportunity for quite a few teams sitting in this first group to potentially get the points they need to make the top 8?
I think the opportunity is slightly less than I realized here, because you have teams like Ding and Entropic, for example, that are, you would be hard pressed to bet against them shooting up in terms of points today, because they're just good, consistent performers. So I'm beginning to think that we were sort of estimating sort of 82, maybe high 80s number of points to be safe here, with the other half yet to play. I'm wondering out loud now whether that's actually more like 90 to 95 if some of these teams have a big final game.
Toby, it is the final game for group number 1. Some of these teams do want a big final game, but there's also going to be some teams who've realized that they're out. They're not qualifying in the top 8. We spoke about it earlier. I mean, it comes in again. Do you think that we're going to see a little bit more chaos? It is technically the final game for a lot of them.
I feel like there's enough teams that already coming into the last game probably knew they weren't going to qualify, and they still played their hearts out to make their way all the way to the finish. So I hope we won't see it, but I'm afraid some of the teams that already knew then, last game, they weren't going to make it, are going to throw the ball in the air even more so this time around.
It is time, the final game for group number 1 today. This is the last time you'll see these teams competing on Super Weekend. Let's get into game.
One final game, Joro, for these teams to essentially rack up as many points they can and then just sit back, wait, and watch the rest of the matches today unfold. I'm glad I'm not in their position. I'm really glad I'm not in the position, if I want to say Tokyo Manchi Gang or below, because just go out and get 20 points. That's a pretty tall order for a final game of the qualifiers, you'd say.
It is. It's one of those, I mean, for us and for the viewers at home, it's one of those delicious situations where, oh, just go ahead and get 20 points. You know they can do it, but obviously whether they do go and do it is another matter entirely. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, we've got Digital Athletics, Crashes Esports, and LOL W all taking spots in Pachinki. Did I just I didn't realize we just dropped into a ranked game.
You know what? This is fun and terrible at the same time. It's also impressive because we have been gifted by players answering our questions instantly all weekend long. And Sam's question about whether chaos would commence in the final game, I think this shows us. The funny thing is that we're going to see a hell of a lot of chaos, and it'll probably be pretty entertaining. The terrible thing is, for those teams we just mentioned that need that 20-point game, that need that insanely good performance where just staying alive until endgame won't be enough, the teams that need the kills to back it up with, seeing what I could only assume to become the likes of 8 or maybe even 12 or 11 players get eliminated in the first circle, that is a lot of kills you could potentially have had it been a quote-unquote normal game that you now won't get or to even have a chance to fight for because they're all just gonna stab each other to death in Pachinki.
Oh, hang on. Let me. I'll do you a favor here, Toby, and I'll be wrong for the sake of amusement. Imagine a scenario where when they see the circle is on North George, Digital Athletics find a car, they clown car out of there. Crashers Esports manage to find the vehicle in the middle of Pachinki, they leave, and LOL W leaves, and we don't get a knock in Pachinki.
I love your optimism. That's all I'm gonna say. I like your hopefulness.
It's still possible.
Yeah, it's like trying to tell a 13-year-old or maybe an 8-year-old that Santa Claus might or might not actually be a real person. I don't think that's gonna happen, Joe. I'm so sorry, but I just do not see it happening. As much as I want it to be true.
Santa visits me every year. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean anything by that. Of course, Santa is real.
Unbelievable.
Crashers, well, they haven't lived up to that name all tournament long. So the fact that they now get a chance to prove how much they're going to crash cities, I guess this is a chance for them to redeem and to prove to us that they are indeed capable of doing such things.
They certainly are, and frustratingly, their lack of early game engagement actually gives us a chance to check out some of the rotations that are going on. We can see Skade going across Middle Island as they move towards the north side of Erangel here. That's Sakura Zensen in the distance in front of them. We now have Light downed, potentially out. Digital Athletics also taking on a little bit of that damage. What is it? 3v4 now, I think? DA still have 4?
Along those lines.
No, they have 3.
The issue for DA is I'm trying to memorize the total leaderboard for, oh my lord. Head torn off. I'm trying to memorize the leaderboard from the break here. DA ain't really guaranteed to make their way through. As far as I remember, I still feel like it's a couple of points away from like just being able to sit back and do whatever they want. So for them, this is this is a very, very needed game to go out and get a good performance.
Look at that.
You can see they're sitting at 67 points. They need, we're talking about 80 to 90 plus, I would say, then you're guaranteed.
Yep.
But they need 13 points to even be in contention for a qualifier, and they've already lost youth.
Maybe this is we can get 8 kills in Pachinki and go from there.
Yeah.
But you have to get those 8 kills
still
first,
can.
then.
They still can, but maybe it was worth fighting for. I don't know. I'm not gonna try and tell them what to do. They can do whatever they want, but this, of course, far from optimal.
Digital Athletics ideally want to be able to rush into a building and get 2 or 3 knocks, get those flushes, and then instantly heal and reset and go again. But because of how slowly this fight in Pachinki has started to happen and how little of it involves breaching individual rooms, like you can see most of LOL W, for example. You can see upstairs on the roofs, just playing very dynamically. It makes it so much harder to make a big concerted push. Although, frankly, if you can delete people out of the game like that, who even cares?
Who even cares, indeed. LOL W finding a lot of kills. Doxer trying to rack up points. Issue is he's the sole player left alive for Digital Athletics, and well, there is still a world where Doxer single-handedly picks up another 11 points this game. I'm just not quite there yet.
If Doxer does that this game, I'm pretty sure like someone is on the phone hiring Bruce Willis to play him in the movie. Okay, that's all I'm saying, right? Yes,
You
it's
would not be
possible.
wrong.
Yes, we want to see it. And is it likely though? Oh, I mean, I want to say yes because I want to see it, but my God, he's in a tough spot.
Sure is. Crashers, well, they knew they weren't going to qualify. Some of the players have already dipped, realizing that sitting around and waiting for the last teammate to die probably ain't worth all the fun. In the meantime, Lil W trying to see if they can make their way all the way to the finals as well. It's going to be a tall order. No, Abdallah doesn't get it the first time around, does get it the second time around, can't get the last. The shotguns brawl all the way till the end, and Crashers Esports will be the first team to be done playing here in the Super Weekend. Crashers Esports finishing off, not the way they would have wanted to, but I think the way that they've kind of been performing over the course of this weekend. They did get a win, they did get things going, but when push comes to shove, they just didn't have what it took to finish out on top.
And if they manage to get Dogs as well, they'll have, I think, 6 kills en route here to moving out of Pachinki, which actually is a really, really good baseline for LOLW. The problem is the baseline that they're starting from. You're going to have to do a lot more in the final game to guarantee anything. They've been all right, to be fair, this weekend. They just haven't blown us out of the water yet, and we're going to have to see it blow us out of the water final game.
Let's see. Dogs up, knows he's got a pretty tough task ahead of him. He's up against shotguns, and there's 3 of them. Make that 2. He does find 1. Now he's in a molly, though, not exactly making things any easier, and he will fall. And I'm afraid so will Digital Athletics. With that, only I believe they're going to finish around 69 points in total, and that's not going to cut it.
I'm afraid not. They'll be provisionally up in there now, but the problem is there are 4 more games for the other lobby to play. And unless the points distribution there is so evenly distributed that no one really shoots up that's underneath them, I fear that is not going to quite be enough. So this Northern Circle then, we can now talk about this now that the Battle of Pachinki is over. Most teams have managed to make their way in. Crashers Esports and Digital Athletics now out. And I guess one part of this as well, like, Toby, we have to at least mention it in passing. If some of these teams are hot dropping in Pachinki like this, it does mean that they're not directly affecting some of the teams that are on the cusp of qualifying. So you could argue, okay, that's not bad. On the other hand, though, not having those points available in the late game means that you're going to have some pretty easy rotates in the middle game because there just aren't as many teams contesting compounds, and there aren't that many opportunities for people to squad wipe. So how big a difference does it make?
Well, it's something we're about to find out, I suppose. I mean, I'm just going to put it this way. If I was a team that was desperate for kills in the end game or in the final match, and I saw everybody just full speed into Pachinki, like, even if I wanted to go to Pachinki and get those kills, I wasn't going to get there before half the teams were going to be dead anyway, and I would be frustrated. I would be very frustrated. But then again, I would have also put myself in the situation to need all those kills to begin with, so you can never really be upset. I mean, unless if a team literally just jumps out of the plane and drowns in the water, you can't really be upset. Yeah, I mean, for example, you can't really be upset about other teams doing things differently, because in the end of things, it's up to you to, quote unquote, just play better. So we'll see. Oh my, okay. We are going north, Joe, and Enterprise is sitting dead center.
Pack your bathing suits, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to the beach. Oh my goodness. So, South George, completely out of the equation. I really want to see a Western shift to Zarki Fields because I'm evil like that, but this is very interesting indeed. The next phase goes in between Severny and Zarki. And okay, I'm going to take back what I said, Toby. A couple of teams fewer in this lobby because of that hot drop. That's been cancelled out by 40% of the next circle being water and everyone scrambling for position.
Exactly. It's if we shift north again, we are essentially playing a phase 3 that's going to have a landmass of phase 6. It's going to be that difficult to work around. We're already with half the circle being water. Let's see how much worse it can get from here on out. X-Flow making the transition on over. Still a team on the cusp of qualifying to the grand finals. But again, needing a good performance to make the way all the way through. Renewal in the meantime taking a fight to Old Bones. 1 down for each team so far. Let's see how much they can get going here.
Old Bones coming in. Wow, they're actually gunning for the fight. Oh no, they pulled up, leaned out of the car and went, let's take this fight, and then started driving away. Not necessarily the best of both worlds there, unfortunately. Renewal have got 2 down, but they should be able to get both reses, I think. Stardust are coming in to try and third party now. Old Bones are no longer in contention in this fight. That was a weird disengage. They came in first and then left.
Kind of a half commit sort of thing, or a clear indication that they weren't quite on the same page in terms of what they wanted to do there. Stardust chasing kills, everyone driving around, hunting one another. In the end, it is going to be Blasta actually that gets the knock there. Will be able to, I would assume, get the flush as well. Indeed, he does. Imad trying to back off now, or maybe actually push further. At least just down into safety, probably realizing if we stay up on that hillside, there's going to be way too much chaos now that Stardust has entered the fight too.
Oh, wow. And this is just crossing the road to get to the north side of Georgia Pole here. No Name Yet. So No Name Yet wanted to do the bridge camp last game, and they finally get to do it in game number 4. That's what I'm chalking this one down to. They're up to 2 kills so far.
Imagine winning Pachinki to then be bridge camped by Cube in a circle that is literally north of Sagi. That is... I guess that's what you get for fighting in Cupid or fighting in Pachinki in the first place.
Maybe. Hopefully they all have spare keyboards. Oh, that is brutal and a half. All right. We now have Renewal continuing their fight against Stardust here. The question I have in all of this, we can kind of understand what Old Bones did, right? They sort of half committed and then they chose to go to the cliffs. I get that. Stardust had the high ground looking onto Renewal, so they didn't feel a big need to leave. I also get that. But Stardust aren't in phase 2, and they need a plan for how they're going to rotate around. Was their plan just, we're going to kill them all? I mean, they have now, but what was their backup plan?
I don't think there was one. This was a full commit, we need the points, and they do. I mean, they're one of those teams that probably aren't... I mean, again, the odds for qualifying ain't the biggest, but they need every single kill they can find in order to qualify. Might as well start on the hillside there.
No Name Yet. Almost getting scouted out there by Skade. Skade, who are not quite in the right position to see them, but No Name Yet are in the blue. So Skade aren't exactly... How do I put it? They're raring to go. They're not exactly in a rush. No Name Yet are going to be tanking some damage.
But they wrapped around now. Look at the way they pushed into this. They're sitting in a good position. I mean, No Name Yet is going to wrap, or at least try to wrap down below. If they're allowed to go all the way around here, I wouldn't have seen that they are, because Gemty hasn't quite been seen. Or have they been seen? Oh, the timing. Getting out of the car in the open there. Monkey now been spotted. EB backs off. That nade is going to come straight towards him, but just exactly not far enough. EB will get one. Philo goes down as well to Gemty. So finally, things starting to go the way of Skade, having found 2 already from No Name Yet. One is leaving, one is going for the rest. Nope, that's not a rest committed to. That is Escape as well. No Name Yet conceding this fight and giving the 2 points over to Skate.
I thought that nade got him. I really did. Like, he was moving back, the nade was bouncing, and I thought, that's it. But it was actually the barrel spray by the looks of things. Skade up to 2 kills now. That was so high risk. I thought the way that fight was going to start, I thought it was going to be lots of sprays onto Shiv, the final card to come in, and it would just be a nice, clean, safe 1 point. They did get 2 kills out of it, but it was a lot more risky.
Sure was. Let's see now. How are things looking come phase 4? The circle is still up by the water. We know we're going to go south at some point soon. That's why I don't see a whole lot of people up towards that northern side of the road. Also because it's a pretty open, barren landscape that you can't utilize for a whole lot. In the meantime, Lil W will be eliminated. They're going to be out of the equation here. And Old Bones seems like there's only a couple of breaths left before Gabasta will fall as well.
He gets that additional. I think that was a little bit of team damage, which is slightly awkward there. We're going to use that as an opportunity to push in. The angle's slightly different, and that is good enough to get Glabasta out of the game. So that's Old Bones now out. Up to our top 10.
Yeah, Tokyo Magic Gang, they had 64 points coming into this game, and we're talking about that 80-85 point to qualify and 90 plus to be guaranteed. They have 3 kills so far. Now they found Shiv as well. Damage being done to the French over the hilltop here. Tundo trying to stay alive as a single player left alive still. A little bit 2 placement points, nothing to fetch there. And I think if you're Tokyo Magic Gang, you want to get everything you can, but that nade, just exactly that bouncing, and they're using all their utility, not getting it inside. Finally, they find it, and No Name Yet will go out in 10th place.
You know what I imagined there? It's almost like from about 3 or 4 meters away, they're trying to like throw envelopes into a letterbox to post them, and they just missed the first 6. That was
something like that.
That was so tense. If you're sat inside, you hear all the nades going, it's a bit warm outside. I think I'm going to stay in here for a bit.
Well, let's see. We talked about Polish Power. Will they slow down the aggression once they know they're qualified? And I think this is the answer. They are not stopping at all. Same thing can be said for Sakura Sanson. They're pushing on forward. These two teams, I mean, Sakura Sanson and Polish Power have been fighting one another all weekend long. Now, Polish Power do get eliminated. They fall in 8th. Question. More. They were sitting at 47 points coming into this game. We're looking at a need of somewhere along the side of 30 points this game for them to be qualifying.
It's a very, very big ask indeed. All we can do is see exactly how this is going to pan out. Skate and Question Mark combining their forces here to get rid of members of Sakura Zensen. This is the southwestern edge of the circle. Question Mark are furthest out, but they're also playing together as a unit. Sakura Zensen eliminated, but in 7th place. They should have enough points to qualify anyway. Next team in, though, is Skate, and Skate are going to know that Question Mark are there. Both teams battling for their lives right now. Skate choosing to disengage in favor of getting into circle and fighting from there.
Skate wants the kills. You can see them constantly. They're like dogs chasing cars. Every single time something comes towards them, they run over there. But by the time they get there, the fights are over. They tried to get a third party in on QM there as well, potentially do some more damage to Sakura Sanson, but they couldn't get up the hill fast enough. And now, well, QM, they got the rest on up to Fate. They're all back to being 4 alive. And Skate, well, they don't want to allow them to wrap in on their side of the circle at least. Maintain control of the southern hillside. That way, hopefully, once fights brew or escalate on the other side of the hill, you can have these players like Pixel, like Nawik, like EB up close that can get a good third party in and hopefully get some kills.
And here we go. Little bit of a lull before the storm here. Skate choosing to actively disengage against Question Mark. Remember, they saw Sakura Zensen go down, so they know who it is. They've seen them in the kill feed. Question Mark now choosing to drive through instead, attempting to leapfrog Skate just a little bit. They're not being too greedy. They're still just going to the edge of the circle rather than somewhere dead center, but it does put them super close to them. Skate now trying to take the initiative. They fire first, but it's not good enough. Ibby and Noik both go down early.
Oh, unfortunate. QM fighting on all cylinders here. Full speed forward they go, and the slaughter of Skate begins. Tokyo Manchi Gang on Power in the backside too. Adus, he finds the 3-piece. Will he find the last as well? Yes, he will. Finds the 4. Question Mark. They know what is needed for them to qualify, and they're doing everything they possibly can to get there. We're in phase 4. We're down to 17 players. This is not a normal rank game, guys. This is very high level PUBG, but with the numbers alive right now, it's clear to see that only some teams have a whole lot to play for. Fortunately, a lot of those teams are still fighting tooth and nail to bring it home here.
Question Mark, they're playing out of their minds, but they have to right now. They've got Enterprise to their north, Tokyo Manji Gang in the middle of the circle, Pink Pony to the east, and what remains of Stardust up north. Tokyo Manji Gang at the moment, they have the most central position, but this is also a natural bowl as well. So if they just kind of hang around there, they aren't the ones that get to initiate fights. They have to wait for everyone else to come in over the tops of hills and stuff like that to engage them, and they don't get to dictate the pace of the end game. So I wonder if they're going to end up going a little bit further north to try and... They won't have as much information, but they might get some easier fights.
Let's see. They know exactly where the majority of the QM players are. Unfortunately for QM, there's nothing in Enterprise really neither forcing them or making them want to peek on over that hillside. So they're playing or sitting tight, which allows for QM to focus their fire towards Tokyo Manji Gang. You can see Tokyo Manji wanting to make sure they're not going to get backstabbed. Pink Pony, I mean, they've been sitting in that compound for a while now, and I understand why, because they don't need the kills. They just need to play it safe. They were sitting at 77 coming into the final game, so they, quote-unquote, just need to get placement points, and they've already netted themselves at least 3 with 5th place guaranteed. So whichever more points they can get from here is just to try and solidify their spot that much more.
Question Mark now starting to throw some utility to the way of Tokyo Manji Gang. If Enterprise from the high ground catches wind of this and gets in position to third party, it's going to be so good, isn't it? But I don't know how much of this fight they can realistically see from their current location.
Dante goes down just before Max's soul gets taken out by Solf. Now Aimlul over the top somehow spots a doozy through the edge of the smoke there. Impressive play. Didn't have much to see, but saw enough to find the knock. He will fall now as well. Question mark down to just 2 players on their feet. Tokyo Magic Gang, 6 kills so far. Question mark 11. And now with the fire brewing, that's going to be the go sign for Enterprise to peek from behind.
Question mark down to Fate. Dante's too far, I think, for any possible res. So yeah, just the one there. Wow, that's with 2x on the SKS.
Yeah,
so getting the headshot onto Wade's there. That is. I wish I could be that good with a 2x. I'm like, no, I need a better scope. But Zorf clearly does not. Pink Pony coming into this one a little late, but at the same time, they only have had one angle to need to look at. No one's about to backstab them. No one's about to backfill them. So they've also had the easiest time of these teams, and they're trying to use that to their advantage.
Exactly. 2 kills for them. It's been quiet, but as you were saying, and as we both kind of talked about just before, they don't need that much to breach that point limit that we've been talking about, the 85, 90 point kind of guaranteed position. I'm starting to get a little worried with the next group coming in. If it's the same few teams that keep on sponging those points, of course, we'll have to wait and see how things are going to unfold. But that point margin could actually end up being even higher. We'll see now. Zapao looking on over. Stardust in trouble. Far from being able to qualify, unfortunately, with the amount of points that they've got so far. But you might as well put up one final stand here to try and see how much better you can make it all look.
That one final stand, I mean, there is no more opportunity now for these teams to maximize their points haul. Only the top 8 will move forward in this competition. Remember, Gusyara loses a barrage of bullets, extends his way, hits the first one, but doesn't quite manage to connect with the rest. He's still got some utility available, 3 frags, but no smoke. So he has the firepower to keep them out if need be, but perhaps not the smokes to get away. So he has to be a little more aggressive in this position.
And Pink Pony are going to have to wrap on forward. I would assume to see them wrap north around. They've just checked the south side. They know for a fact that Tokyo Magic Gang has got that pretty well under control. So a little bit of a northern wrap here could potentially force Tokyo Magic Gang and Enterprise to battle one another. And if Pink Pony plays their cards right, they could get a third-party opportunity. The issue is they're the ones to have to make that move right now. And so far, because you still have Stardust players up and alive, that push north around is going to be incredibly difficult in the open.
I'm trying to work out what the... hold that thought. I was going to try and work out what the alternative potentially is. Fate now getting third-partied by Tokyo Magic Gang. Now that they hear this, I expect Pink Pony to start engaging them. It's going to set up a little bit of a chain reaction. Yeah. Pink Pony are still in a decent position, by the way, in terms of they only ever fight one squad at a time, I think, if they choose to. Enterprise now rotating north. They're going to back out of this. And this is going to be Tokyo Magic Gang versus Pink Pony. Is going to be the next fight, I think.
Yanni managed to cross on over and kind of catch the remaining players of Stardust off guard. And look at this, they're fully committing to it. They did not want to be forced into a fight with Tokyo Magic Gang. Here comes the full drive on forward. They know that he's down here by the car somewhere, but they can't quite find him. Where is he? Where is the snake? He is indeed behind the vehicle, and he will go down. The first one, free kill, was merely a bait as Grandis came around the corner and took down Zippo. So down to 4 teams, 3 of whom have 3 players alive. And then we have Dante on his own, but he's not done fighting just yet.
Beautiful headshot. Absolutely delightful stuff there from Fate. Can he make it count, though, against Aimlul? It's a 1v2 in this position. It's a bit too much. Question mark eliminated in 4th place then. So we have our top 3. Pink Pony are 3 strong. Enterprise are 3 strong as well. They've got the north side of the road, but Phase 7 says that that's almost disappearing, and they might have to come back south. Tokyo Magic Gang also with 3.
Yanni is sprinting around, making plays for his team nonstop. Go across the road, make space north. Oh, wait, we don't need that, guys. Don't worry, I'm already on my way over to the other side to make space for us here again. But of course, the circle going that much more east means that I feel like no matter how they approach this, they're going to be visible to either Pink Pony or Tokyo Magic Gang. I feel like no matter how Enterprise goes into this, they will not get a chance. Third party, as I say that though, Extends does spot one. Unfortunate for him, nothing more comes off it.
I feel like if Pink Pony were to watch towards the road on the north side of the circle, they can completely stop Enterprise from coming across without them knowing. But at the same time, I feel like if they do that, they give so much room to Tokyo Manji Gang. It's a big game of chicken now, isn't it?
Exactly. It's not worth the risk, in my opinion. You will know when Enterprise crosses that road, because either they do it in cars or they're gonna there's no way they risk or hope, I would say, that they can do it without smokes. So they will have some sort of warning. Here you see Grendy's already in the minimap. They're already getting into a car, maybe just reparking it, repositioning it, getting ready for the rotation to come. And this here is the queue. I don't think they're going to engage, though. I think they'll just exactly cross the road to stay inside the circle and use the cars for cover. You still have the shack, as you can see over here, and it is inside the circle, too. So park the cars safe, or not. Just cross on over. Okay, we're not using this shack, but we are getting a knock on 2 extents. And how are Tokyo Manji Gang now going to respond to this? They're pushing forward.
Yeah, Pink Pony. So they had 2 groups, right? They had Extents watching Enterprise, and they had Zorf and Girya waiting for Tokyo Manji Gang. But Extents went down so quickly, there was no chance for Pink Pony to wrap around and help their team. Tokyo Manji Gang probably think those 2 squads are full on fighting each other. That's not the case. They only actually lost 1 against Enterprise. So we're kind of resetting with Pink Pony a man down, which sucks for them.
Exactly. Well, they wanted to peek on over. They thought they could do it fast enough, but forced to back off now, not wanting to take any risks here. Again, keep in mind, these teams are very much fighting for a spot in the finals. The only team, really, of all of them is Enterprise, already guaranteed to make their way on through. Pink Pony, with top 3 guaranteed, I would have to imagine also going through, regardless of whether they get more points here or not. But of course, nothing's guaranteed, and they know that. They have to get as many points as they can.
And then we have Pink Pony and Girya putting, I think that was the last of his lethals down the hill there.
Yeah.
The smoking in response. Where there's fire, there's smoke in PUBG. It's the other way round. Tokyo Manji Gang able to hold their own there. And they're down to a duo. Just 1 smoke grenade, by the way, is the utility for Pink Pony right now. So they have properly exhausted their supply of grenades. That's rough for them. They kind of have to take a step back now and let Enterprise and Tokyo Manji Gang, or hope that they fight so that they can be the third party.
I love how Tokyo are now wrapping off towards the left. By showing presence up on the west side of the circle, they're forcing Enterprise to make the play towards Pink Pony. They're keeping Gushiara as a spoiler down below. He's not going to peek anything, at least I wouldn't hope not, until... he's essentially the one thing that can prevent Pink Pony from wrapping around Tokyo Manji Gang. His role is to sit here, and in case they try and run underneath, he peeks. Until that point, he's not going to go away from that tree.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. There's no need for them to move any further. They want to see something else pop off first. Although, without utility from Pink Pony, it just means overall, it's less likely that we see like 3 or 4 nades to start an engagement, right? Because there are just fewer of them available amongst the final 3 teams. So we're going to get to a situation where this is properly coming down to the wire because the players have very, very little to work with.
And as much as I hate when we have those 3 teams dropping into Pachinki early on in games, I do love the outcome or the end result of it, because that usually ends up in situations like this where the last few teams that are alive, like they come to the end faster, and now they have more space and more time to make those final fights. There's so much going on right now with strats and plans being made, and you could sit there, you could rewatch this 10 times and still learn something new of the decisions that have been made here. Tokyo, they're wanting to claim center. They're pushing up out of the risk of potentially getting pushed from both sides. You can see they don't want to overcommit to the center right now because there's still a chance that Pink Pony wrap underneath.
A lot of the remaining lethals from Enterprise are being used right now. Pink Pony actually getting that revived by the shack as well, which is impressive. Yep. And that means there's going to be very little left to use against Tokyo Manji Gang. This is the final grenade as well from AimLol. So everyone's using it on Pink Pony rather than each other.
They know that they have the rich to play behind. It's really Pink Pony to make a move here. But if they can successfully wrap up the middle through these smokes, they might be able to avoid it. The thing is, the smoke trail that is kind of going east to west here is separating Enterprise and Tokyo Manji Gang. So I feel like the first fight will have to come to some extent from Pink Pony. Now 1 goes down. Girya prones on down. Again, claim as many points as you possibly can. Sorf will get flush. Wade's able to get him. Dodges spot the second. Doesn't seem the first time around, but he will find the double in the end of things. It's a 3v3 now between Enterprise and Tokyo Magic Gang.
Pink Pony finally eliminated, and that player did actually get eyes first, but unfortunately with full level 3 gear and an AUG, you can afford to be a fraction of a second later and still win that fight. 3v3 for the final chicken dinner of the tournament, actually. As far as the Super Weekend is concerned.
Look at the
Tokyo
HP.
Magic Gang. Yep. Free kill, managing to go down initially. Where are the lethals? They're not there. They're not there, so you can't throw a nade to follow up. Here come the flashbangs from Enterprise.
Yeah, blue damage gonna be hurting like hell now. Flashbangs from Enterprise, you gotta use them now because you won't have time to do it later. Kills coming through. Aim will find the flush, and 120s goes down once more. There's just one player left to find, and Tokyo Magic Gang brings it home. We said they needed 13 points to at least come into contesting for qualifying. They get 22, and I would have to imagine that that is also going to punch in the ticket through to the grand finals.
And what was that you said about them yesterday, Toby? Something along the lines of they tend to perform quite well when their backs are against the wall. Well, there's literally no better opportunity for them to do that than here, right?
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. This was the final game, of course, of group number 1. So let's bring Sam back into the picture before we go to a break.
I do love how they just shook that all up. Waited till the last game to try and get their qualifying points, Toby. I mean,
yeah, it was amazing. It's dangerous, though. It's very dangerous to wait to one last game because, I mean, to be honest, until our focus was on Tokyo Magic Gang, QM or question mark were doing exactly that. They had 11 kills by phase 5. They were fragging. And yet, despite that, I'm afraid that still won't be enough for them to qualify. So even though they had a phenomenal performance in the final game, it's just way too dangerous to rely on that one game to bring it home.
Jorisar, why don't you break down that final fight for us? How was Tokyo Magic Gang able to get the chicken dinner in the end?
I think you could replay the final fight 10 or 20 times and maybe even evenly get different results there. It was a race to see who was going to be effective with their utility. And by the end of that game, there was essentially no utility for any of the teams. Sure, Pink Pony ran out of theirs first, possibly a little bit of a desperation play because they were the first of those 3 teams to go down from 3 to 2, right? But after that, it was anyone's game because it was all about peeking and trying to finish knocks without the use of grenades. It was rough and it was very, very high intensity. That genuinely could have gone either way.
Toby, when you take a look at the final fight again, and there's 2 teams that are here once again in the whole of today, they've been doing that. Enterprise and Pink Pony, the consistency coming out and a really strong performance from both of them.
It's been absolutely phenomenal to watch, no doubt about it. I mean, the way that both those 2 teams played today was just good to see, you know? I mean, Pink Pony, they had a 12-point day yesterday. They had more than 12 points this last game alone. And the same things was said by Tokyo Magic Gang. They had a 17-point day yesterday. They had more than that in this final game. So great to see them being able to turn things around when it was really needed.
We'll take a look, obviously, at the scores a little later in the leaderboard specifically to see overall how these teams have done. But a little bit disappointing. I mean, and maybe I'm talking for myself, maybe a couple of fans as well, watching the likes of Skade and No Name Yet going out relatively early in this game, Toby, because obviously those players' names, they bring with them some fans.
I feel like, again, I mean, No Name Yet, despite them going out early, did manage to get a few points off of Little W on the bridge camp. So I want to say that they're through, while it might actually turn out not to be true. It's going to be close regardless. For Skate, though, I agree with you. I had bigger hopes, and yes, they did get wins. As a matter of fact, they got 2 of them. But when you can't make it your way through to the finals, despite getting 2 wins, it goes to show the poor, like how many of the other games were just not good enough.
Jorisar, at the end of the day, though, sometimes PUBG, it is a little bit of luck, right? I mean, we spoke about this yesterday. Sometimes you just have a bad day. Maybe things just don't go your way. So there are a couple of teams, I think, who maybe today didn't get the luck that they were looking for. I mean, we can make a list of them. But
That's completely fair. I mean, take a look at question mark yesterday, right? 3 games in a row. It feels like they were super hard done by, but that's also the reason why tournament structures like this are, like in this case, we're doing this over 12 games to hopefully even that out throughout the course of them. And there is I'm not singling any team out in particular when saying this. It's more of a generalist statement, but there's something to be said for when things don't go your way, how you change the way you play to give yourself the best possible chance of winning in a particular circle, or if something unexpected happens or you lose a team member early. How you react to all of those things, even when the chips are down, are super important in this game, arguably just as, if not more important than when you're getting your 10-kill chicken dinners. So over time, the cream will rise to the top.
I do love how the entire weekend we've been going on about don't get shot, stay till the end. And then now I'm like, oh, you know what? If you had a bad tournament, it's okay. It's just bad luck. I am technically the worst coach, so we'll stop doing that. Let's take a look now at the scores. This, of course, was Group 1. And I mean, obviously for Tokyo Manji Gang, I want to talk about this again. The amount of points that they were able to claim here, Toby, just really impressive to pull it off in the final game.
Oh, yeah, it's huge. Again, I mean, they were sitting at around, I believe it was 64 points coming into this one. So now jumping all the way up to 86. Again, remember, I said between 80 and 90 is going to be the guarantee. So still not completely guaranteed, but I like to think that 86 points should make them go the way through. But then again, if we are going to rely on one final game to back you those points, getting a 22-point game in the very final one, that is the way to do it.
I think it will be interesting now as we take a look at the total leaderboard to see which teams have potentially done enough. That can change, of course. So, Jorasar, when you're taking a look at this...
Oh, man. Tokyo Manji Gang, for me, are 50-50.
That's the thing.
Ding are already ahead of them, so if they get more points, that's fine. So the question for Tokyo Manji Gang is whether more than 2 teams displace the teams below them. And I don't know. It depends on whether 1 or 2 teams in particular absolutely frag out and hoard all the points. Like, let me paint one possible example. Imagine out of 4 games, Entropic and Bystanders win all 4, and they hoard so many points that they're the only 2 that make it in front of Tokyo Manji Gang, then they're in. But the more distributed those points are, the more dangerous the situation becomes for them.
So here's the problem now is if you have consistent teams in group number 2, then the chances of 6, 7, and 8 sticking around, very slim, Toby.
Yeah, I think if you're X-Flow right now, you're admitting defeat. Even though, don't get me wrong, 78 points is not a bad play. It's just not enough at all. But considering the fact that they got, 24 of those 78 points off of one game when they're 17-kill game. Again, same thing as I said with Skate. It goes to show that you cannot rely off of that one big hit, especially not when you have 12 matches to play. It's the teams that manage to bring the average up, like the teams that manage to play good in all games and decent in their bad games. Those are the teams that will succeed in the end.
We obviously don't want to call it just yet and say who has qualified. We'll do that at the end of the day. There are still 4 more games to go as we watch Group 2 compete, and now there will be a few teams watching very closely to see if they make it through based on those performances. We're going to have a break so you can refresh your drinks and your snacks. When we return, we'll kickstart with Group number 2.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master. Mastering you have, waiting for for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, takes the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend. We are moving into the final 4 games of the Super Weekend, and this is going to decide the 8 teams that make it through to the finals next weekend. I just want to recap very quickly for you so you understand what is happening. 32 teams have been playing across this weekend. There are 8 spots up for grabs. The teams that finish in the top 8 overall will move on to the finals, where they will meet the 8 invited teams next week. I see a lot of you in the chat even now asking where certain teams are. We do have those invited teams, Jorasar. They will be playing next week. Do you want to go through them?
They absolutely will, and they'll be keeping an eye out as well for who is qualifying from these groups. I think it's impractical to be doing your research up front on 32 different teams, right? But knowing that 8 of them are going to be your opponents and watching them play up until the final day, they've probably narrowed it down to a short list of about 8 or 12 now. And obviously the next 4 games will determine who's going to be joining them. So some of the biggest names that aren't here at the moment will be here next weekend. Hold your horses on them. Right now, we're trying to work out which teams are joining them.
There we go. So that should have helped you a little bit. Let's take a look at the schedule so far so you know exactly what you get to see in the next few hours. It is, like we said, the final 4 games, which will determine the teams that will go through. So we separated our 32 teams into 2 groups. Each day, those groups changed up. So it really came down to you had to be able to beat everyone and get the most points, no matter where you were totally, and that would determine how you would get through. We've seen Group 1 compete. So 16 of those teams are now finished. They are waiting to see what happens with Group 2, Toby. And of course, Group 1, very interesting, but there are a couple of teams from that group who are going to be watching closely because there's a chance they could get knocked out.
For sure. I think there's essentially only 3 teams from Group 1 that are already solidified, being Sakura Sanson, Polish Power, and Enterprise. No name yet currently in 4th place, are sitting at 90 points, and I want to say that they're in because of that. But then again, I mean, it's all going to come down to how do the teams here in Group 2 perform with everything on the line, because there are a lot of teams that quote-unquote only needs that 30-point day in order to get up into that point margin. So how many of them will make it up there? I think if you're a No Name Yet fan, you hope none of them will. If you're anyone playing Group 2, you gotta harvest as much as you can.
Jorasar, am I correct in saying that ultimately if there's 2 or 3 teams, consistent teams, I know how much we love that word today, 2 or 3 consistent teams in Group 2, then there will be a bit of a shuffle because they'll be able to knock out at least 3 teams currently in the top 8?
Exactly right. I think Tokyo Manji Gang a little bit on the cusp there. They want a couple of teams to score loads of points in Group 2, because even if 2 teams get knocked out and they get overtaken, they can get through in 8th place. However, if, say, the points are broadly shared between 4 and 5 teams and it's the same 4 or 5 teams up top each game, there's a chance that more teams get knocked down. So it's the concentration of points in Group 2 that's going to decide the fate of several of those Group 1 teams.
Let's see what those top 8 teams are playing for. They want to get into the top 8 because they want to make it through to finals tomorrow, where they can compete for that $50,000 prize pool. Lots of cash on the line. That is what they're aiming for. But it's not just the prize pool that they're going to be competing for. They are also wanting to get through into the finals next week, because then they can claim some PGC qualification points. And that's important. It's the first big one of the year for European PUBG. So you want to maybe get a couple of points in your back pocket, Toby. It'll just make it a little bit easier as the year progresses.
Exactly. One thing is consistency over games. Another thing is consistency over tournaments. And right here, I mean, that's where you see it. You need to be able to rack these points up. You only get 4 chances to over the course of the entire 2022 season. You only get 4 chances. And, well, right now, there are a lot of teams here that will have a chance to reach that 200-point first place check mark. And we'll see which of them will be able to grab that one.
Let's take a look now at the teams that you are going to watch in Group 2, 4 games. Like we said, these are the teams that are going to be playing. I want to point out a few that I think you should possibly keep your eyes on. Definitely Ding and Tropic for me is another one that you need to watch. I'm curious as to how Ghetto Gang might do. Possibly could come in and maybe do a little bit of an upset, Jorasar. But for me, Ding and Tropic, those are the 2 that I want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Ding and Tropic. I would add bystanders to that list as well, and No Tag have performed very well. We Are Who are super strong, but have also been a little bit hit and miss. At the end of the day, even the teams that are the strongest in this lobby, we've seen some really good teams have sub 10-point days in this tournament so far. So even the strong, consistent teams that we love to talk about so much, if they end up having an off day, there's still a chance that they don't end up making it to the grand final. No one can rest on their laurels yet. If some of the top teams get a really good couple of games on Miramar, maybe they can take Erangel as a little bit of a break. But that's how tight the margins are here. No one's going into today feeling instantly safe already.
Toby, Ding is a team that they've been here before as a bunch of players. They know what pressure feels like. We know that they can pop off. Also, they have Uber. They by rights should come in today and just do all the things. I've possibly just cast a curse them, but whatever. I feel like they're the team that might just come in and really shake everything up.
I can put it this way, Sam. No matter how hard you cast a curse Ding today, they will qualify through to the finals. I simply do not see a situation where they're already 88 points, do not transition into 4 games from now, them being through to the finals. Unless if they get 0 points every single game, which, to be honest, we have seen before. 0 points every single game and surpassed by everyone else, then I suppose they wouldn't qualify. But then also, in my opinion, they wouldn't deserve to qualify. So, yeah, they're sitting very comfortable right now.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard now overall so that you can see what Toby is talking about. Of course, some of these teams have played already, Jorasar, but Ding sitting there. I mean, like Toby said, more than likely they've got it. How do we feel, though, about some of this? We mentioned Pink Pony, Tokyo Manji Gang earlier on, X-Flow. They're the 3 that need to be worried about the likes of an Entropic or Bystanders popping off.
Yeah, look, there's no point in worrying now, right? Your fate is out of your hands. I was perhaps a little bit premature when I said no team can rest on their laurels. Ding can, especially since you've cast a curse them so hard that Uber gets shot out of the parachute in game number 1.
No!
So it's a good thing that they're on 88 points now, Sam. That's good. But at the end of the day, I want to know if a team outside of Entropic Bystanders, for example, can punch their way even further up the leaderboards. Is anyone going to get a 40-point game and really surprise us here?
Toby, do you think that's possible? Any teams there that you think could do it?
Most definitely. I'm not going to say it's going to happen, because then, as we know as casters, that it's not going to happen. But I most definitely think there are teams that could go out and pull off a performance of that caliber. The first team that comes to mind, and I haven't seen these numbers from them yet, but I like to think that they have the capabilities of pulling them off, is actually No Tag Team. I feel like they have had games where things have gone their way to enough of an extent that they should be able to do it. And now I'm sitting here confusing myself because... No. I'm sorry. I'm confusing myself for no reason. No, but No Tag Team, they are a team that I will say. I'm so sorry. I complete brain fart there for a second. No Tag Team is a team that I most definitely think has the capabilities of being able to put off better numbers than what we've seen from them so far. They have had moments. They have, if you decipher different games, one game they had an amazing fight, another game they had a super good rotation. They, of course, need to make it all come together to the games today, but I believe they have the capabilities for doing so.
Jorasar, how about you?
Let's put it this way. On the screen we're looking at right now, in order for the team in 16th place, Ghetto Gang, to get 90 points, they need to score 40 points. I'm looking at, regardless of what lobby they're in, I'm looking at every single team in this top 16, and I'm thinking, on their day, could they score 40 points in 4 games? And my answer to all 16 of them is yes.
I'm just going to put my money on Sakura Zenson for qualifying because I feel like that's the safe bet. So if you're if you were to bet on that, it was going to give a return of -1 for safety betting. That's
Good on you, Sam. Good on you.
I don't gamble, can you tell? Okay, so now we get into it. It is finally time. We are going to see match one very soon for this group. I'm curious because obviously what we saw with group one was a lot of teams came out with a lot of aggression we hadn't seen from them for 2 days. That they just seemed a lot more confident. They dropped in. They knew what the job was. They had to get it done. Toby, you think that's going to happen with this group?
I hope we'll see full-on focus from all teams all the way through, but then again, I mean, it took until the last game in Group 1 until the real crazy shenanigans started happening. We were talking the three teams in Pachinki and all that. I feel, though, with them, there was always the but what if, at least for some of the teams that were kind of on the cusp, that never really gave up. Here, we will have, coming into the final game at least, a more clear definition of teams that will go through and teams that just statistically cannot earn enough points in that final game to make it through. So I have a feeling that more teams will fight for it for longer than what we saw earlier, but then when we do reach that final game, it will be even more chaotic than we saw the first time around.
So, Jorisai, if you are one of these teams that are trying to qualify, ideally what you want to do is have a really big game one and game two, maybe, and then you know that you can kind of sit back and chill.
Yes, although in some of these cases, having a really big game one, game two just means you're on the cusp rather than you can sit back and chill. So it arguably adds more pressure because if you have a bad first two games and you can't go through, suddenly there's no pressure anymore. So having those big games, of course you want to do well, but the pressure doesn't go off until you mathematically can't go through. And I think that's part of the reason why in Group 1, we didn't see some of those shenanigans happen until game number 4. And even then, right? Imagine 3 teams drop Pachinki and one of those 3 teams completely wipes the other 2. Depending on who that was, that could still have made a difference. So the door was still open for some of those teams.
This is quite a difficult question, but it's one that I'm always interested in, Toby. How do you deal with the pressure as a team? I know that you like to think of yourself as a pro PUBG coach based on some of the feedback you've given me in the last 2 days. Just kidding. But I mean, seriously, how do you deal with the pressure?
I think it's very tournament dependent, but in this particular case, it being the qualifier stage, and I mean, again, depending on where you're on the leaderboards, you gotta have coming into these games, you gotta have sat down with your team, you must have made a plan, you must have played out and planned everything you possibly could coming into today, and believe in your prep work. Have faith in that what you've prepared yourself to go up against is what you're gonna go up against, and even if you don't go up against that, I hope that for, if not every team, that most teams, that they've made a plan B, they've made a plan C, or that they have the skills needed to come up with those plans before they need to execute them in game. Because we saw it also yesterday, some of these teams that are going to be playing today make rotations where you just go, why? Like, you've just played a super smart game. How is this what you're doing now? But that's a clear indication of them kind of running out of notes, like pages in their playbook, going, okay, I guess now we're just doing something, and then everything falls apart. You need every decision you make to be the right one in order to win a game of PUBG, or at least the majority of them to be. And the only way to do that is prep yourself correctly and keep calm under pressure.
And don't get shot. I mean,
and don't get shot and win 4 games in a row. Yes.
Jorisai, anything you want to add to that?
If you do get shot, stay at 1 HP. We've seen quite a lot of that. And honestly, I want to see, being selfish here, out of Group 2, I want to see some more individual player highlights because we saw quite a lot of them yesterday, like some absolutely amazing moments from some legendary players. I just want more of that, man.
I think we're going to get it, and obviously it is the last 4 games, so you know that it is going to be the time that these players pop off. It is now time to see which of the teams will be making it through to our finals next week as we drop into game number 1. Toby and Jorisai are going to be your casters for this one.
So here we go, over the skies of Miramar for the penultimate time today. It's Group 2, Game 1. Here at G-Loot Season 5, it's the Super Weekend, and these 4 games will determine which 8 teams progress to the Grand Finals next weekend. We know the identities of a couple of those teams, not necessarily in what order, and we still need to fill out the rest of those rosters. So let's get into it. It looks like our playing path, give or take, is about a 4 o'clock to 10, so a nice even split of Miramar. Things looking pretty good indeed. And fingers crossed, we see nice calm exits from the plane with nobody hot dropping each other. Look at this, Toby. This is perfect discipline.
Yeah, for sure. And while Sam is going to be allowed to get a bite to eat, these players are all being served a plain white bagel of a plain path. Maybe we'll see a plain white bagel of a circle to come as well. In the meantime, Nail Up, can he find Karks mid-air? No, not going to happen. The final bullet does hit, but not enough damage done to find that air knock. We saw it earlier today. I'm still not exactly sure how that happened, but we did see someone get taken out mid-air on Novo. And now the circle, well, I mean, we were focusing on Entropic, and understandably so, because they got the circle straight on their heads.
North of Los Leones then, extending all the way out to Junkyard in the northeast and all the way out to Chumacera in the west. The majority of teams will be in circle, at least partially. The teams out northwest will have to make a long rotate. Ding are quite used to it. Ghetto Gang and El Pozo will have some ways to go. Then we've got Dopamine and Sarvum up at the top. They're going to have to rotate in as well. For the teams in and around Los Leones, like Hall of Game here, they're going to have a reasonably easy time in Phase 1 and probably Phase 2 as well. But as we all know, the majority of points in these games come towards the end. So yes, they can take a breather now, but this is the time to be making those plans, deciding which pages of that playbook they're going to be executing later.
Exactly. Everyone spreading out, plenty of space to maneuver around, but we all know what that usually leads to. The less chaos we get in the early game, Joro, the more things start going full-on chaos mode as soon as we make it to the late game.
Well,
it's at least that's how it's been so far.
Remember our first Erangel bagel that was super chill?
True. That did go crazy a little early. That is true. In the meantime, now the only teams really close to one another. You see Rafa rotating up straight past Lugarux, actually trying to scout forward, see if maybe the farm compound is free. And Lugarux not too keen to let Rafa know that he is indeed here. But Ivers does arrive, so Rafa, even if he doesn't see him, should be able to hear the vehicle pulling up. And as I say that, he might actually not have seen him.
Yeah, I think Luca Rooks here is happy to stay hidden as long as he hears one vehicle. But if he sees 2 or 3 vehicles, he's going, hang on a second, our full squad isn't here. That's when you start firing warning shots to get them away. But while you think it's only 1 or 2 people, let's find out. One. What's that going to do? Oh my goodness. That's a car to the face. And now No Tag have confirmed there are a minimum of 2 in this compound. The rest of the squad have to back off, I think, because they're going, oh, we might have accidentally crashed a full floor. They're not sure. They have to leave. That was perfectly executed by Entropic.
Denied at the front door. They didn't give them anything to go off of. Sure, Lugarux did peek a little, but every time he did, fortunately enough, the player from No Tag wasn't looking in his direction. They thought it was safe. They thought it was free. They didn't even wait for the final 2 to get up there before they made their way towards the compound. By the time they got there, instantly taken down. Lugarux connects a double headshot before the arriving player even knows what's going on. And there's just no way out of that situation. I mean, unfortunate for No Tag. They played off of the info they had. They didn't think there was anyone there, but they were met by death from Entropic.
Really nicely executed as well. Like when you see the second vehicle, it's very, very tempting to instantly go for the spray to ward them off in case it's a full team. But I think Lucarux just read that situation beautifully. He went, yes, there's a second vehicle, but that was a scout and just a follow-up. It's not a full team send. We can afford to wait until they pick the compound. And that decision-making and the awareness, I should say, of knowing it's not full 4-man stack, very, very good.
I mean, this played out exactly the way that Lugarux wanted it to. He didn't want to peek early because if he had, they would have seen that it was just one person. They would have pulled up and he would have been in trouble. He waits for Ivers. He gets there. They get 1 each. It could not have been lined up any better for them. In the meantime now, Gagi spots a rotation coming on through. Ghetto Gang making their way towards the east. I mean, I don't think Gagi really set up here to try and do any sort of gatekeeping. He just, guys, I'm still looting. Can you just keep moving? I'm no threat to you. I'm not even inside the circle yet. Just leave me to loot. Hopefully I can find something that's not a level 1 vest, and I'll see you inside the circle.
Yeah, you don't really want to be fighting while your loot is still, shall we say, suboptimal. I know we've got esports loot settings, but that doesn't guarantee you have everything you need from an early, rotation or 2 through a couple of houses. Howl at the moment being peppered by Entropic, shall we say. They've been they're forcing themselves to take a bit of hard cover, but it's not a serious threat here, provided they've been sensible and they've put their vehicles in good spots.
Exactly. Howl is one of those teams as well that need not a good day. They need an absurdly good day. And, well, I guess, the way to start off one of those days is 6 minutes in, start shooting at everything you can see. Because, again, even if they did go out and win 4 games without any kills, that wouldn't be enough. They need kills. And then they need the placement points to back up those kills. But the kills has to be the priority.
Elsewhere. Ooh, very interesting. We've got the unusual freaks here with Hall of Game moving up onto them, and Momme basically able to get a free ride right up to the compound, and it looks like the freaks are deciding to move out. He's been able to get in that buggy comfortably ahead of time, so we'll be fine. But there is one more player, Flix, who's actually still on the edge of the compound, and if Hall of Game don't clear this properly, they might get a rude awakening.
Let's see how things are going to go from here. Momme, I thought he was going to jump up and try and see what he could see, but not going to overpeak anything here. They should be aware that there's more people around. As we talk about unusual freaks, Diaz finds one. After all, definitely in a position to make their jump towards the very top, I should say. They're sitting currently at 30 points, though. So while it's not out of question for them to qualify, it is a bit of a stretch. We did see, though, Polish Power bringing home 70 points in one day is clearly an indicator that it is possible to get that amount of points. But for Flix's sake, not quite going to happen. Karks spots him from behind. Bullet straight to the face.
Very unfortunate there. The longer you sit there, the more likely someone else sees you, right? But the earlier you leave, the more likely someone in the compound sees you. You're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't, sadly. And he wasn't in the right place to get away at the right time. So that is going to be that. The rest of the team, at least, will be able to survive, which is something. In the meantime, Austrian Force have had, pains slap bang in the middle of the rest of Ding. And we all know what that leads to. So the rest of the team are going to be able to move out there. It looks like an exchange has been made as well, though. Biestoloch no longer in the game, and Ding have 2 kills. So after that early scrap, I expect them to go their separate ways. And the southwest quadrant of the next circle is looking pretty empty. I reckon Austrian Force as a duo will probably go for that.
And I suppose, the early game here is kind of playing out the way Group 1 hopes it will. If Entropic and Ding can just get all the kills, then maybe some of those Group 1 teams will make their way through, despite the fact that they didn't have the most points. So, or maybe enough points to qualify under different circumstances. So right now, every time we see a Ding kill, every time we see a kill going in the side of, or go to the side of Entropic, you can see Group 1 players sitting and clapping their hands.
Still a long way to go, though, of course, towards qualification for a lot of these teams. We Live Again, a squad that I think it's fair to say had some weight on their shoulders. These guys have won tournaments like PSL before. They know what they're doing. The core of their squad has been around PUBG for a very, very long time. When things go their way, they can absolutely pop off, but they haven't quite seen the point holes here that they've wanted to realistically. I don't necessarily know what the answer is, but what I do know is that having a really good string of games today has got to be step number 1.
Oh, yeah. Mandatory for sure. Circle out towards the east we go. Into the open we go, at least for the most part. Bystanders with a 2-way split. You would have to assume that they're going to group up on Herky and Flamme. Yep, you already see 2 players in the vehicles there. And everyone else towards that northwest going to try and wrap on in. The entire south and southeast is open, and for good reason. Of course, we're going to shift away from the Los Leones Mountains, but that's not next circle. That's the circle after that. So there is still, Joro, albeit we don't want it to happen, there is still a chance that we're going to the city.
Oh, goodness. Wouldn't that be a way to mix things up in game number 1, right? Yeah. If you're a team that needs a massive points haul today and you've been playing sensibly and then you see the circle goes into the city, you're face palming to hell and back. If you're a team that has started really badly and you want a way to shake things up to maybe punch above your weight, you're going, okay, let's give this a go. I don't think I want that amount of randomness in this group, but I feel like I'm biased because Group 1's finished and we know how many points everyone needs to be on. Under normal circumstances, I don't think I'd mind as much.
True. Salik, hearing the vehicles, jumps out. Smart play by Sarvim to disengage on that one. They saw they were beat to the compound. Even though they had the numbers, did not want to try and contest. They need an amazing day in order to make their way through. They're currently sitting at 47 points, so an average of around 10 points is going to be needed for Sabrim to make their way on into the finals. For Exhalation, a little easier of a path. They're sitting at 57 coming into today, and still obviously having had no points this far in the game, still sitting at 57. So somewhere along 30 points in a day, 4 games to play, 8 points per game, should be doable.
Should be indeed. Circle shifting now out east. Whole of Game are going to be very happy with their position at the moment. Pretty much smack bang in the middle of all of the action. The Freaks, after disengaging earlier on, have a decent spot as well. A lot of teams on the edge of phase number 2. I wonder if they're going to think about repositioning or if they're going to wait for phase 3 to pop. It's easier to rotate now than it will be post phase 3. But you don't know where the circle's going to go. So it's a little bit of a risk-reward sort of trade-off going on here.
The only mountains, unless I guess we can count in the far east Impala there as well. But the only mountains we're effectively shifting away from now is Los Leones. So, and that's not going to be until after this next shift. So a lot of teams will sit tight now and try and estimate, okay, so once, like as soon as that next circle pops, we know pretty much 1.5, 2 circles ahead what's going to happen. That's what they're going to try and plan according to. But right now, I mean, no matter how far out you are in the edge to the north, you're sitting pretty tight because if this next circle does not go south, the next one should be hopping north as well. That's why a lot of these teams that would usually try and claim something maybe more center or spread down towards that southern side of the circle aren't doing it because the odds of the circles going south are just so small. Having said that, if this next circle does go straight south, we're going way down to where Austrian forces are right now. Like we're hopping all the way down there, and that's where that's where we might as well just flip the table because that's gonna be a coin toss as to how that one is gonna unfold. But now let's see. This one is gonna very much predict where the next circle is gonna go. Where Joe are we headed?
Southwest coin flip the table. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm actually so sorry.
No.
I'm so sorry.
No. There are 2 outcomes here. Either the next one southwest hard shifts as well, or we go northeast. But I'm starting to think that this next circle is going to go straight into Los Leones. Look at the migration. Everyone in cars, even Cock, like even Hall of Game, Karks and company, they had prime compounds on the edge towards the northeast. They're leaving that knowing that this is most likely headed into town.
And you know what? Hall of Game is still in the best position because if this shifts into Los Leones, they're going to be one of the last teams that need to move. So they have maximum time to decide what they want to do. If it shifts out of Los Leones, everyone has to run into them. So yes, their position comes with risks. Ultimately, if you need to go into the city, there isn't a risk-free way to do it. But I think they're still in a really great place.
Look at Los Leones slowly running out of free real estate. Everybody coming back to town, trying to claim something in an area of the map that they had hoped they would never have to go towards. We already have, 6, make that 7 teams here with more teams approaching by the second. Dopamine, full speed sending it across the circle to try and get somewhere to call their own down towards the west. But again, keep in mind, with the way the game works, there is still a small chance that we could go hard east here as well. So it's this is gonna be so ugly. No matter where it goes, because even if it shifts back out of the city again, the teams are sitting too tight now, Joro, that they could get out of there without fighting.
And that's possibly the biggest single reason why you don't see teams immediately rush into cities that are in the circle in PUBG. For those of you who maybe are joining us and don't watch PUBG Esports so often, getting into the city and getting into a building is relatively straightforward by PUBG standards, but once you have a lot of teams inside the city, getting out of the city is horrendous. You're not just checking corners, you're checking different floors, you're checking windows from God knows how many buildings. Every single time you go down a different alley, there's about 12 new angles that you have to watch. Yeah. It becomes not impossible, but it's so challenging to make your way out of a city that people generally don't want to go in the first place.
Well, We're not too far away from seeing the new circle. But did We Are Who, did after all 900 IQ this one because they opted to stay outside the city, or did the teams that committed to going inside of Los Leones win the bet on this one? One thing's for sure, the fights is already starting in the city, and no matter where this next circle goes, the fights ain't gonna be stopping in the city anytime soon.
Unfortunately not. A lot of shots are being traded. I'm not sure inside the city right now, with 16 teams still alive, you want to risk, you know, pushing out of a building completely into the next building to push someone. But expect a lot of window-to-window confrontations. Expect a lot of snipes. If someone gets a headshot in a window against someone, expect the nade to follow it up. And you're going to get a lot of microaggression in the city. Maybe some knocks, a lot of utility usage, but no full-out pushes. Not yet.
This is a fight for a house at the time, a room at the time. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. And the two teams we were just talking about, after all, and We Are Who, the ones that could maybe have won that coin flip of should the circle go southeast. Clear to see now that they lost it. Them, Bystanders, and After all down towards the southeast, having to find an approach to Los Leones. Because look at this baby of a circle. Oh my lord, is it a grim one?
I want to highlight something else. I know we've talked about them this game already. Look at where Momme is from whole of game. He's basically saying, feel free to hold out against the team that's coming at you from the edge of circle, because I can see anyone else coming from your backside from my perch over here. He's enabling the rest of his squad to take that hold edge position, and I love it.
And that backs up what you were saying, right? Because one thing is that we just shifted hard into the city. We knew that was going to happen because of the Phase 4 circle settings, the way that the Esports mode works, that in Phase 4 and Phase 8, you have the land ratio applied. But now that we're in Phase 5, that doesn't matter. Next circle can go literally anywhere. It can go straight up into the mountains. It can go wherever we want it to. So the fact that the Hall of Game don't hard commit to the city makes good sense to me. Because even if they have to, they still have a road there. Because Momme sits where he does.
And what's even better, if this circle rotates anywhere towards the north, the rest of the squad can go and join Momme, and then they could basically have free sniping training for everyone coming out of Los Leones. No one can target them because there's going to be so much third party. That really will be chaos.
Exactly. Bystanders opted to take the southern path into the city. They've made it here. We Are Who are trying to go north around under a lot of fire. They're in between the two-way split after all to try to make their way on in. But in the meantime, Flammy spots one from No Tac. They've been in trouble today, and they continue to be here. Just one player left alive as Explicit goes down.
The knocks are now starting to come in. A fair number of finishes as well onto We Are Who. No Tac eliminated. Kelly asked Bite explosion to the face. Absolutely brutal from Flammy. Bystanders here with 2 kills. They've entered the southern side of the circle, and they spot Ghetto Gang out in the distance, but it's actually We Live Again who are closest to them right now. We Are Who go out there, the second team to leave this lobby, and take a look at how crowded Los Leones is. I count 9 teams in Los Leones, 10 if you consider that After all are looking for a way in.
Let's see, Circle centering up to some extent, not exactly making things any easier, but how are teams going to play this one? There's no teams up on that north side in the warehouses just yet. Believe me, that area will be taken, I would assume, at least attempted to be taken by Unusual Freaks. Here, you want to play around the edges as much as you can. I mean, at least if that's possible, unless if you already have center real estate, there's going to be no way to push forward. As you were saying, Joel, what you're doing, at least for the most part, in these circles, you don't sit around and scout. You hold ankles, and as long as you're inside the circle, you hope that the next circles come to you as well.
Unusual Freaks most likely to take those warehouses, like you said. Hall of Game actually having a little bit of a tough time now. This is not one of the better circles for them because their path in is either straight into Los Leones, which I don't need to explain why that might not be a great idea, or rotating north in behind Unusual Freaks. So the team that are doing the gatekeeping might be the team that now get gate kept no matter how they get into circle.
Just as a comparison, in the last game we just saw, game 4 of Group 1, there were 17 alive in Group 5. Now we have 51. Just to show you how many teams can, when forced to, fit into Los Leones. We're still missing 1.5 teams. Unusual Freaks up north and Hall of Game out towards the east. Hall of Game opting to take the eastern path in is a bit surprising to me. Yes, they did know that Unusual Freaks were up here, but I would have thought they would have actually played kind of backfill on them as opposed to going to the east side of the city, which they have heard and seen was an incredibly crowded area.
Hall of Game are choosing to go south, Toby. So I feel like the two possibilities I was talking about before, straight into Los Leones or following the Freaks, they've considered both of those and went, you know what? I don't like the sound of either one. Let's go ahead and find an option 3.
Exactly. QBE looking for something. In the meantime, we see Keanu pop off in the kill feed. He did so yesterday as well, and he will continue to do so here today. Bystander still not inside the circle down towards the south. In the meantime, Austrian Force, you might as well drop that DMR and pick up a shotgun instead, because you're going to be in the city for the rest of the game.
I don't mind that change, to be honest. I feel like there is some acceptance there. Very interesting that you can... The way you drop down without taking fall damage sometimes almost looks comical, especially when you see it through the lens there. But BTM not quite able to pick up the point, sadly, onto Hobbits. Remember, there are still 14 teams left alive here, and especially if we go south properly into the city, the Clown Fiesta mode is about to be engaged. 5 seconds now until we find out exactly where this is going to go. Great spray there, Seasong. Dopamine there giving the bystanders a really, really hard time. And actually, that spray through the smoke is going to be good enough. Now, the question is, can they afford to stay here? They're farming those kills, but how much longer? Oh, no. They're out of phase 6.
Yeah, Seasong sees everything. Unfortunately, as you said, they're all going to have to move. They have to go up towards the north. Now the question becomes, do you stay here to fight? I mean, because they have the exit route. They have a chance to back off and not take the fight to Hall of Game. But if you want to make that play, you've got to make it now before they beat you to the next circle.
This is rough. Like, I feel sorry for Hall of Game, who made the conscious decision not to follow the Freaks into circle, and now they're gonna have to go all the way back again. This is bad for Hall of Game. Dopamine as well. Hal trying to hold the angle against Ghetto. He holds the angle really well. He just can't hold it against 3 of them at once, to be fair. And the south side of Los Leones now is a complete minefield.
Absolute disaster unfolding before our eyes. Everyone taking casualties. Impossible to keep track of everything going on here. Howl somehow, despite being in the center of everything, have yet to find a kill. I'm not even sure how that happens, because I feel like they've been shooting for the last 10 minutes.
Ding out in 13th place. I know they got 2 kills early on. It's going to be a low kill count game for Ding. Fortunately, they have the most points in this lobby here, but not what they would have expected nonetheless. They wanted to be able to be home and dry. They might have to wait one more game for that. Hall of Game now coming up against After Ult. They're re-rotating out due east instead of south. And unfortunately, they've come up against another team, but frankly, you can turn around and sniff and there's another team at this rate.
Gets the flush around the side, get every single point that you can. Ibako, though, with the double solid spray around the corner, does go down and return. Cox there to fight the second as well, doing everything they can to stay put. D is now doing damage in return, wants to get these final flushes, get them all points, but has to vault over and dies in transition.
And now, how many revives will Hall of Game be able to do? 7 kills so far. ID is up. We've got the first revive. Godrilla is down as well. Cox is down too. I think they might be able to get all 4.
How?
But once they're all alive, where do they go from there?
I mean, Howl are not moving at all. And I mean, I respect that. But seeing the fight pop off and seeing the amount of knocks in the kill feed, of course, I mean, to be honest, even for an experienced player, trying to keep track of this kill feed and trying to decipher where which gunshots come from and who is knocking who, practically impossible. The fact that we can barely even do it, Joro, when we can see everything, means that if you're a player, it's going to be even more difficult, right? So you can't really fault them for not necessarily knowing that it's Hall of Game who are out towards the east of them. But regardless, they had a chance to rack up a lot of points, which unfortunately they didn't get to do.
I love that 4 Slayers have got 1 player in one of the warehouses in the middle. They're like, I've seen so many hardships this game, I don't even trust it to go there now. Just in case it's a hard east circle, we're going to make sure we can spread bet. But no, it's going to be centering in on the warehouses. What do you do if your Blazer... You've got 1/3 of a staircase. I suppose that's all you need, right?
Yeah, I mean... That's something. You'll take what you can get, I suppose. Just sit tight and hope for better days. I'm just sorry to be the bringer of bad news. I don't think those better days are going to come, at least not for the remainder of this game. Hall of Game, in the meantime, somehow, I mean, despite having to push their way through the entire city, have managed to keep all 4 alive in their pursuit of a spot in the grand finals. And they need it. They were sitting at 38 points coming into this day.
So you ready for this, Toby? Non-competitive PUBG throwaway comment. Imagine C4 and emergency pickup.
In
this game.
No. Don't give PUBG any good ideas. Or ideas, I should say. Don't.
Oh, man.
End games like this with C4 would be the downfall of what is already chaotic city endings. I mean, we have enough nades already. Oh, Tuster able to get a freebie there. That's going to be the third kill for Howl. Not going to be a whole lot more to it, though. Blazer will fall as well. Not before the 26-minute mark do we make our way deeper inside placement points.
This is still 7 teams, by the way. We've had so many games today where by this point of the game, there were only 3 teams left alive. In this one, we have 7. The warehouses in Center Zone are occupied by Exhalation, 4 Slayers, and the Freaks. And everyone else is trying to get in without being spotted from God knows how many different angles. 10 kills so far for Entropic. They are properly racking things up. They're on the very southern edge of the circle, by the way. So maybe there's something to be said for not being third-partied and just constantly moving forward. Because Entropic have done that, and they've got double-digit kills.
We know that they played a calm game yesterday, but they are in their natural habitat here. They are thriving in the chaos. And as I say that now, of course, they start taking casualties. And actually, as a matter of fact, they're all getting picked apart. Maybe I spoke too soon, but they have been playing well so far. I suppose there's just a team that needs the points more deeply than they do, and that is Hall of Game, and they are holding strong, and they will.
Wow.
Entropic, I will eat my hat and stop talking. Hall of Game, great hold there.
That was a really good hold from Hall of Game. I would have made exactly the same prediction. Now, the good news for Entropic is that they're out in 6th place. They've got 11 kills. Oh, yeah. So it's still a big points haul for them. This is the part of the game where if you survive properly and you have a good position, it doesn't matter if you don't have that many kills. Unusual Freaks currently with 0, for example, but they're in such a good position to gatekeep. Savem Esports and 4 Slayers both with 1. 4 Slayers have a decent position too. Savem might be struggling a little bit more. And I want to know what Exhalation do. Exhalation could pop off here.
Exhalation chill and let everyone else murder each other. I mean, that's what they've been doing so far, and it seems like it's working out pretty well for them. In the meantime, Savem finding 2. Unusual Freaks haven't had to fight much. As a matter of fact, they as well don't have a single kill this game. They've been, oh no, now it's what?
We're gonna swap the camera to something else and watch the 4 Slayers for a while. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Okay. I'm gonna be bold by the end of this tournament if I'm gonna get that many head scratching moments. This is
yeah. What's going on? Oh, it's just a bit of dandruff. Don't worry about it. We move on. Wow.
Well, in the heat of the moment, sometimes chaos commences, and you can see Hall of Game here. They do not want to give up points either. They knew for a fact that everything had quieted down. That means, okay, people are looking for those few that still have a transition to make to the circle, and they did not want to give away any free points. Didn't even want to try and attempt to get points for themselves, but obviously we know it, and they probably knew it as well. That transition down that open hillside was going to be practically impossible. They had enough of a hard time to get out of the hole, albeit, and I don't think they had any smokes left either. So that would just have been 3 points for 4 Slayers, which they were not too keen on donating.
In terms of concentration of kill points as well, even though Entropic aren't here, 11 kills means that a lot of those points are being soaked up by one of those teams that are up top at the moment. Potentially bad news there for Tokyo Manji Gang and the like, but then again, Ding went out early. So swings and roundabouts here as Exhalation try and size up 4 Slayers. They know they're in the warehouses opposite each other. The problem is 4 Slayers are the last warehouse that will need to move in this circle, and Exhalation know it. That's why they're being a little bit more aggressive.
Fortunately, they haven't had to fight all that much. If I can see, everyone's still got plenty of utility. These are the 3 teams that probably had to fight the least in this so far. That's also shown kind of in the kill track. Only 1 kill so far for 4 Slayers. Savem, on the other hand, getting damage done. They are lower numbers, though, but so are Exhalation now as their nades start raining in.
That's a lot of nades from all quarters. They recognize that most of the damage in this fight will be done early on. Exhalation trying to make a play out into the middle. It's not working for them. Only BTM left. He's out in the blue. 2 HP. One first aid kit. Is it going to be enough for him to do something here? Force Slayers still with 4 strong. I think they're in pole position here. Everyone else needs to push into them. They're holding this magnificently.
I love the way Force Slayers are pushing out of their warehouse. Sorry, they know that they have Sabam on the other side. They have to contain. Do not get greedy. Do not over push on this. You just have to prevent them from leaving that building, and they only have 3 doors to do exactly that.
A lot of smokes getting put out now as everyone tries to jostle for position.
Oh, the timing!
Wow, so good. So good from Force Slayers. We could wait for you to come out, or we could take you by surprise by coming in. That was the unexpected play, and that's what got them the kills at the end. Sure, 6 kills overall, although most of those in the last minute. Really, really strong chicken dinner.
Good game for them, a needed game for them in order to hopefully jump their way up into the top 8 by the end of the day. But what a finish. I mean, we have the first circle. I kind of alert to the Los Leones quadruple hard shift. Did not actually expect to see it happening.
Maybe not quite. And considering how much chaos there was, if you think about like the last 3 circles, the way Force Slayers played that, it was almost a chill game for them. Like, they managed to get to the middle. They knew what they were doing. They were least affected by all the chaos because they positioned themselves in such a way that they were able to take advantage of it. They weren't the first ones into the warehouses. So they did a really good job there to minimize that the level of randomness. And that earned them a chicken dinner. So that is the win there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with game number 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
You're watching the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend, and we have just seen the first game from Group 2. 3 more games to go before we find out which 8 teams will be moving through to the finals. Before we get into analyzing the game, showing some of the highlights, Toby, I want to know, what is the best way to play a city circle like the one we saw in this last match?
I think it depends a lot on whether you get to go into the city early on or not. I would say, I mean, if you get a chance to move early, go in, go center, get something with multiple floors. Get a building with 5 floors, get a building with 3 floors, a 2-story building, whatever you want. Do not sit 4 people in a 1-story building, because you're gonna get in trouble and you will most likely get naded. Having an opportunity to get an eye in the sky is absolutely crucial. And also, I mean, honestly, especially with Los Leones, because it is such a big city, make sure that when you go to bed, pray to the PUBG gods that the circles go your way. As we can see here, no matter how good of a position you might be holding, having to cross just one street, there's 3 teams shooting at you. And again, I mean, everyone is good at shooting in PUBG, but the fewest people are good at dodging bullets when 5 players are shooting at you. So there's just not always a whole lot you can do about it.
Just remember, don't get shot. That's the rule, right?
Exactly. That's gonna be that's the number one. And win the game.
This is impossible. Jaroslav, what did you think of that first game, though? First chance to see this group of teams. What are your thoughts?
I think to an extent, so earlier on in the game, we were saying, actually, we wouldn't mind looking for something bog standard because we wanted to see where all of the teams were at. And unfortunately, whether I circle curse this or not, we sort of ended up with something not very representative of what we can typically expect in PUBG esports. So it was a lot of fun. But I'm not sure the pecking order is something that we can infer long run out of a circle like that, if that makes sense.
I do want to point out Entropic over there, right? So they finished in second on the scoreboard, even though I think they were the 6th. But regardless of that, that is a team that is in contention to make the top 8. And one of the things we spoke about before this group started was that if a team like Entropic or Ding popped off and was consistently up there on the top of the scoreboard, they could knock some of the other teams out. So maybe one to keep an eye on. However, on the other side, the 2 other teams that we needed to worry about, Bystanders and Ding, out early, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those throwaway games oftentimes, especially if you aren't able to make your way into the city early enough. It's just so incredibly difficult, so incredibly hard to get anything going. I do like to see, though, that it's 4 Slayers who get the win on top here. 16 points on this game. They had 21 points off of the first 8 games. So, again, if you're a Group 1 team for today, seeing the teams that are at least most likely out of the race for the top or already kind of guaranteed, that it's them who are getting the points, that makes for a much closer, much more exciting final couple of games.
Let's take a look at the total leaderboard now. We're going to show you all the teams in one place, so you'll get a feel for what it's looking like. And there it is. X-Flow's already been knocked out, Jaroslav.
Yeah, X-Flow were not realistically going to be able to stay in on their points total. And 1 point away from Pink Pony are Entropic and 3 more away from Tokyo Manji Gang. We kind of expected this. I just want to know how many teams are likely to follow them through. And we saw Exhalation there pick up a couple of points. They're now on 66. Savum Esports is now on 57. And it's a little further away, but if they're consistently in the top 4 today, they could end up being a threat as well. Because if they get 2 games in the top 4 and the 3rd game Chicken Dinner, for example, they could still do it. A lot can still happen here.
It starts getting a bit scary, Toby, because if you think about it, you know, teams like No Name Yet and Ding, these very big names. I mean, Skate as well, big name players. They're already out. They're not making it through to finals. So a lot of these players that have been around for a long time, do you think that they're maybe starting to get a little bit worried, even though they're sitting in the top 8 right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has to. Again, I feel like the only teams that are 100% guaranteed at this point are Enterprise, Polish Power, and Sakura Sensen. Again, it would take an absolute miracle, and if you're a no-name yet, a disaster to not qualify, because I do believe 90 points will be enough. But if you're Pink Pony, if you're Tokyo Manchi Gang, I mean, Bystanders, one good game, and you're already up there surpassing. Exhalation, same thing, maybe 2 good games or just 2 decent games to even out, and you're already up in that 80-plus point margin as well. So it's gonna be close, but that's just the joy of PUBG, I suppose.
The joy of PUBG, Joe. So now, as these teams prepare for their second game, what do you think's going through their head? Because they didn't get a really, I mean, it was a great game for us, but for them, probably not really feeling their groove yet.
I think so. There are a couple of teams who will be happy with the way they approached and played that game no matter what. We have to mention Four Slayers because they weren't one of the first teams into the warehouse. They did okay. Whole of Game felt really bad for them on rotations, but they were thinking really well. And Entropic making the most of the situation, getting a lot of kills. So there are still a lot of positives to be taken from that.
Professional caster right there. Notice how he sped up because he knows that we're about to drop into game. Let's start game number 2.
Oh, giving away all of our trade secrets is Sam here as we move into the skies of Miramar for the final time in this super weekend. It seems strange to be saying that now, but we've had a lot of games, and this is the last Miramar game. This is the, I'm going to get this right, Toby, this is the second plainest bagel because you'd prefer 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock so that you've got Vala Del Mar and El Azahar as well, right?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. There's more reachable destinations, or better reachable destinations with the diagonal going the other way. You're probably right about that. But either way, it's a very, very, very comfortable playing path for most teams, I'd have to assume. No big shenanigans here in terms of where teams are dropping. At least not as far as I can see. 2 teams are in and around Los Leones, but we've seen that before. Nothing real new under the sun in that regard. And everyone else, you know, spreading out, taking control, waiting those 10 seconds until the first circle shows itself.
Looking for possible areas of disagreement. I don't even think people are stealing cars out from under each other. And we have a relatively chilled out first circle as well. It encompasses the road in between Monte Nuevo and Picado. We've seen so many circles end on that road as well, a little bit closer to Monte Nuevo. You've got the mountains to the north, the mountains to the south, the ones south of Chumacera, and the circles so often end up in the middle here where grabbing one of those compounds is so important because everything around those roads is flat.
Exactly. It's pretty treacherous when you have pretty much a Dorito of lowland and then just mountains all around. It's like from Picado over to the 2 road crosses that you have by a church and up by the gas station. If this game ends up going as you were saying, if you don't have control of one of those compounds, because you believe me, they will be split. So if you aren't here by phase 2, they will be taken as well. If you don't have control of one of those, you have to full commit to pulling up on somebody because there really ain't a whole lot of open space on this map in that area that you can play in the open, especially not when any of the hills are still in play. The crater east of the city of Picado, the Power Grid Plateau, or the Chumacero Hills down towards the south. If any of those are still in play, you cannot utilize the open whatsoever.
You think Ansvar's trying to tell us we need dental work done? I'm not really sure how to make it there. I think that was a result of he was zooming in on like the meat sandwich signs last game. So we go eat that. And now he tells us we need a dentist. What's going on, man?
This is a proof of me and Ansvar's complete in sync mentality. Because you know what? Right as we entered the game, when Sam made the joke about you speeding up and you smiled with your teeth. And when I saw that, I thought, wait, because I felt myself smiling at the same moment. And I was like, wait, I never smile with my teeth. I literally thought that as we entered this game. I never smile with my teeth. I was like, as we entered the game and we went off webcam, I tried just quickly smile with my teeth, but it just felt weird and awkward. I always smile with my mouth closed. So I guess Ansvar must have seen me doing weird faces, and that's how he knew. That is very, very random coincidence.
I've missed these events so much. I think that's Ansvar nodding in agreement. Look at those guns.
Yeah.
Look at those guns.
Yeah.
Very chilled out, of course, phase number 1. If you're tuning in wondering what on earth is this chat show we've just tuned into, it's phase 1 of a PUBG game where the circle's actually quite well behaved and very well understood. Mm-hmm. So who's going to rotate in late is basically the question we're waiting to answer.
I mean, with the way that Austrian Force are split right now, I want to see them commit to a split for a while, but also know when to call it quits. And seems like right now, either they're... Oh no, I would hope he's just reparking, because that's very early for Gargi to give up that position. But having said that, Exhalation are coming down the street. They're crossing already. They want to make a 2-1-1 split as well to Boom. The one to cross the road will be shot at by Gargi, just letting him know, you know what, your neighbors are home. Don't even consider trying to steal anything from over here. But as you can see, Austrian Force actually splitting all the way around the Boom right now. So they're stretching pretty thin as well.
Not sure where players are going to go next, because if we've got several teams holding these splits, there's a high probability that a team comes in a little bit late and tries to grab, you know, with all 4 players, a compound where one person is at. And that's when you need to be able to get in your vehicle and get the hell out of Dodge. Or if you're Pains from Austrian Force, you say, you know what, let's sit here and try and get the free point. Now, again, this is a very similar situation to what we saw last game, Toby. I think he only heard the one car and the one set of footsteps and made the conscious decision not to leave.
You know what? I think Exhalation stretched a bit too far there. The fact that he heard shots from where Gargi is has to be a clear indication that that compound is taken to. There would never be one person sitting in that window, because he got shot at as soon as he crossed the road, he got shot at from that compound. If there's a solo in that compound, you can be, I don't want to say 99% sure, but you can be enough sure that it's not worth the risk to go check the compound above him. Because essentially what he's doing, even if that's a solo and the center compound is free, you're as a solo jumping in between two different taken compounds. And again, I just don't think that's worth the risk, especially not with so much to play for here on the final day.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Like normally when I get shot from one compound, I go to the next one along instead. But in games like this, half the team might be in one and half the team might be in the other. So that by no means guarantees your safety coming out of that. So a little bit brutal there, but Exhalation will pay the price for it. One of their team members are going to go down. Still 63 players left alive in this game, ladies and gentlemen. And that's because these kind of circles are so well understood.
Are you telling me that we've only lost one person and we're already almost 7 minutes into the game? That is that's new. That's new, at least for today's matches. But then again, I mean, it's only fair to expect the shenanigans to increase. Especially, I mean, I feel like with every single team going out, the craziness does tend to increase, especially when we reach the end of tournaments like this. I am a little surprised though to see what we're seeing right now. After all, who looted Porto Paraíso, opting to rotate north into this circle. I would have always thought that the team that loots Porto either goes under Los Leones or literally all the way down along the shoreline and pushes north from there. Heck, even rotates in from the west on this circle. But seems like they've got another plan in mind. I'm assuming they're going to end up somewhere around Graveyard if they can go all the way there.
That's a good point, actually. The Southern Highway has, quite honestly, like the shoreline there, it's been very underutilized in this game. Seeing one or two teams rotate down there, come back up, you know, either via Valle del Mar or via Chumacera, that's super normal, right? To see one or two teams do that, especially the teams that rotate in late. So it's very interesting to note that 0 teams have done that. That means that if teams like Ding, like Savem, like Hall of Game are potentially interested later on in backing off, they can back off to the south almost for free. Oh no, Levante gets molotoved. I'm not sure how. Is that because he got knocked with the nade in hand? What happened there?
He tried to throw his nade, but had to back off because he got shot at, which means that he then throws the nade at his own feet and then knocks his teammate. That is not how you want to try and defend the position, that is for sure. In the meantime, the teammates are arriving, so Relive again now in a 3v3 against No Tag. Oh my lord, it is the second knock as well, so Molotov down quickly, but fortunately they're committing to the rest here. Celia hasn't been committed to just yet, so if they can get the rest up here, it's a 4v3 in favor of We Live Again.
9-minute mark now. It's no longer 63 alive. It's 62, and I have a feeling it's about to go down even further. There's a hard commit here to trying to fight for this warehouse. A little bit of third partying coming in from the southeast as well. I think that's from Entropic as Hobbits tries to move further in, manages to get the knock on one, changes up the angle beautifully, but it's not quite enough. And We Live Again eliminated at the hands of No Tag. Rafa getting down in the middle of that, but O'Connell should be able to get a minimum of 3 team members back up.
That is not good for We Live Again. They held off. I mean, after the craziness was over, it seemed all right, but then Entropic charms in from way far away. I'm not even sure. That's like a solid 800-meter knock from Entropic there, unless if he was closer when he found the knock to begin with. But I believe that's down from the compound on the hillside of the south side. That's impressive. Regardless, for We Live Again, they needed to get things going. They didn't have the best showing last game, and now they fall at a 0 or 1 point. I'm not quite sure here as well. Not good for them. So, oh my lord, we're going up on the plateau. Wow. Well, you know what I think? The more plain white bagel the plains are today, the more chaotic the circles will become. And this one, believe me, everyone, is going to be just that.
This is... I mean, we've seen circles like this before. In phase 1, going up to power grid like this is very unusual. And I think, I'm being hopeful here, but I think if you're Exhalation, if you take the compound at the bottom or roughly where you are now, there is a good chance that a circle goes back down south, but no one wants to take that chance right now.
Exactly. Everyone are gambling on the northern circle to follow after this one. And look at the migration. Nobody, only No Tag right now and Howl, as they start their rotation, are opting to rotate straight up the middle. Everyone doing the wide wraparounds, trying to see if they can find something on the other side. The issue is on the northern side of this circle, because Saint Martin ain't really in, there's not a lot to play around. And what little there is to play around is already taken. So while I get the idea of trying to wrap around the circle on a hard shift, they're going into territory which is essentially unplayable unless if you hard commit to a crash. So should this next circle go back south again, oh my lord, is that gonna be I mean, and then coming off of a city ending like that, Joro, I am glad I'm not a player in this server right now.
This is so much fun for the viewers and so horrible for the players right now. I think the circle, like phase 4 still has to shift away from some of it. The problem is this is only phase 2, which means phase 3 can still go anywhere. So you don't want to bank on phase 3 going back south. I think that's the main reason why players had the option to stay south and chose not to. Exhalation are coming into power grid very late. No Tag have got the southern tip of power grid. Afterworld have got control of the north, and Exhalation are just going to slot themselves into no man's land. They're going to be fine for now, but I'm really scared that the moment they start shooting, Dopamine can see them. I'm scared that the moment they start shooting, Force Slayers peek over the top and can see them. I'm very worried for them here.
Yeah, this is going to be... It's always dangerous to dig yourself in too deep before you know that the trench you opted to dig yourself into becomes the trench you'd have to be fighting for the rest of the game. We see it quite often, especially with city games, where teams commit early to a certain area, and then the very next circle just hard shifts to the opposite side, and you go, oh, great, we invested everything in this position we're now in, and we can't get out of here. Especially on Miramar with the compounds, with the cars being like pulled apart. We see it so often, and it's really unfortunate, not gonna lie. And I feel like maybe, I mean, right now for Exhalation, they do have kind of fire escapes to the north and northwest. But if another team kind of sets up down below them, just between them and Dopamine on the west side, it's gonna be very hard for them to leave there without having to fight their way out of it.
I'm not sure what to think now, because if this was phase 4, I'd feel a lot more comfortable predicting what was going to happen. But because it's not, the teams just kind of have to prepare for the worst at this point. 3 teams in power grid. I quite like where... Oh, God. Okay, well, that answers my question. We're going northeast, and I think there are some points of the mountains south of power grid that want to be avoided in phase 4. Yeah. So I'm looking at We Are Who. I'm looking at Afterworld, thinking that actually they're doing all right.
We're going west on this one. Center, or like centering up or west on this one. And I'm kind of liking it, not gonna lie, because so many, if not all the teams committed to going up the hill. I would have felt so bad if it shifted back south again. So I feel like for the sake of sanity on the server and no one needing some sort of treatment after we're done with today's games, I feel like it was only fair that we at least, although it's a horrible circle, don't get me wrong, if you don't have anywhere to play, it's incredibly hard to play around here. At least it's what the players expected.
Well, let's see what ends up happening here. I feel like the question that I want to answer now is who's going to be rotating and who's going to be shooting at them. So what Ghetto Gang is doing right now, and they're getting shot at by We Are Who. I feel like that's going to happen in 3 or 4 different places in the circle here in phase number 3. And it becomes a little bit of chicken. It's which teams want to move versus which teams are happy to stay where they are and catch people on rotation. That's what's going to dictate how this game plays out going into phase 4.
The issue for We Are Who right now is that the more teams that had passed them, the harder their own transition is going to be. Because, I mean, if this circle goes towards the center or west, which I assume is going to be the case, Ghetto Gang is in a good position to hold off We Are Who. In the meantime, now let's see Bystanders trying to push on forward. He is the first one to fall. Thought he had the angle, but not going to happen. Eden, though. Quick response with the AK headshot, body shot. Your falls down.
And the Bystanders were not one of the teams in Power Grid, by the way. They've snuck up from the east side. They are the 4th team in the Power Grid area. I just want to point that out. So they're properly pushing into Afterworld here and trying to wrestle this position away from them. That nade is perfectly angled to force Short into a position where there's absolutely no way he can avoid Hibako. And that is absolutely delightful stuff. After all, they're reeling, but the Bystanders eliminated.
Yep, out. They fall in 15th. No tech in the meantime, trying to claim more terrain here. And they seem like they're all fully committing to try and clear out after all. Surprised that they're not pushing harder, but of course, with the way they're positioned right now, can't do a lot, and it's simply too risky to fully commit to it. Exactly. The thing is, if anyone pushes into the west side now of Power Grid, no tech could easily come in trouble.
And Exhalation might be looking to do just that. They're slowly wanting to come in to see exactly what's going on here. If there's an opportunistic additional frag for it, they'll take it. Rafa goes down. He was on fire when he got taken down as well. Instantly flushed. Explicit and O'Connell now trying to back into each other and stay together on this southern warehouse even. Exhalation have heard all of this. They're looking for signs of life, but all they can see is the top part of the north warehouse, and none of the fighting has been going on there. So that's why they're not pushing in.
Very surprised that they opted to go for kind of a 3-way split push on that one. I mean, there are only so many places they could be, but they were never in a position from where they could trade one another. Explicit was in the middle. O'Connell was outside the building on the other side, trying to hold off anyone pushing in from there. And then in the middle, you have Rafa that ends up going down because of it. In the meantime, now Howl and Unusual Freaks fighting one another up close on the southwest side of the circle. It's a 3v3 for now. Let's see Hulk Modus trying to back off, trying to make up for his multi accident in the previous game. We'll call it an accident. Gawk in the meantime
wasn't it on purpose.
Lining it up for him. Gawky finds the double.
Definitely not an on purpose, let's put it that way. Unusual Freaks now out in 14th place, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They are immediately south of Force Slayers, and if they go any further, and if they go any further south themselves, Howl are coming up on them as well. Howl are even waiting for them to turn around. They're just going for it, and they eliminate Austrian Force, which means that they now become the sandwich between Force Slayers and Hall of Game.
Yep, Howl lives to see another day. We'll see how much more they can get going here. Still plenty of people left alive, but the circle does center up towards the west side as expected. Power Grid still very much in play. We Are Who haven't committed fully to crossing over just yet. Braxis here, Killiaka is there, but Chris still left up on the northern side of the roads along with Dopamine.
The Ghetto Gang have snuck up onto Exhalation here. And as you can see, with reduced numbers, Exhalation, they have to trade space for time, unfortunately. They can't hold them out forever. Slightly further afield, and Tropic here taking shots off at Savem, but Hall of Game getting some excellent shots in. That's from all the way down south in the circle. You can't even see them on the mini-map there because they're focused on Savem, who've come in very, very late indeed. And Tropic split should give them good views over them. Provided they don't get third-partied, they're in a good position to gatekeep.
Yep. Moment trying to make sure no one's driving back in their direction. They know where Entropic are, but they do not want to let them push south into their territory. The more space you can have between yourself and the opponents, the better off you're going to be. Because even if the circle does shift away from you, you then know that you have some sort of terrain that you can traverse, as opposed to having opponents all around you. Like for, say, after ult, if they have to move north now, they know they're going to have to fight their way through.
This limits the opportunity for Afterult, for example, in Power Grid. If they're watching Exhalation and Ghetto Gang fight all day, that means people can come in from the south for free. That means someone might be able to come in from the east for free, like Entropic, for example, who are still trying to gatekeep Sarvim. There are so many different angles that if Afterult aren't watching, you get more people coming to Power Grid that they can't afford to be... They actually can't afford the third party right now because otherwise they get backstabbed.
Oh, the nades are coming in. One goes down, two goes down, and Tropic cleans up as Sarvim falls out in 12th place. New circle has popped. We're headed north of Power Grid, at least for now. As Ghetto can continue to try and get more control over the Power Grid house just on the north side of the compound.
That really is that determines how many different teams can potentially get up alongside Power Grid, right? Ding aren't looking to go in right now, by the way. You can see on the minimap, they're all facing outwards. They just want to focus on gatekeeping. So still the 4 squads inside Power Grid are looking pretty chill. Although as soon as I say that, we have Hal coming up towards the edge of it in a vehicle. I don't know how much I like these sends. I feel like the north side of the circle is playable because everyone's gunning for the compound.
Issue is that you can't play it when there's still teams on the other side, and that's Dopamine right now. They can just shoot you in the back. Same thing with We Are Who. You can't really utilize it all that much as long as the back ain't safe, and right now it isn't, so teams can't really commit to wrapping all the way around, and that's why we see the chaos commence where we do. Salik trying to hold off as hell breaks loose everywhere else on the map. Explicit trying to hold off on his own. It's not gonna happen. He falls, and whole of game again get themselves a good fight going. It is their first 2 kills. It's been a quiet start to the game for them, but they're all 4 up, and they will be able to fight their way through the next portion of it as well, I would have to assume.
4 Slayers then trying to commit to being on the edge. The problem is Ding and Dopamine both see them. Dopamine and We Are Who, by the way, have moved into the edges of the circle, but they're not trying to move into Power Grid itself, which I really like. And Hal's trying to take a similar position away from Ding. They had 2 options. They could try and clear the edge, or they could go into Power Grid. They've opted to go in for the edge instead, and that eliminates Ding in 10th place. A second time in a row now that Ding have finished outside of the placement point. So struggling on Miramar today in this lobby. But it doesn't stop there. We've got Dopamine and 4 Slayers. Whoever wins this fight wins the right to approach the Power Grid from the northwest.
Really nice spray there from the Matt, taking down both. Unfortunately, he goes down immediately. I feel like the curse that Sam brings to people, I do literally as I say it. As soon as I try to compliment somebody, they die immediately after. So maybe I just shouldn't name people from now on.
Can you not compliment me, please?
Well, I won't. It would be awkward. That would be very awkward. Pokemon holding off here as best as he can. I'm not going to compliment him because then he's going to get killed somehow. Ibis, in the meantime, he sure is sitting tight, waiting to see who's going to wrap around the side towards him. Exhalation held off as long as they could in the compound, but they will fall in the end of it as well.
The circle is a hard southern shift. It's still going towards Power Grid. I haven't quite seen it magnetically attracted to a building like this in a very, very long time. Not for this many circles in a row, which means the northern teams are going to have to push down south. On the east, Entropic are still busy just gatekeeping everyone. They wouldn't have had to fight We Are Who, by the way, if it weren't for this shift. A little bit far on that one, but imagine if it hit the Murado and just rolled underneath. That would have been good as well. Evas is down, but it's just him and no one else. Is he in a position where he can be revived? I think it is, actually. I think Luca Rooks might be able to get there. And now they're... I like what We Are Who are doing, by the way. It's just a pity that they can't quite execute it properly. Really good spray from Naila. But they were right to try and escape to the south, I think.
Oh, yeah, that was the only way for them to go. They hadn't heard commotion up in the warehouses for a while, but that's probably where they wanted to go. But Nailup says no. He's spread out a few vehicles before like that and showing us exactly how it's done. 6 kills for him, 8 kills for Entropic as the 4 of them continue their run towards Power Grid.
And unbelievably, Ghetto Gang are still holed up inside Power Grid. Afteralt have actually mostly moved away, and they're trying to they're trying to hold the outside. I like that they're trying to be proactive here. Whole of Game are the team that I'm most interested in. They had some really good rotations last game, and now they've got an excellent edge position where they've even got the sub and building in Power Grid as well as a fallback if it all goes wrong.
Well, let's see, Dopamine. They have their backs free, but I was just gonna say, Howl still have players out on the western edge. How are they gonna fare? Eski finds Eddie in an instant. He's gonna fall. They will commit to the rest, and unfortunately for Howl, it doesn't seem like they have any more lethal utility that can be thrown over there to try and secure the flush.
Season gets Hibako. They're going to finish off as well. Ainin goes down too. This is not good. Pokemolodoy now, the last surviving member of Afteralt. That position on the outside of the circle looked good on paper with 20 people left alive. The problem is the vast majority of them were out on the west side of Power Grid. It was just a little bit too much for them to handle there. Pokemolodoy now, though, still at least in the game. Elsewhere, Seasong is just on an absolute tear. Dopamine have been in the northwest position for God knows how long, and they've had the pleasure of fighting people one at a time because of this hill you can see to his left. No one's third-partying this engagement, and that's why they're enjoying it so much.
Yeah, so you can see every single time here, Seasong smart decision-making and throwing those smokes to make sure that they can peek the east, or the west side, sorry, the right side for them with... I mean, their back ain't necessarily covered because you can still shoot through the smokes, but without visibility from any of the opposing teams. New circle is going to pop, just 2 more of them left in this game. Are we going into the grid itself? Looks like we might just be. April sitting on its own. I mean, Ghetto Gang has been split the entire game. April, I believe, is prone inside of a truck, and his teammate Blazer sits upstairs in the back room just waiting for someone to come in the door.
I love Entropic's position. I love Whole of Game's position. They're on the edge, reserving the right to go further in if they need to. And the fact that they can still keep all of their options open when there's been this much chaos, it's really, really good to see. Dopamine, on the other hand, they've basically been through the Royal Rumble. Fight one opponent. Next, fight another one. Fight another one. And they've been completely fine because they're fighting in their own little bowl with no one to third party. They're enjoying life so much, but the way they play this game is about to change. They can't do that anymore after they get into this next circle.
Exactly. Everyone's getting ever so much closer to one another, except for the pickup truck that has decided to try and leave the server altogether. Hanses spots one around the side. Lookarooks thinks better of it, doesn't go for the instant repeat, but now they're taking vehicles to try and wrap around faster, I suppose. Did not assume to see vehicles being used here in Phase 7, but wanted to get around that little bend quicker, or maybe just reposition the car for better cover. I'm not quite sure. You can see here Howl as well. 8 kills, good game for them, but they need, unfortunately, even more than what they're getting right now, I'm afraid, in order to make their way through to the grand finals. Tuster down on his stomach, 26 HP and counting.
Well, wow. That wasn't even a compliment. Come on, guys. What's going on?
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. He just, yeah. And now, okay, now I'm just gonna mention players' names anymore. That's all of a sudden, it's gonna be a very limited cast for me.
Right? It's gonna be casted by interpretive dance.
The team peaks, and the other team does something else.
Back.
Yeah.
You're speaking in proverbs. One chooses to peak, one gets knocked. Whole of Game are now properly inside Power Grid. They're inside the middle bit, and they're being very quiet, looking for opportunities to move in elsewhere. Really, they just want to stop anyone else getting inside the wall. If they can make sure half of the broken wall is theirs to own, then it's Whole of Game with half the circle, unless you count April, and everybody else on the other side.
Let's see here. Entropic, how greedy are you? I see Lookarooks, I see Ibis, I see them holding this edge, but how or when do they commit to the push around? I would imagine that they would want to push Dopamine. Issue is, that is a terrible push. If you get down Seasong, maybe there's a way to make that aggressive play, but it might just be overly aggressive. Issue is, they can't really just get up into the compound there. And now, well, it seems to me like Dopamine are fully committed to make the push inside the building, and understandable timing, because Entropic have just opted to make the aggressive play around the edge, but joke's on you, Dopamine is already left.
This means that Entropic, though, could come in around the back of Dopamine. Dopamine have two choices. They need to go back out and take a look at Entropic, or they push further in and go into Blazor and Pokemolidoy. If they half-heartedly do either one, Entropic steamroll them.
Believe me, the fact that there are still 5 teams alive, I mean, whichever team, be it Hall of Game or Entropic or Dopamine, if any one of them go out now and they say, wait, we got 5th place this game? What are people doing? I think they're playing this one as if there is at most 4 teams left alive with how quiet things are right now.
Entropic have been spotted. You could see Moland there doing a little bit of damage, but Entropic have chosen to go around the other side of the building instead. I think what worries me now is that to what extent do Entropic believe they're fighting one team? Because strictly speaking, they're fighting 3.
I mean, that's taken for granted that they're fighting Pokemon on the other side of the building, too. But I agree with you, it's going to be difficult also now because since nothing is happening here, Hall of Game are being allowed to just slow and steadily make their way further forward, which is going to grant them even more space to play around. Final Circle is going to pop now. And that's just going to be the dot. We're headed dead center, just in between the compound and the electricity area itself. Nail-up goes down on the roof, and if there's a spot you do not want to get knocked, that's way up there.
Yeah, for needing to use some precious utility as well to get that is not ideal. Moland also getting QB, was holding the back door. I think what they did was they pushed out just a little bit to peek the corners, and they managed to trade out. And it's now 2 down, though, unfortunately, because the Ghetto Gang are coming in from up above. Blazor causing all sorts of headaches for them now. They just want to be able to get the res and move on. But Blazor has the shotgun, and we all know what happens when that goes in.
Oh, and there comes Sluggerooks, jump down from above. I don't think they expected that whatsoever. He literally came down from the balcony, takes him out, and lives to see another day. Gets the team elimination, or the player elimination, I should say, with it as well. Smart Smoke to grant him a little bit of extra cover. April now coming out from hiding as well. As Hall of Game realizes they forgot about a snake too.
Great flashbang at the very end inside the truck itself. Means that April goes down, and that is Ghetto Gang out. We're down to our final 4 teams. Hall of Game still have all 4 alive, by the way, as we go into Fate 9. Dopamine 1 and Entropic 1 after Ult 1. I don't think Entropic are going to get the res.
Hall of Game sitting at 52 coming into this one. They want the win, and they're probably going to get it here too. Nail-up. Well, at least his teammate, so kill denied. If that was a knock on his part as well, he will go down, and so will the last remaining Dopamine player. Hall of Game, they played it smart, they played it slow, and they played it cautious all the way from south. They were the last team up over the plateau, and they were the last team to stand alive in this one. Entropic did all the damage, but away comes Hall of Game with the win.
A very interesting end to the circle. We've actually had 2 of those in a row now, so some of the teams here who are saying we can show what we can do, just give us a normal circle and we'll outmuscle everyone else. Maybe not so much in luck today, if I'm being perfectly honest, but luckily for them, we've got Erangel to go. So those were your 2 Miramar games, some very entertaining circles indeed. We'll be back with our final 2 Erangel games after this break. See you soon.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
Even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
We're coming to the deciding games, if you like, because I say deciding, it's all to play for in group number 2 here in the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Super Weekend, because we've had 2 very interesting games. So Toby, let's talk about the last one we just saw. I mean, before we do all of that, I want to talk about Hall of Gamers just for the chicken dinner win. They've actually really impressed me today. I think they've looked hungry for one of those 8 spots.
They have to be, right? I mean, they're slowly but steadily clawing their way forward, and if they continue kind of on the same path that they did after last game, there might just be a grand final spot available for them, but it is not found just yet. No, I think honestly today, I mean, we've had good planes, we've had decent first circles, but then we have had Circle 2. And Circle 2 has just been the killer for everything that is plan and strategy so far. And I think this one was as well, when we went, like, forced everyone up towards the power grid plateau. A lot of teams knew that was going to be an incredibly difficult game.
Even though it's difficult, at the end of the day, Jorasar, if you want to make it through to the finals next week, you've got to play no matter what the circle's like, and you ultimately need to play where you finish in the top 4 with a couple of kills. Something that Entropic has been doing very well so far, and I do like that they're quite aggressive throughout, so their positioning is really good. They rotate really well into the new circles, but they make sure that they still go... I'd like to say they go hunting a little bit, trying to just get a couple of those kills to keep their points up and make sure that they keep their spot in the top 8. What do you think about their performance so far today?
There are only 2 games left. I want to say it's like, don't get too focused on the end result and to really focus in on making sure you maximize each of these last games, because the nerves are going to change the way a lot of these players play. It's going to start changing the way some of these teams approach the game. It's getting a little bit crazy, and the teams that know how to deal with crazy, or the ones that show that they're able to stay calm under pressure, those are the teams that are going to hopefully go forward. A Hall of Game are a great example of that, right? You guys just spoke about them, but in both of our weird, crazy circle games, they weren't gifted the center of the circle. They rotated in, and every time it shifted in a weird way, they adapted really well to it. It's almost a shame they didn't score more points in game number 1.
How frustrating is it though, Toby, for the likes of Bystanders and Ding, who are still fighting for those top 8 spots, to have had these 2 games which maybe didn't go their way? Do they now come back into game 3 very aggressive, very hungry for a victory?
I think if you're Bystanders, you just gotta play your game. I think if you're Ding, you're already qualified, so it doesn't matter too much, but I want to see them play their yesterday's game as well. What's interesting here is that we're seeing something we're seeing very rarely. 5 teams getting double-digit points. Because on the opposite side of that coin, we have so many, like, look at the right side of the leaderboard. So many teams, and so many of the teams that really, really need points here, getting either 1 or 2 points in the game, where the few on the top manage to really just claw points altogether.
This is going to be really interesting when we take a look at the total leaderboard, because we'll have a chance to see what the changes happen now with game 2, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But I am interested to find out, do you think that the pace of these games for this specific group is going to change, Toby, as we move into the new map?
I mean, as long as the circles allow for the players to just take a breath for a second, then yes, I hope so that we'll see that. But if we continue on the path that we've been on today so far, no, I mean, I just prepare for more crazy shenanigans. And as we've been saying all day, the later we get in the tournament, the more crazy things are getting already. So if the circles are going in that direction too, it's only going to get worse from here.
Let's take a look now at the total leaderboard to give you an idea of who's currently dominating those 8 spots. Jorasar, nothing's really changed so far. Entropic just making sure that they secure themselves a spot in the top 4. I still don't think it's enough. I think there could be a potential pop-off from someone, but when I say not enough, definitely enough to stay in the top 8, but maybe not as high up as they are now.
Yeah, so someone could overtake them, but I think they've cemented top 8. You're right. The biggest change here that I think we should be focusing on, personally, is that when we last looked at this leaderboard, Hall of Game wasn't on it. And now suddenly they still need 2 good games, but they're now in with a shout, and they're 2 points behind Bystanders. So the advantage that Bystanders built going into today, where they just needed to do insert number of points here to get into the top 8, that's been taken care of in the first 2 games. Whole of Game took advantage of that. The Bystanders haven't been able to, and now it's a race to see which one of them, or maybe even both of them, make it into 7th and 8th.
Toby, how do you think this is going to play out now when you've got 2 teams who are desperately trying to fight for one of those 8 spots?
I think we got 3, really. I mean, we have Exhalation, we have Bystanders, and Ghetto Gang, despite the fact that they are just a couple of points below. If they can find their way to 2 games of at least 9 points, they're hitting that 90-point mark, and that's when, even if you're no name yet, you're sitting with, wait, I thought Toby said 90 points, then we were safe. It might not be the case. It's going to be extremely close. And as I've been saying throughout the entire weekend, that 1 point, everyone's going to be thinking back at that 1 spray they missed or that 1 flush they didn't quite connect. We're going to be at a point, I'm pretty convinced, where the deciding factor could be either 1 point or maybe even a tie.
This is going to be really interesting. Keep those points in the back of your mind as we move into game number 3.
2 more games left to play here, Joe, before we crown 8 teams that will make their way to the GLL Season 5 Grand Finals. G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals, I should say. I'm sorry, that's an old habit. Playing a little more east. Maybe that means that because it is not completely plain bagel, then the circles will be more nice on us?
Maybe. 5 to 12 o'clock, we can always hope. There are still 4 teams on Millie Island, by the way. So, and we've also got, I think it's Entropic and We Are Who in very close proximity to each other. So let's keep an eye out for whether they just want to get a vehicle and get away, or if there's going to be a little bit of a disagreement there. Whole of Game is spreading out in and around Shelter, but Cox is going very close to After All. He's probably going to want to reel that in ever so slightly. Otherwise, nothing too spicy to start things off today. Entropic have gotten in a car. It looks like they should be able to get away.
Yeah, just stealing a vehicle, going over towards Milton. The issue for We Are Who, I mean, they're splitting 2-2 with Novo as well. They would usually want to go up towards Exhalation, but as you see on that west side, Ding are splitting that to it. Oh my God. Can we please play something that is not military? I feel like We Are Who, this is 4 out of now 5 Erankle games they've had to play on military.
You know what this is, right? This is the Joro prophecy has yet to be fulfilled.
Oh, that's what it does. The game is
still doing it.
The game is still on day 3 feeling bad for not giving us that melee game on day 1. That's what it is. Sting, obviously, full speed forward. They do not want to waste any more time on the main island. Let's get down here. Let's set up shop early. And again, Sting, obviously, safe inside the top 8. No reasons to worry, but no reason for them also not to play a good game here in the final, too. Who are you, though, on the other side? We Are Who? I don't know why I keep getting that name wrong, but
like
We Are Who.
Your own question.
They are. Oh yeah, that is true. Who are you? We Are Who? They are not there yet, and not there yet at all. To be quite honest, they still need a pretty good showing in order to make their way all the way there. And if they have to fight Entropic, who are, as we saw just now, at this point pretty guaranteed to go through, Entropic is dangerous. But an Entropic with nothing to lose. That's terrifying.
Yep. They're in a situation now where if you annoy Entropic and they decide, you know what, we're not standing for this, well, guess what? They can just absolutely come at you hammer and tongs. And wouldn't that be dangerous indeed? We have an early contender for the Joro Prize. Hulk Modus has gone all the way up to Observatory. So if they can fulfill the prophecy, it might even make up for that slightly questionable Molotov earlier on Miramar. The rest of his team is on the very southern tip of Millie Island, so they've actually got quite a long way to go still. Exactly. Not 100% sure if their plan is to stay there.
You can see here, these are the top 16 teams overall right now between both, like all 32, I should say. And as you can see, I mean, as much as we've seen We Are Who up here over the course of the tournament, they are now no longer sitting inside top 16, which means they're sitting somewhere below 60 points, I would have to assume, or maybe around just there. If they want to breach that 90-point threshold that now is more and more starting to be the clear cut for qualifying, that's a double 15-point game, which is by no means, I mean, it's not at all far-fetched. They can do that, a 10-kill win, and you got 20 of those points already, but it still requires 2 good performances in a row. And as much as I've liked We Are Who so far, we haven't really had those back-to-back performances from them yet, which has me a little worried. They got an 11-kill win, then they got 8th place. Then they get an 11th place, then they get 16th place. I mean, that's suboptimal. That's yesterday. The day before that, they start off the day with a 13th place, then a 9th place. Then they get that insane 10-kill 4th place, but then a 12th place immediately to follow. And now, God, Caster cursed them again.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it's Chris going down almost straight away.
God damn it.
It's rough, man. Like, it's when you're outside of the top 16 as well, you end up needing basically 2 20-point games. It is still within the realms of possibility, but that's why these tournaments are 12 games long at the qualifying stage, right? You want the opportunity to do it over time. And a frustrating byproduct of that is that does mean that if you have a really terrible day one, you can't just park it. Like, unfortunately, it all counts. So if you haven't done enough, then unfortunately, you just haven't done enough.
You just haven't done enough. Naileup, sitting tight, wanting to be a nuisance to everybody on the server. Might as well, we've qualified, so let's just bridge camp. And, I mean, they ain't in a hurry to go anywhere. The circle is still way around them, and they can sit tight and go for a fight.
Oh, they could hear the vehicles up above. And Tropic here, looking to maybe surprise someone from coming in from behind as well. Naileup finds Godrilla. They find each other, actually. Trying to get those shots in from between the slats, but the rest of the team have gotten across and managed to stab him in the back. This means that Naileup has to take a more passive position. Now QB with the drive-by gets one, tries to transfer to the second, doesn't make it. Now gets hit from under the vehicle.
Feels bad to have to reload to then give into a prolonged fight against that M249, and Tropic getting picked apart, and it's whole of game who are doing the work. I mean, this is now the 3rd game in a row where they put up a good show, and last time, of course, they got away with the win as well, so good to see them come off to a good start. The issue is that this is just the beginning of the game, and fortunately, they're staying alive, but having said that, they need to make sure that they keep it that way, and fortunately, Cox able to get picked up there with just, I believe, 1 tick left on his bleed out.
Not quite going to plan there. Hulk Modus very happy to continue peppering all of these people with shots from up above. Sadly, not going to have that many more Entropic targets to hit as whole of game take them out. Could this be the massive game that they need? Because all 4 members of Hall of Game are still up.
Exactly. It's far from over indeed. Whereas for Entropic, I mean, again, they're probably the team that we don't mind the most dies. I mean, them ending, right? Considering the fact that they don't really have a whole lot to play for. All they can do is essentially being party poopers and preventing other teams from qualifying as well. So for the sake of everyone else on the server, I would assume that they're all pretty happy seeing Entropic get eliminated.
Yeah, it's a little bit inconsequential, except for the team that picks up those kill points for sure. The bystanders, on the other hand, definitely not the case for them. They're still in a good position, but they need 2 good games on Erangel now, so they can't afford to lose a couple of players early on. They're still over by Razok, by the way. This isn't them coming onto Millie Island. This is them being still very far away and one of the last teams to rotate. So a lot of drama can happen between there and phase 3.
Let's see, Austrian Force. They've made landfall, wrapping in from Novo. No one else seemingly in the water right now. We do have quite a few teams that have yet to make it over to the Millie Island. Now, I just gotta say, I mean, considering how brutal our phase 2s have been so far, imagine if this one goes north over to farm.
Oh, no way. No
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there. It's like a 1 in a billion chance. But I mean, we've had that crazy power grid just now. We've had the unlikely Los Leones. Why can't we have the even more unlikely farm ending?
I mean, because I think my head would explode? I don't know, man.
That is a good argument. That is a good argument.
Oh, no, I can't. If that happens, I just can't. That would be horrific. We'll have to... Well, I guess time's going to tell, right? We'll find out shortly. Hall of Game now getting rained down on by Flick. So other members have actually joined the Unusual Freaks up on Observatory. This is a really, really good place to try and get those kills from. I don't know if they even have a mathematical... I suppose everyone still has a mathematical chance if you get like a 20-kill game or something. But I don't know to what extent they can still potentially qualify. But this is a really, really good start to the game for them.
Sure, let's get whatever you can and get it earlier. You can. I'm not sure exactly why Hall of Game opted to play that roof knowing that there was a team sitting up an observatory, because as we saw there, you're so insanely exposed to people up above. And Hall of Game, despite a good start, now lose their second player, which will make their chance of racking up more kills that much more difficult. We live again in the meantime, taking the fight to the team of Dopamine. Circle in the meantime does go south, and it doesn't just go south, it massively hard shifts southeast. So everybody out towards that west side have to go east, because Joro, your prophecy is 17 Millie Island games later, potentially coming true.
It's like they've computed all 14 million possibilities, Toby, and while the one still doesn't happen, the universe just keeps pushing it further and further this way. I love this, although I'm a little sad that the players in this lobby, especially some of them with so much on the line, like, let's be real, the 3 wild circles in a row, it's gonna suck for some of these teams, man.
Sure is. Let's see now. Oh, the window bars, the bridge bars, the railing, I suppose you should call it, prevents from Pin to get a good spray on in there, so he won't be allowed to do exactly that. Levante, in the meantime, and his teammate trying to regroup with the remaining We Live Again players, and they want to get away from here. There's no reason to sit here and fight Dopamine for areas of the map that will be far outside the circle a few moments from now. The only team sticking around is Stink, going, if you want to fight, guys, we ain't in a hurry to get inside the circle. We'll stay here for as long as you will.
And that works to an extent, right? If you're in the circle and you're cozied up and you're happy that next circle you're unlikely to need to move as well, yeah, sure, that's okay. But if you're being forced to rotate, there almost always will be one team forced to move sooner than another, and it's just a horrible, unpleasant experience. And you have to think ahead to that, especially in a competitive match where you know that if the other team realizes their biggest advantage is time, they don't mind waiting for you. That's when you need your plan B. That's when you need to be able to execute quickly. And instead of waiting till the last second with the circle on your back, you execute it, I don't know, when the other side doesn't expect. So that's all part of the strategic thinking that you need to be successful in a competitive game of PUBG.
Exactly. No tag, still up on the main island, probably waiting for the ferry to arrive. Bystanders, well, waiting for no tag not to catch the ferry, I suppose, or themselves maybe sitting and waiting to just make double sure that no one is camping that bridge and preventing their transition on over. Because, of course, we saw the leaderboard coming into this game. Bystanders, albeit they are close, nothing is guaranteed for them just yet.
Oh no, Hal moving up on the south side.
Yep. Yeah.
And I think Hal are about to go dynamite fishing. This is potentially going to be brutal. Only the one frag for the Mad, but at the same time, I feel like only one frag might be required. This is going to be brutal, dude.
It's a tricky angle to really peek because they're like playing around those hills, and you can easily. I mean, this has to be an orchestrated attack. They cannot just have one guy peek and then he goes down, and then one guy peeks and he goes down. They need to say 3, 2, 1. Let's shoot the same guy now. They need to really take advantage of the element of surprise here. Spots 1, spots 2. Not gonna shoot just yet. Spots 3. Crucial peek there from Matt. Spotting Pokemon, making the run towards him. Now they have info on all of them. Now people are gonna start shooting, but I'm not seeing any knocks in the kill feed. Ian finds one Tuster there immediately to trade, but the Matt is not in the position to really help out here.
I mean, Hal needed to set this up right, and it was a little bit half-baked, unfortunately. Eski already down, Ruin down as well. They should be able to win this fight. If you played this out 100 times, they should comfortably win more than 50 of them, many more than 50 of them. But the element of surprise, they did not maximize that. They didn't get the 1 or 2 knocks that they needed in the first couple of seconds of this engagement, and now this has just gotten super messy.
That is incredibly poor executed. I feel like with the info that Matt had, that Howl should have been able to position accordingly and just take full control, but they were just never set up in a spot or in a position from where they could do anything. And look at the minimap now in your bottom right-hand corner. Braxco coming into the picture. We are who slowly starting to make their way down here, hoping that they can find some kills, because as we were talking about just before, they need them. They need all the points they can get. And what better than shooting a person in the back? Braxco finds the first one here.
Ainen going down. This is going from bad to worse for Afterall, but the only reason this is still such a prolonged fight is because Hal weren't able to clean up. The Matt, the only player up now for Hal. The good news is he's safe and that he's not really susceptible to the third party from We Are Who, but that's a very, very faint consolation prize for them right now, I'm afraid.
There is not a good situation to be in, not a good place to be in. Enan will get flushed. Flammy now knocked by Sarvim. That's not good either. They're trying to make their way further forward. You're taken down as well. Bystanders trying to run the gauntlet, full speed sending it up the road, but in doing so, take 2 casualties. Far from good for them. They are still in need of points. You can see here, they're trying to find somewhere to call their own, but they're just running from one team straight into another.
I mean, I think they're on 71 points right now, so even if 90 gets them through, you need 19 points from 2 games, which is doable, but it's not easy. You can't just hang around, get a couple of kills, get a few placement points, and boom, you've got 19 in 2 games. You have to do something a bit more special than that. And with only 2 players left in this game, they're starting to go scarce a little bit on the resources needed to do just that. So they have to think of, I don't know what the game plan is for them right now. They are going to have to adapt to it. And I'm not sure what advice I can give right now other than play your hearts out, because we need a big result.
Oh, look at this. Master Soda spotted them. He saw them down by the pier. The one thing that NoTech wanted was to be able to get into the circle without anyone noticing them. And now the entire team sitting up on that hillside knows exactly where they are. New circle's going to pop soon as well. So they'll be coming into this circle bleeding, only having bandages to use while they all full transition in that one vehicle. New circle pops. We're headed back up towards that backside road in the north. You might just get your ending here. There is a chance. There is a chance that we're headed west again. But either way, I feel like we're close enough now, Joro, that you got what you needed.
It's feeling good now. Definitely feeling good. Still 14 teams alive, though. And even though it is phase 4 here, a lot can still happen. In a regular game, perhaps, significantly fewer teams would be alive. But frankly, these guys are just good. They know what they're doing. And
how are they not looking for them?
Don't know.
Now they start shooting, but that's way too late. They had that entire transition to shoot. I'm not sure if they're just, guys, there's 4 inside. Well. Yeah, there's 4 inside Novo. Okay, you hold them. We'll do something else. They're not main, but only priority there had to be looking down towards that hillside. But that's not the case. In the meantime, they are finding knocks, but that's actually up towards the observatory itself. So not focusing on the guys right next to them, but shooting the guys way up on the mountain far away seems to be the priority that they're putting to use. In the meantime, Ghetto Gang trying to do a wide wraparound here. They're going to be running straight into Sarvin from behind.
Very odd there that Sarvin weren't able to finish off no tag, and now it means that if this fight happens, it's going to be significantly more close quarters. O'Connell there with what I would describe as a brave bit of scouting, admittedly. The rest of the team, though, have to get up there eventually. So this is advantage Sarvim still. They weren't able to take out the team coming in from Novo, but they've now got the numbers advantage, waiting for them to move out now.
But look at the minimap. Ghetto Gang has shown their presence, or at least it must have been heard from Sarvin. They're now pushing up on foot. I was just going to say it's just a matter of time before they're seen from up above as well, which they indeed are. But they can only push in one direction, and that is straight over towards Sarvim. And they're ready and waiting. But how does NoTech respond to this?
Moving up now towards Sarvam. I think they have to rely on Sarvam getting shot from Observatory, to be perfectly honest, and using the time they spend healing to get into a better position. But it's difficult to get into a spot where you've got the high ground on Sarvam. That's always going to be with them, I think. So you just need a big connect with utility, or you need a double. They need the first knock to engage, I feel like. And if they don't get the first knock, if Sarvam get the first knock here, then it's almost impossible for no tag.
Yeah, they've lost O'Connell already. We'll see if they can hold off here with 3. Nate goes over towards Rafa. Doesn't connect, doesn't go quite far enough. Trying to shoot through the smoke, of course, as you can see here as well. They have a player up above that had an angle on Rafa. He's forced to back off. Plenty of utility, though, for Rafa. Get him closer. Get him within Nate distance. Maybe he can find some damage there. A new circle pops in the meantime. We're headed down south.
Very interesting indeed. These guys have to finish the fight. I don't think they can disengage and do anything about the circle here, even though they're outside of it. You can see a glimpse of it on the mini map on the bottom right. Right now, they want to finish this fight now so that they can start to think about the wrap. They are already engaged. A third party potentially from Ghetto Gang is not what Sarvam needed as well. I think no tag are in a bad position compared to Sarvam. But I feel like if Sarvam don't move out to try and close them down, I'm really scared they get backstabbed here by Ghetto Gang. Toby, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm surprised Ghetto Gang hasn't pushed earlier. The issue is because Unusual Freaks are still in the circle way up above, it's very limited how aggressive Sarvam can really play. And you can see as soon as they try to make a move here, Ghetto Gang actually manages to peek on over. In the meantime, no tag. Rafa here managed to wrap around the back of Sarvam. I think they've lost track of him. He wrapped all the way underneath and now coming behind them, but he shoots early. He shoots early. Baron, I don't think, knew exactly where he was. Now he does know, and Rafa will go down.
Nicely done there. That is Rafa down. No tag eliminated. Hall of Game as well, who were trying to push up, by the way, on the northwest side up towards Observatory. So that was always going to be a super difficult push. They were a little bit gatekept by Ghetto Gang, who are now coming down the road, as you can see. That Wizard Tower area is difficult to spot from the top. You sort of have to be in the middle to catch that. So Ghetto Gang are safe from the Freaks as things currently stand. It's how the Freaks are going to get out that will be the interesting part. There are a couple of dips, a lot of balls to play on that southern cliff. So I think there are spaces that they can go into, but they have to expose themselves for maybe, let's say you're being really quick, 8 to 12 seconds to even get to those positions in the first place. And if someone's watching you nonstop, that should be enough time for them to get the tags on you and get the knock.
Oh yeah, you'd have to assume so anyway. If they can hit their shots, we'll have to see. Ghetto Gang trying to make a run for it. Bystanders still alive. We Are Who still alive. Exhalation still alive. All teams trying to breach into the top 8 here with just 1.5. Make that 1 3/4 game left to play. Exhalation spots Dopamine on the northwest side. They want the kills. They want the points. And what better to get people killed that run straight towards you?
I mean, how on earth do you even begin to run into circle like that? Poor Dopamine. There's nothing they could possibly do there. They've got one more player, but the circle is going to gobble them up live going into phase 6, I am sure. Exhalation looking for more kills. They have got all 4 alive, by the way. So this is very much a kill farming exercise for them. If they can afford to, they will. We now see the first of the Unusual Freaks move down off of that cliff area, and Vaso actually has a nice dip to play north of Ghetto Gang.
I was just gonna say, I mean, the boom was completely over peaking. I know he wanted the flush on the knock they had on Dopamine, but had there been 1 or 2 players still up on an observatory looking their direction, he would have been standing out in the middle of the open, extremely exposed. So while I get and understand they want the points, it's not worth trying to get a point if you get yourself killed before you get there.
Not at all.
Ooh,
this is
nice
if you can secure the point, sure, but I don't know. I think ultimately here, you're able to get a good spot center of the circle. So many teams are trying to think of the best way in that if you find a place to be quiet for 3 or 4 minutes, that can earn you, what, 3 or 4 placement points. I honestly think that's possible. So we'll have to wait and see what these teams choose to do. The next circle has popped, and that means the vast majority of these teams, especially out west here, you can see with Exhalation, have to get closer and closer together. They have to move into Austrian Force, and they've got Dopamine right to their north.
No other way for them to go. Same thing here for Austrian Force. They have to make the transition now. Because they committed to the wraparound in this direction, they have to continue running over towards Weeahoo, and Weeahoo have to be ready for this. They are down one player. Braxco, solid performance from him so far in getting 4 kills, and now Austrian Force starting to get peppered here. Salik finds one. I assume is actually going to be the one to get the knock over the hillside, and just one player now left alive for Austrian Force.
Exhalation trying to move in. And at the same time, spotting the attempted third party from Dopamine there does not work at all. Austrian Force now on their last legs, I would say. Gargi throws a frag out. It's not quite where it needs to be. Weeahoo also getting absolutely slaughtered at the moment by 4 Slayers. Only one of them is left up. And he is not going to make it as well. That was Marco. He does get the knock onto double, but that's it. Zero should be able to get all of these revives.
Bystanders, hello. I was just going to say, Keanu, I know you're a greedy guy. Go for them. And he's crossing the road as we speak. But here comes Vard getting the final one. Unfortunately, helping out Weeahoo essentially and getting them 3 kills after they died.
That's huge, by the way, because it was one player alive rezzing the other 3. So just like that, an entire team gets wiped off the server. We're now down to a final 5 teams alive. The Bystanders playing the road. Sarvem have the widest split possible on the east side of the circle. Here you can see the Ghetto Gang, well, with someone floating down that hill. Not particularly pleasant there. And Hulk Modus looking to finish them off.
Oh, can he get the angle?
There we go.
There we go indeed. And there we go in double deed. Exhalation finds the kill on number 5 as BCM lops the nade on down. And just like that, we're down to 3 teams alive. Bystanders, they fully committed from across the pond up to the north. They lost 2 players in transition, but at the loss of 2 teammates, they also got themselves a top 3 position with very little to have to do after getting towards that shack. But now, let's see what they can do from here. Exhalation, in the meantime, yet a team that is fighting for a top 8 spot. They're putting everything on themselves to get it. 10 kills, all 4 alive, and what looks to be a potential win here too.
They needed a big game. They wanted to get up to the point where they can get as close to that 90 points as possible. Exhalation currently serving that up rather well in Sarvem Esports and Bystanders both, with 2 players left alive each. Sarvem technically have the circle, but really, the Exhalation are staring at the Bystanders, wanting to take them out in 3rd place right now. That is the reason why it's fine for Sarvem to have the circle right now. The Bystanders just want to get the hell out of there, and it looks like they will just about be able to do so, but they're very open to Sarvem, so they need Exhalation to do something about it.
Knock comes in return. Hurricane down to 4 HP. This has to be an Exhalation push coming in as a response to this. Then know that there can at most be 2 players on their feet right now, and that they're obviously on each their team, considering everything that just happened. Hurricane lops an 8 on forward, needs to pull off a hero performance in order to do anything here. 0 kills for Bystanders. Far from the Bystanders game we like to see. Yesterday, they had double 10 kill games, but now finally a kill does go their way. But in the meantime, Exhalation pushes on forward. They will be able to get Modus down, and now we find ourselves in a 1v4, a potential 2v4 if Keanu can get back up alive, which I think he might just exactly get before the push comes over the road. Wait, are they? Huh.
Wow. I mean,
okay.
Not even going to try.
You know what? Bystanders coming into this game, Bystanders were 4 points ahead of Exhalation.
Yeah.
As we said in the previous game, we said in the previous game, if there is a team you do not want to give 3 points now, that is a team that literally just surpassed you in the hunt for top 8. They know that they've been surpassed. Obviously, they're going to win the game. They're going to get their 11 kills. They will be surpassed, but you can mitigate the distance to them by denying them those 2 points. Because with the way they would have to push over the ridgeline 4v2, there was no way Bystanders were getting any kills in that one. So play it smart. It might not have the same entertainment value as a crazy potential 2v4 clutch, but that right there was the calculated, wise decision.
Bystanders keeping an eye on the prize, remembering who they're fighting against, and deciding that actually dying in the blue will deny those points and give them the maximum opportunity to overtake as many teams as possible, which means, of course, their chances of going to the grand finals are going to be dictated by our final game. Grab yourself another drink, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with that last game in just a few minutes.
Two new options for tactical gear, improvements to training mode, a return to Haven, and the return of the Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 16.2 patch report. First up, the Battlegrounds just got a bit more tactical with two new options to change up your squad plans. With the new Tactical Pack, you'll be your squad's quartermaster, storing and distributing key items that can't fit into a normal inventory. Load up your Tactical Pack with extra vests, helmets, weapons, and more, and drop them when a teammate is in need. Alternatively, you can pick up the new Spotter Scope to mark enemies for your squad mates to mow down. Enemies or enemy drones you spot will receive a passive mark, which turns into one that allies can see if held over the target for a few seconds. You can also place map pings through the Spotter Scope to give your team even more information. The Spotter Scope comes with a 4x zoom, so pick one up and be the squad scout on your next drop. Next up, we've made some improvements to training mode, including new target dummies that show you visual damage numbers, a vehicle shooting range, and more. There's also a new private area for target practice, or to practice listening for sounds. This private area can be accessed by interacting with the helipads on the map. For map changes, we've significantly increased AR, DMR, and SR spawns and attachments in normal games on Miramar and Erangel, added more rocks and cover to Karakin, as well as some helpful new signage to prevent getting lost in the underground bunkers, and decked out Erangel and Tago with some festive 5th anniversary decor. And speaking of maps, Haven is dropping back into the map rotation this update, replacing Senok in normal games for the time being. However, rank match options will only consist of Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. Finally, the Survivor Pass makes its triumphant return with Survivor Pass Punk Wave. Earn and collect tons of great new skins and other rewards as you complete missions and level up your pass. There's plenty more coming with this update, so make sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 16.2 is here, so hit the improved training grounds, grab some new tactical gear, and drop back into the mean streets of Haven. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets knocked on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with Jilu. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. Jilu, the home of everyday esports.
We're moving into the final map of our Super Weekend, and what's kind of exciting about this is that those top 8 spots are all still to play for. There is still an opportunity for teams to get their way in there. 32 of them have been competing over the last 3 days, and it's all to get those 8 spots and make their way through to the finals. It's going to come down to this game. I want to talk a little bit about what we just saw, though, in map 3, specifically the strategy coming from bystanders, Toby. So walk us through exactly what they did there.
I think it was a smart play on their part. The initial rotation to just suicide run across the entire circle and then hope that you could, as you're falling down to the ground, just grab out for a shack and manage to get in there. To be fair, it worked out for them. They managed to get there. It does prevent them from getting any kills, but I think they realized very quickly we are on a side of a circle where we won't be able to get anything done. So they just tried to send it on through. They made it on through, and while they didn't get all the kills they wanted, the 6 placement points is probably more than they would have been able to get in kill points had they stayed up on the north side of the circle. So in doing that, they maximized what they could gain from the game, and also knowing that it was Exhalation they were up against, denying those 2 kill points in the end was the smart thing to do, because we'll see it soon enough how close the standings are, but they were just exactly ahead of Exhalation coming into this game. Now they will be behind, but not by those extra 2 points that they denied for them.
Jarosar, 3 for 3 on, I'm going to go with interesting circles. It's the easiest word to use. But there's a few teams that are going to be starting to want to bash their heads against their keyboards.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Look, these circles have been really fun to cast. They're really good to watch. If you're at home just checking out what's going on as well, they're fantastic. But from a player's point of view, they're trying to minimize the degree to which these are random and favor those already in the circles and stuff like that. So they don't want to have to deal with these hardships all the time. The reality is PUBG is a game where these hardships can happen. So I'm not saying they shouldn't, but at the same time, if you're a player, 3 games in a row, it does feel a bit rough.
Toby, interesting one for the 2 teams that I would have argued at the start were quite secure in the top 8, Entropic and Ding, both out right at the start of this game. How are they going to be feeling as they move into game number 4? What do they need to do now to stay competitive?
To be honest with you, I think they're coming into this final game with the biggest bully signs over their head. All they need to do, all they probably want to do, is make life miserable for everyone else on the server. Especially those 4, 5, potentially even 6 teams that are desperately trying to qualify for the grand finals. So they're both well beyond secured in making it to the grand finals, but they want to make sure that every other team that fights their way to make it there will have the hardest time possible.
So which of those teams, Jarosar, that are going to be pushing to make it through, the ones that Toby mentions there that are desperately trying to crack it, who should we be keeping an eye on?
Exhalation have a glimmer of hope. You can see there with the big kill chicken dinner, 11 kills is still a decent number. They're going to be all right. Whole of game, they were first in a position where, not really. And they put themselves in a position where they're allowed to hope now. So you have to wonder out loud whether they can have a big result in the final game. I think those are the 2 most important teams that I'm still unsure about.
Let's take a look now at the scores from this last game, because it'll also put some stuff into perspective for you if you're watching from home. I do think it's really interesting, and what I keep using the word interesting because it's a nice way of saying I've enjoyed this, is seeing a lot of teams that maybe we didn't see throughout the course of Friday and Saturday suddenly arrived today, and we saw this in Group 1 as well, where they've suddenly stood up and said, hold on, actually, please pay attention. We want to make it through to the finals. Maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up, Toby?
Most definitely, and I think Salbem is a great example of that. Yet another team, them and Enterprise, 2 teams that I did not have off my list of teams that were contenders to grab that top 8 spot, or at least not my first picks anyway. Salbem being one of them for sure. And they, with this 14-point game, I'm not saying that it's gonna happen, but I'm saying that they're coming into it on the 70-plus point side. So if they can replicate and get one more, on paper, that should be Salbem going through to the finals. But of course, we're far from there just yet.
Let's take a look now at that total leaderboard, because this is where it's a fight for. Those 8 spots you see on the left-hand side of your screen, those are the teams that get to go through, and they've got 1 game left. Toby, break it down for us.
Bystanders, Hall of Game, Salbem, We Are Who, all have a fighting chance of getting in. The longer down the list I go, the harder it gets. But right now, 86, maybe 87, if you don't want to tie with Tokyo Magic Gang, is the cutoff. But look at above them. Exhalation, 88. If they flunk out here, they're not guaranteed, despite the fact they just had a massive game. Ding are looking good right now at 96. No name yet. They're sitting right now and watching this. I would not want to be in their position right now, because that is going to be insanely close. I said it was going to come down to the wire, and I cannot see a world where it won't with how this one is lining up. Bystanders need 10 to get through. Hall of Game needs 15. Sovereign needs somewhere along the lines of 16 points to be guaranteed. We are who? A 10-kill winner there in it. This is going to be insanely close.
Jorusa, so can I just summarize everything Toby said with we're going to have a very spicy map number 4?
I'm going to go with medium spice on the grand scale of things. I think We Are Who need to have the game of their lives to go through. Sarvam and Hall of Game are sort of in the middle, and then Bystanders need a quote-unquote mere 9 points. This is those 4 teams. If 2 or 3 of them are still alive in the top 6, that's when it gets really spicy, because that's when you have to work out actually our exhalation out as well.
This is going to be a very interesting one, Toby. What are you expecting from this game?
I'm hoping, let me put it that way. I'm hoping that these teams that are fighting for the top spot will land uncontested, will get looted without having to have fired a bullet in doing so, will get cars and get to do at least their first rotation without confrontation. I'm not saying that is something they're going to be granted, because there will be teams that probably will be trying to take them out. So maybe some of these teams will try and take out one another. I'm just saying, for a final game like this, I hope, for the sake of all of them, and especially with everything they've gone through today, that they can take a breather and then let the chaos begin, rather than land into the chaos right from the get-go.
Jorusa, do you think it speaks to the level of player that we have in the Super Weekend across both groups, all 32 teams, that they've both come down? It's so close between all of these teams. I think a really positive thing for PUBG and PUBG Esports as we move into the rest of the year?
I think so, and I'll even further reinforce that point by saying if we didn't have in Group 2 3 rather crazy circles in a row, I think we'd actually see more than 4 teams in realistic contention right now. Like, this is the game's way of narrowing that down. It could have been even more open.
I completely agree with you. And now it is time to find out which of those teams you've seen are going to make it through to the grand finals. Toby, Jorusa, for the last time, take us into game.
One more match, Joro. The final stand commences, and we don't just have a couple. We have somewhere along the lines of 6-7 teams with a realistic chance of qualifying, of course, including both Exhalation that currently sit comfortable inside, but also the teams that are just on the cusp. The thing is, as we said, if Exhalation flunk out here, if they zero out, that's another spot up for grabs. Right now, we're kind of considering Exhalation as having qualified, because even if the teams that are in the hunt get points, Exhalation probably will as well. Therefore, they're getting a spot. But if they zero out, getting stuck at 88, there is no guarantee where they're going to end.
No, absolutely not. They need to be... even if it's just a 5-point game, they want that buffer. They want that security. And right now... it's not quite there yet, if I'm honest. So they have to keep. They have to keep at it. They have to not.
Well, there's no way. There is no way that we're getting this many Millie Island games.
Come on,
this is unheard of.
So the team,
casted.
The team that took Observatory didn't win, so we have to go back.
This is unheard of. This has to be the one. This has to be the one that bounces north.
I feel like if you're going to gamble on something, go farm. You know? One time. It's got to.
The only good thing is, if you were bad at melee games, coming into this tournament. You have no excuse. You have no excuse for still being bad at them after this tournament because you've had your fair share of practice when it came to melee rotations. But what were honest? Okay, screenshot this, Joro. What worse than trying to fight melee? The two teams that are guaranteed Ding and Entropic currently have control of each their bridge. What worse? What worse than the two teams with nothing to lose that you want to avoid sit with control of each their bridge side? If they opt to stick around, this is the PUBG gods' gift to them to go from just being mere bullies to bullies with rifles. I mean, this is gonna be, or could easily be, so bad. Don't shoot, Hulk. Oh, okay.
Bad idea, Hulk.
I guess, I mean, if he really wants to. It's very unlikely at this point that Unusual Freaks are qualifying anyway. And I think it's one of those, at least if I can just improve my stats. But, oh my lord, another melee game. I think that's the statistic unlikeliness of this happening this many times over the course of one weekend of games. I have never seen this before. And that doesn't matter where on the map it is. Like, just the same one area that many times, that is insane.
In terms of the teams that have a chance to either have a chance to qualify or want to cement their position, we've got Exhalation here. You can see them going for the Botate. The bystanders are in Georgia Pole. It's going to take them ages. Just underneath them on the minimap, you've got Savem. But then the other two teams are We Are Who and Hall of Game. So you can see Hall of Game. They've got Prison and I think Hall of Fame, conveniently, and then We Are Who are south of the Eastern Bridge. So they're the guys who might attempt to gatekeep Entropic, for example. Now, We Are Who especially, they need a big kill game. If you're in their position right now, I legit think bridge camping is not that bad an idea because they can't just get a chicken dinner. They have to get loads of kills with it as well. I
hear you say it, but at the same time, when has the bridge camping team ever come away with a 10+ kill win on melee? It might happen. I mean, they're obviously doing it right now, and it's Entropic who are coming straight towards them. Let's see how they fare. Marco is sitting up close, ready for the onslaught as they come crossing on over here. Here comes Peekaboo. Hello, how are you all doing today? Chris throws the nade on forward. Marco peeks out from nowhere. Let's see how much damage they get in. Chris ends up going down. Killia guy gets a double. Lukarux falls out of his vehicle. There's just one player left alive, but for all dear life, save Chris. Save him at all costs, but Killia guy is going to be the one with the amazing spray. The barrel works exactly as it has to, and We Are Who gets a 3-piece freebie.
Well, that is how you start the game if you need a 10+ kill chicken dinner, is it not? And they might have additional targets come their way. I don't think Hall of Game would have heard that fight. I feel like they were too far away, but we'll
would have seen the kill feed, though. And they know exactly where those two teams drop. So I think they can put the numbers together and kind of do the math. Then again, I mean, we suck at math on air, so maybe they do too. I don't know. In the meantime, Fox, I kind of wanted him to hit that Iron Sights Car 98, but unfortunately not quite going to happen. Unusual Freaks in the meantime, well, they got the island. They're just kind of fighting all over because We Live Again crossed early, and they're in trouble. They've lost one already. Fox is down to low HP, and yeah, this is not good. No tag, of course. I mean, everyone is playing for the win here. So Rafa sneaking around inside the house on the very edge of the circle. I'm not sure exactly why he's remaining so quiet, but now they are getting pulled up on Howler here for kills. Let's see what they're gonna get.
Gets headshot from elsewhere, unfortunately, and therefore needs to back out. Underarm nade to the broken wall. Doesn't find the knock, but one of them still knocked at that wall.
Marco just knocked Chris. This is not the game for DC. Please tell me, like we saw earlier up on the northern side of the West Bridge, that he will get back on his feet, because that would be absolutely atrocious.
Was it a gunshot, or did he run him over? Or?
No, he shot him. He shot him. So it must have been, I mean, unless if something weird happens, you'd have to think that it's on purpose. But please let him get back in the game.
Rafa here not having the greatest time against
That's
Hal.
a good nade. That's a good nade.
Wow! Shotgun follow-up.
He's hearing the footsteps, but when do you peek and the flash comes up? He's going to be completely right. Just shoot, unfortunately. As he did, he misses it. Tosta peeks on over, gets the knock, and there are no teammates inside for the rescue. No tag. Well, I wanted to see them succeed today, but it has not been their day today.
It has not at all, unfortunately, and that is no tag. Down a player. The rest of them are still outside of circle, by the way. They're still sort of near, Mansion and Heaven and those kind of compounds. So they're very, very far from here right now. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, you know what? I'm cheating because I've just taken a glance at the mini-map, but it's for a very specific reason. You know how the circle keeps going back to Millie Island because the Jar of Prophecy hasn't been fulfilled? Well, guess who has just gone up to Observatory?
Who?
Exactly.
No,
Rexco has got it. And you know what? I'm feeling like this could be the prophecy game. It could be. And they need the win.
If that's what it takes, the issue is, they already have the 3 kills, but do they get 7 kills from Observatory? I guess only time will tell. I'm still more keen on the circle going back north because I just don't want to have more Millie games, honestly. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind them normally. But at this point in the game, it's just getting out of hand.
Here's the thing, though, right? If we don't get a Millie circle in the sense that it bounces back north, that's one of the few scenarios where the chaos would be even greater than if it stayed on Millie Island because everyone's going to be rotating back over the bridge. That's going to get so messy.
You're not wrong. Doesn't change the fact that I really didn't want to see it, though.
Fair.
Let's see. Whole of game crossing on over. They heard the commotion. Even though they were close to the bridge, they opted to take the boat instead. And in doing so, being smart about it, because they didn't beach it completely. So should the circle, against all odds, shift back towards the north, they also have an opportunity to cross back the same way they got here.
Is that a drive-by war going on there between 4 Slayers and what on earth is happening here? They're sort of, I think, intertwined with you. It's like they woke up and they're tangled in the bed sheets and they're like, what happened? I don't know. This is weird, man. And you've got O'Connell. I saw him occasionally firing into this as well. I'm surprised, actually, they managed to disengage so cleanly.
Howl is on the receiving end of we ain't gonna qualify, so let's just have some fun. Circle, massive western shift. Still possible that it could go north. Very, very unlikely, but still not impossible. Not something you see too often, though, this type circle.
This is, we're keeping the northern shift alive, and Dopamine must be looking at this right now going, oh, we might still be pretty smart, because even if it shifts south, they have the option of grabbing a boat or swimming, right? Even if it's not ideal. Howl, though, finally getting caught out in rotation now, and this time it's After All who are absolutely swarming all over them. Ibaka is looking for the friends, can't see them.
Can't be bothered with having to wait around with them behind them. Might as well just clear them out and then make that move. The good thing for bystanders and all of this is, After All, we're pretty much on a collision course with them, but because Howl started shooting, because After All stuck around, as you can see here on the map, it has allowed kind of a free pass for bystanders to transition west, because they were, I was kind of drawing the lines further forward. They were on a collision course, but now that After All stopped, bystanders, they're free.
Now, remember, bystanders, I say this very casually, assuming they don't die, so take this with a pinch of salt. They don't need to go out and all-out win this game. They need to get 9 or 10 points. Whether they do that through placement points, kills, or a combination of the two, they've got a little bit more of a free hand to do that compared to, say, We Are Who basically has to get a big win, right? So playing on the edge at this point, having a little bit of a quieter game, that's okay, because all 4 of them are alive. They haven't exhausted their utility. They just now need to engineer the situations where they can use that utility effectively to start racking up the kills.
Well, it worked for them earlier. Let's see if it works again. We Are Who continuing the bridge camp, finding kill number 4. Trying to see what more they can find. But again, every single casualty they could end up taking here could be the deciding factor as to whether or not they qualify. But they found kills so far on the bridge. I question whether that was the right thing to do. But so far, they've done so without losing any players.
If they can get up to something like, I don't know, 8 kills and then move in, that would be amazing. But
that'd be huge.
I think they're pushing their luck again because they're not actually in the next circle.
That's the thing. They don't need that much. The good thing is, by having sat here for so long, they also know that they have space to move in on, because it's very rare that the players that do come from the west side go all the way to what is now the east side of the next circle. Like, that is just extremely unlikely. But now let's see, there's a team stuck on the bridge. There's a team holding the bridge. And after all, they're crossing the bridge. There is mayhem on the other side here. Let's see how many kills will come off of this. If any kills will go in the hands of We Are Who. One spotted, no knocks confirmed. Marpo is going to be the one to find one of them. Not the player that you would have thought gotten the kills. Oh, but let's put a kill, Yakai! The turnaround! The double headshot! Hibako had him dialed in, but spins around and takes him out.
That was critical from Kilyakai. I mean, even if it's just so that We Are Who survives with 4 members, but now they've got members of Austrian Force right next door. They're going to get tried by.
He whiffs it all! He whiffs all of it!
Damage. They managed to get away.
Is he gonna nade himself in despite now? I'm not sure, but he might be a should have. Marco finds them in return. Oh! That is not the bullets you want to miss. Circle in the meantime, hard shifts west, so We Are Who. They know they have to make a run for it from here. Question is, do they stick around for the kills or do they go to the circle? I know what I would do if I was them, but then again, everything I've said that I thought they should do, they haven't, so they probably won't do this either.
And that is, I would argue that is...
Oh, kill Yakai again.
Oh, no.
He just continues. I don't think there's been a single of these 5 kills Kilyakai has now where he was the first one to shoot.
Maybe. I mean, there are now been 2 1v1s that arguably on paper, the member of We Are Who should have lost. They should really be down to 2 right now if you replayed that quite a lot. So the fact that they've got the kills and they're still all 4 alive, I'm telling you, man, the dream's on.
It is on. Maybe you don't need to have the game end there. You just need to, you go up and you pick up the buff up by Observatory, and then you can leave with the buff. Maybe that's how it works.
That's what it is. That's got to be what it is, man.
Yeah, the dinner plate for the chicken dinner. Can't get the dinner without the plate, and the plate is only to be picked up by the Observatory.
True. Very, very true. I do think I suspect that they won't get... Was it Marco? He's not going to get the confirm on that last kill. But
no.
Even still, like, what a phenomenal start to the game for them.
They left. They managed to get away. They got kills in the back. Seni spotted one of the last living, I should say, Howl player, the Matt earlier. They know that there's someone coming out of the water at some point. But where is he? Just as you look the wrong direction, that's where he is. Oh, now he's been spotted once more. Matt is in trouble, and so are the hopes of Howl to qualify. Up towards the north, on the other side of the water, we still have both Dopamine and Bystanders. And as the circle starts closing in, the time to make that move is slowly getting, close to impossible. Let's see, Seasung hit some good shots earlier today. Will he continue to do that? Bystanders fully committing here to the fight up by Glasshouse.
Moland... I mean, there's having vehicles in the right place, and then there's just straight up being stuck. You're on the roof, bro. I understand. So he's just holding the entrance up here. I love that the nades are already coming up. They know exactly what's going on. Some rather ambitious throws, I have to say, but in the right direction. And the Bystanders, they can't afford to be held up for too long. They actually have to deal with the rest of the team. Moland really is just a distraction.
Thing is, you can't fault Dopamine for sitting here, because again, they got nothing to lose. Might as well just see how many kills we can get. But for Bystanders being gate-kept right now outside the circle by a team that essentially can't qualify, that has got to be incredibly frustrating.
This is crunch time for the Bystanders right now.
I mean, they need to get all the kills.
Yes, and I think they don't necessarily have to do it super quickly, but they're in the blue and they don't have that many meds. So either they get a double tap on one of the Dopamine players still not in the blue, or they rush up and kill Molin super quickly. But one of those things has to happen fast.
Thing is, right as they come across, Relive again is waiting over on the other side. And remember, they need to get, I want to say 13 points to be safe inside. Now they get kill number 2. The more kills they get here, the better the opportunity for the safe crossing is. The issue is Relive again are sitting hot fixed looking up towards that bridge. Circle did go south as we expected. And the east is now pretty highly contested. Center of the circle completely open for a lot of teams to try and contest. But for bystanders right now, they need to find these last 2 kills and then reset and take the fight to Relive again afterwards.
The 300 IQ play just now, by the way, was Flammy going in the dasher towards the bridge. And that meant Molin just decided, okay, I'm going to full auto spray him from the roof. And that's what allowed Herky to go up on the roof to get the kill, by the way. So the bystanders thinking that through, really nice execution on that one.
Have him spend all his ammo to then go up and shoot him when he goes click, click. Great planning and execution. I didn't even catch it at the moment, but it makes perfect sense. Nice read on that one, Joro. Bystanders forced to make the play further forward on foot. Only 3 of them alive. Panzers trying to go diamond fishing as well. We'll see if he succeeds or not. Trying to make the run further across now. But again, remember, Relive again are waiting on the other side. In the meantime, Herky will fall. 4 Slayers are eliminated. 2 Yort does find Eddie in return. But again, they need so much going their way in order to qualify from here. And the fact that Yort is making the play on foot. Flammy, again, is still alive. Might just be able to make the run over. Yort cannot go back for that rest, though. That is simply impossible. Marco finds a kill after all out of the equation. But We Are Who? Jesus Christ, I'm never getting that name right. We Are Who? Still wrapping up points.
They're being surrounded at the moment by a different team. I think it's the Ghetto Gang on the other side. And Flammy here possibly carrying the weight of bystanders' expectations on his shoulders right now because Hjort is still on the bridge.
Okay.
He gets in soon enough. This is phase 4, by the way. He needs to get in ASAP. We Are Who? That's it. That's their chances of getting into the top 8 eliminated there. The Ghetto Gang finish them off.
You would have to think that's them out of it, but maybe that kind of springboards Ghetto Gang into the equation. Issue is they took casualties and teams are currently pushing over towards him. Exhalation getting points now as well. Here comes Short, but he's running into a full team and bystanders will be removed as well. So a frustration upon frustration of these melee games coming back to all the time back, making things hard. Exhalation finds one more. Hall of Game goes out. Not all, but a lot of the teams in the race for potential qualifying getting picked apart, and we're barely even in placement points yet.
Yeah,
there's that from another team.
This is brutal, and we've got Exhalation and Ding still alive, by the way, and Entropic are safe, so this is making it a lot more difficult for any teams to make their way in. I think it's probably just Sarvum at this point. Oh my god, stop it with the nades. They're so good. That's iZoom onto Hobbits as Exhalation try and get more and more kills.
Let's see. Ghetto Gang continuing. Blazer finds 2. Nice wrap around there to do damage. They want to get the flushes to confirm, though, as well. 4 kills so far for Ghetto Gang as they make the push further forward. Try and get boosted or not. Be ready for the next push. That smoke is about to fade. Will they be able to find more? Oh, Spots one gets the first. That goes in the car. What are you doing? Tries to sit tight. Is he going to sit there and wait? He's literally just... Mapo is sitting in a car healing.
As you do. There we go.
Well, okay. Down he goes in the end of it. Once that smoke fades, Sancho is gonna see 3 people right in front of him. There comes the first one. Gets the knock, finds the flush, commits the bullets to get the flush. And fortunately for him, the push never really commences on the other side. But there's the peak over the hilltop. Spot the first, gets the first. Does he get the second as well? No, not gonna happen. Baron gets him in return. There are still 2 players up, and they need to full speed send it up here to save their teammates.
Got more coming up here from Exhalation. 2 down, but 7 kills. We live again.
We've only got 4 teams left in phase 5.
This is wild.
What am I watching?
This is proper final game territory.
I mean, I knew there was chaos going on, but we're 20 minutes into the game and we've essentially got 6 players on their feet.
Yep.
This is not something you see very often. And while all the commotion's been going on, the team that's been chilling for the longest time, Ding, well, they got 4 alive. They're most likely going to win the game. Question is, did Ghetto Gang get enough? They came into this game at 68. Did they get enough? Will they get enough? If they go out here, you'd have to think that that's going to be the death of him. Yes, indeed it is. He will fall. Placer will fall, and you got to give it to him. Is he just going to deny? I mean, it's Ding. You might as well get the kills. Are you...
He's like, have we done enough? I'm just checking.
Yeah, you have. I mean,
no,
okay, so
2 mollies.
Okay, in this particular case, I don't mind it. Exhalation were in the top coming into this game. They end up finishing in the top with kills as well. They knew they were through. But if there was any chance that was close, you don't lose anything by dying to a team that is already qualified. But they got 10 kills. They got the second place. They were guaranteed. I think it was the sake for the viewers. We don't want to waste your time. I'm not going to get those kills anyway. Let's just get further.
I have a question. Have we just set a world record for the shortest competitive PUBG game in a tournament?
Remember when we had Sanok?
Okay, on
I think that's the record. We could be at least close to an anyway. Let's bring Sam back into the conversation here. Sam, you asked if it was going to get crazy. Were you satisfied?
No, I was not satisfied.
No?
I was not satisfied with that. That was not a finals game. It was too short. Also, how can it end like... I mean, I understand the whole thing, but going into the blue, you should have let them shot you at least. We could have had a little bit of fun there. I felt like that was it wasn't a disappointing end because I was doing the maths and I think I figured out who's getting into the top 8, but we'll confirm that later. But I do wish we'd maybe had a little bit more action in that one because... Toby, that was quick fast. That was a very quick one.
Do you not feel like you got enough action in that game? Because I feel like people were shooting from minute 1 until the end.
Yes, I mean I had that, but I wanted more. I wanted more.
To be fair, Toby, if they knew that it was Ding, what they should have done is waved a pan around and challenged them to a pan fight to finish.
I think the issue is that because all the action... It's like if you have a lot of fireworks, but you send up all the rockets at the same time.
Yes.
It's going to make one loud boom, but it's not going to last very long, you know? Instead, if they kind of happen as we usually see, okay, then these guys fight. Okay, that's about to end. Let's hop over to the next fight. Then it feels like, anyway, that it lasts longer. And here, I mean... It was just chaos. There was fights happening all over the place all the time, and I agree with you. Sam, I suppose. The action could have been prolonged a little better.
I think what happened for me is I obviously got to see, and we're seeing some of it now, we got all of the firefights right from the get-go, and I was like, here we go. We're building up to this epic end battle. That's what's going to come now, because look how hungry everyone is. And then all of a sudden, I was like, wait, there's 4 teams, and now there's 2, and there's 1 guy, and okay, now we're done. I think that for me, Jorasar, maybe, but let's talk about what was cool and what we actually saw, the good stuff. I'm not trying to just complain the whole way through the last game. For you, the highlights, if you like, for you, Jorasar, in this whole game.
I think for me, it's We Are Who and keeping the dream alive, wiping Entropic to start us off, surviving that 3-way fight on the south of the bridge, and making us believe, you know? It was, they didn't quite make it there, but they had us every step of the way with them.
We were a little bit hungry there. I have to say, Ding was very impressive in this game for me, Toby. I thought that they positioned themselves really well. A little bit of luck, I suppose, as well, but really did some good rotations and then just quietly waited till the end. We saw it there. There was only 4 of them alive. Just a really good strategy from them, I suppose, even when they didn't really have to strategize because their spot was pretty much confirmed.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Usually, I like to think that if I rewind in a game, I can pretty much call out approximately where the path of teams in the game. I don't think I thought about Ding that game until, oh wait, there's 3 teams left and Ding have 4 people alive. Because all the commotion happened on the east side or in the middle of things, or well, way up on the your main island. Or when it finally went west, there was bystanders and we live again, and all the guys over towards the northwest side. So Ding, I feel like, was probably the team that, despite the fact they won an action with a decent amount of kills too, they just kind of leaned back, you know, got comfortable and probably played the game that all the teams that were desperate for points would have hoped that they would have gotten to play.
I think that was my point. They did that. And I think that's their experience, Joe. So I was watching them the whole time because I was curious about what they were going to do. And they set themselves up really nicely. And then they basically just waited for everyone else to set each other on fire.
They played very freely. I know we've mentioned at least once that there are a couple of teams where when their back's against the wall, they perform better. So we talked about Tokyo Manji Gang before. But the honest truth is for the vast majority of these teams, when there's no pressure, they play at their best. And when you apply more pressure, they play the same or worse. That's true of most teams. And we saw how freely Ding got to play there because they just chilled out and we didn't even have to worry about them. And I think the fact that they can get that many kills under the radar maybe shows how freely that they were playing. I don't know how else to describe it.
We are waiting for the confirmation of the top 8 teams. Obviously, there's lots of calculators and buttons and things that are being pressed just to confirm everything. So while we wait, we'll talk a little bit more. I think about the action we've seen throughout the day, and specifically for Group 2, they really did not have a good time with those circles, Toby. Not once.
Not once. I mean, you're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. It was absolutely horrendous from start to finish.
It was. I do feel a little bit sad inside for some of those teams. Let's take a look now at the scoreboard. You'll see some of those teams, they did not feature very well in this game either. Just not. I mean, specifically in Tropic, they didn't have a good time, but they weren't too worried. But let's take a look at what this board tells us. Joris, some of the performances that you liked in this game?
I enjoyed the way Exhalation were taking as many fights as they could. We Live Again, We Are Who even. I touched on them as well early on, sort of allowing us to believe. And then the Ghetto Gang, the way that they charged through from military base out towards the north side of it, I think that was good as well. But what a top... I mean, the top 5 teams that eliminated 80, if not more, % of the lobby, that was a very top-heavy game.
Toby, definitely a top-heavy game, as Jorisar said.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that was absolutely insane. Exhalation, I mean, they made it through in the previous game. This one was just to put the exclamation mark at the end of the sentence, I suppose. So impressive to see how they just took everything in their own hands and made their way through.
Let's see how this game impacted our total leaderboard now. Here we go.
Oy.
Well. What do you think about that, Toby?
Wow.
I cannot help but feel... I mean, obviously they're from Denmark to the bystanders. I cannot help from feeling bad for them. 4 points out. Gate kept on the 19th milli-circle. But then again, I suppose they should just have known that it was going to go military and gone there to begin with. But look at how close it is. 86 and 8th was the cutoff point. All the way down to 15th. That's just 10 points.
Yep.
10 points between 7. Make that actually... It's between 7 teams. 7 teams were 10 points or less away from qualifying. That is insane. And it goes to show how evenly matched these teams were.
Before we get Jorisar's thoughts on this, Toby, I just want to high-five you virtually because you did say if you got 90 points or above, you would stay in. Your maths was good. Well done.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, 85 to 90. And it finished off at 86. So, yeah.
Good job. Sometimes you get it wrong, so I just wanted to high-five you because you got it right. Positive reinforcement.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jorisar, what do you think now, taking a look at how that final game adjusted the top 8?
Heartbreak, especially for bystanders, but for several of these teams, because the fight that they lost, for example, to go out, imagine if they won the fight and got 4 kills, that would have put them exactly tied with Tokyo Manji Gang, even if they didn't get any more placement points. So that is how close it was. Now, when teams look at this and go, oh, if only I did this or that in the final game, you have to remember, this was a 3-day tournament across 12 games. So don't think about the game where you scored 5 or 6 points and it could have been 10 or 12. Think about the game, if they exist, where you went out first or went out second or made a silly decision where you could have won the chicken dinner and finished 5th or something. It's those games that probably cost you rather than heartbreak in the final game. But right now, for some of these teams, understandably, that's not what it feels like.
I like that. You took a bunch of salt and you just rubbed it deep into the wounds of the teams that just missed it.
The salt bay of PUBG.
Magic. Okay, let's take a look now at your top 8 teams that are going to be making it through to the finals next week. They are coming up on your screen right now. There they are alongside those invited teams. And Toby, this is going to be an epic weekend next weekend. What a clash we're going to see.
It's gonna be absolutely insane. I'm looking so much forward to it. I'm essentially looking forward to see what the teams coming out of these qualifier stages, out of the Super Weekend, can do as they go up against essentially the very best of European PUBG and to some extent some of the very best PUBG players and teams in the world.
Jorsa, they're lucky, the qualified teams. They've had a little bit of time now. Well, they've had 3 days of lots of games. They're getting themselves competitively fit. So they're going to be rearing to go when they move into next week.
They certainly are. And for the invited teams, they're going to be going, okay, we know who we're up against now. Let's go ahead and prepare for that. For the qualified teams, some of them are saying we belong up here anyway, and some of them are saying this is our chance to prove ourselves on a big stage against some of the biggest teams, not just in Europe, but in the world. The stage is now being set for an epic showdown.
I am very excited to watch the finals next week. I think we're in for some incredible PUBG esports. And if you want to watch as well, we have our schedule coming up for you right now. So this is your opportunity. Pull out your phones, set your diaries, get ready, because you are going to be busy Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evening. And you are going to be busy watching some of that incredible PUBG we spoke about, Toby.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. We are shortening the day just a little bit. 6 games instead of the 8. But then again, of course, it is all the same 16 teams that are playing those 6 games. We don't have any swaps in between, nothing of the sort. So more game for each of the teams. And hopefully more ways to impress us. And maybe more milli games.
We'll have to wait and see. Toby, Joe, it's been 2 years since we've had an opportunity to work together. Thank you so much. It felt like we hadn't been apart for that long. I love our little IT crowd, and good job on all the casting. A big shout out from all of us here to you for watching and supporting PUBG Esports, all the teams for putting on an epic show, and of course our incredible observer who made sure you caught all the action, as well as all the behind the scenes production team that put this on. I hope you're ready, because next week is when it is going to get even hotter, even more hype. So we'll see you then.